The story kicks off with our main character in his workshop, totally absorbed in a crucial task. He's positioned in front of a forge, hammering a piece of metal with all his might. Before the anvil, the guy raises his hammer with conviction, ready to land another precise strike. With every powerful impact, sparks of energy fly everywhere in the dark workshop. Suddenly, a ghostly person appears behind him, asking if he'll actually succeed. The bluish spirit continues to taunt him, questioning if he's really going to go through with this whole revenge thing. Losing his patience, our hero tells the ghost to get lost, but it just laughs and asks if he's feeling guilty. The specter then mocks him, telling him not to start with that whole determination speech now. Our MC completely ignores the words and continues his work at the forge with even more drive. From there, he starts to remember the past and a regrettable scene involving a young woman. Right after, glimpses of a chaotic and ruined battlefield flash through his memory. He also remembers the painful moment he held his father in his arms just before he passed. Because of this, the anguish of loss overwhelms him, and he screams at the heavens in the middle of a heavy storm. Back in the present, the spirit accuses him of being a weaponsmith who now wants payback. The ghost finds it absurd, and the main character simply closes his eyes in meditation. However, despite the provocations, our hero opens his eyes with an icy expression and says he couldn't care less. With that, he assures the spirit that his conviction is unshakable and his choice is already made. Right after, the scene changes, and we see him holding a wooden box with a serious look on his face. It's then revealed that he dedicated 15 years of his life as the blacksmith for the demonic cult. The young man walks toward a massive palace, fully aware that the tragedy he caused will never be forgotten. For that reason, he decides he will put a definitive end to everything with his own hands. His determined expression shows that he's completely focused on achieving his goal. In front of the enormous gates, he declares he's going to end it all and that the demon Craftsman will take his place. On the other side of the gates, a crowd is prostrated in a vast courtyard, celebrating the demonic heaven. A man is giving a speech about how the demonic heaven conquered the world in a mere 15 years. Another man praises the Supreme Lord, who was the main one responsible for this entire feat. At that moment, we meet the formidable Blood Demon Lord sitting calmly on his throne. A herald announces to everyone that the demon Craftsman will present the 11th divine weapon. With the path cleared, our main character starts walking serenely toward the center of the courtyard. As he moves forward with the box, he thinks that even if this isn't redemption, he doesn't care. Getting closer, he kneels down to finally display the long-awaited divine weapon. With that, he raises the wooden box toward the herald, who is waiting with great anticipation. At that moment, the box starts to emit a very sinister purple energy, surprising everyone. The herald stares at the box with wide eyes, not understanding what's happening. Upon opening it, a dagger shrouded in a purple aura is revealed, and the man asks what it is. All of a sudden, the dagger turns into an intense light, and he screams that there's nothing inside. Our MC just gives him a cold stare and thinks to himself that today, everything will come to an end. Given the situation, the light materializes into a large blade of energy in front of the herald. Without wasting a second, the blade shoots forward at high speed toward the terrified man. In desperation, he yells, asking what kind of trick this is, and calls our hero a piece of trash. The attack hits him head-on, sending him flying with incredible force. With his clothes torn and in a complete state of shock, he can hardly believe what just happened. But our main character doesn't stop and unleashes an even more devastating wave of purple energy. This blast of power surges through the courtyard, wiping out everything in its path with absurd force. The true target of the attack is actually the Blood Demon Lord, who watches the scene from his throne with a bored expression. The powerful energy blast slams into the Lord's barrier, creating a massive explosion. Our main character is absolutely shocked to see that his attack has no effect at all. As the smoke clears, he notices the Lord blocked everything with just one hand and is completely unharmed. Even so, he doesn't give up and prepares another attack, declaring that he's not done yet. He points at the Lord and warns that he'll use the martial arts the Sovereign himself taught him. At this, the main character unleashes all his power, ready to consume his own life and energy to win. A gigantic blade of purple energy materializes above him, looking incredibly sinister. His eyes shimmer with fierce determination as he focuses everything into the attack. In a roar of fury, he declares he will take the Lord down and launches his final blow. The immense energy blade comes crashing down, causing a gigantic explosion. The impact is so intense that a shockwave violently sweeps across the entire courtyard. One of the cult members watches the scene in disbelief, wondering how that blacksmith has so much power. The dust slowly begins to settle, revealing a silhouette amid the devastation. It's RMC, still standing, but a pool of blood is forming beneath him. Panting and injured, he believes he has finally triumphed and that his revenge is complete. However, a mocking voice comes from behind him, finding the situation amusing. The Blood Demon Lord reveals that the formless dagger cannot be detected and attacks him. He praises the weapon, calling it a divine artifact worthy of its name, and lets it pass straight through him. Our main character is in shock, wondering how the Lord knew about the dagger and how he survived. Without giving him time to think, the Lord grabs him by the neck with crushing force. The Blood Demon Lord asks if his loyal servant still hasn't understood the situation. He reveals that even though he is an heir of the Tang clan, his revenge is completely useless. As he's being choked, our hero tells the Lord to shut up, pure hatred etched into his eyes. The Sovereign says it's a shame, because if he still had his energy, he would have kept him around somehow. Our MC ignores the taunts and places an eternal curse on the Demon Lord. The Lord replies that he hopes he'll live up to expectations next time and offers a final gift. He begins to recite a bizarre incantation, filled with indecipherable words. Our hero is terrified, unable to understand what's happening or what the Lord intends to do. With a final blow, the Blood Demon Lord hurls his body away and launches the gift, a dagger of red energy. An intense light shines in the Lord's palm as the weapon shoots forward at incredible speed. The red energy dagger strikes our hero squarely. He screams in pain as the impact sends him flying with brutal force, leaving him no chance to defend himself. He collapses to the ground lifeless, the dagger lodged deep in his chest. As his body falls, he wonders where it all went wrong. He reflects that he was born with a defective dantian, which is why he created artifacts. He laments never having lived the life he wanted and wonders if knowing the future would have made a difference. Thus, on the day the demonic world emerged, the life of Tang Se-woon came to an end. Suddenly, the scene shifts completely to a table full of food in a dimly lit room. Someone slams their fist on the table, yelling to get the attention of the person across from them. The man furiously asks if the person on the other side of the table is listening to him. Across from him, our main character seems totally disoriented and asks where he is. He complains about the noise in the room and feels a sharp headache as he tries to figure out what's going on. Our MC notices that his senses are incredibly sharp and remembers that he had stopped breathing. In front of him, the irritated man bangs on the table and yells that his words aren't being heard. Not understanding anything, the aggressor calls him young Master Tang and tells him to wake up to reality. From there, the man raises his hand and says that a dog that doesn't obey needs to be corrected. Right after, he lands a hard slap across our hero's face, violently knocking him to the side. With a hand on his cheek, our main character feels the sting of the blow and is completely stunned. The aggressor yells, asking if he's finally awake, and our hero begins to recognize the faces in front of him. Suddenly, a noise startles him, and he quickly looks back to see what happened. On the floor, a drink has been spilled, forming a small puddle and adding to the tension in the room. It's at that moment he sees a girl on the floor, crying and calling him young clan leader. His eyes fill with fury and turn red as he understands the gravity of the situation. A tragic memory floods his mind, showing the same girl in a terrible circumstance. With that, he finally remembers everything and realizes he has returned 16 years into the past. He recalls that on this very day, the girl named Seol suffered something terrible, and he couldn't protect her. Looking at the young woman on the floor, he is absolutely certain he has returned to that tragic moment. Our MC wonders if he's dreaming, but decides it doesn't matter either way. Soon after, he approaches Seol and comforts her, telling her not to worry. With a gentle look, he apologizes for failing to protect her before and promises to change everything. The aggressor grows furious at his words and lunges forward for another attack, full of rage. This time, our hero catches the man's fist with impressive strength, stopping it in midair. He tells him he'll give him one chance and orders the man to apologize properly. The aggressor is shocked by his attitude and yells that the young master has finally lost his mind. He continues to insult him, saying that our hero's sister came onto him and asking if he has a death wish. The man adds that she wasn't smart to refuse his marriage proposal, but our hero cuts him off. Our main character tells him to shut his mouth, and the aggressor turns red with fury at the audacity. Unintimidated, our hero provokes him further, saying that his smell and his looks are terrible. The taunt strikes a nerve, and the man clenches his fist, completely blinded by rage. Our main character finishes by saying that his character is even worse. At that, the man draws his weapon. He charges forward with his sword, ready to end things once and for all. To the aggressor's surprise, our hero dodges the attack with incredible agility. Our main character reflects that surprise attacks are forbidden by the orthodox Murim and prepares himself. He remembers that last time, he couldn't even fight back and was beaten without mercy. But now, he dodges the blows with ease, displaying skill that astonishes everyone. With a confident smirk, our hero wonders if this is truly all the aggressor is capable of. The man calls him arrogant for only dodging and leaps into the air for a powerful attack. His sword glows with intense energy as he prepares to strike with all his might. He yells that his luck won't last forever and moves in to finish the fight. Suddenly, the aggressor is shocked, and our hero asks why things aren't going his way. It turns out our main character has blocked the sword with his own, something that should have been impossible. The blades clash violently, sparks flying as a sharp metallic sound echoes through the room. The aggressor can barely hold on, feeling our hero's overwhelming strength. Our main character stares him down with a cold, determined gaze, then moves instantly. He spins and lands a powerful kick to the man's chest. The impact sends the aggressor flying through the air, disarming him in the process. Desperately, the man tries to recover midair, but it's too late to avoid a brutal fall. With his eyes glowing red, our main character radiates pure hatred. The aggressor is completely terrified by the sinister aura surrounding the young master. Without wasting time, our hero dashes at absurd speed toward another man nearby. With a swift motion, he grabs the man's daggers before he can react. Panic spreads across the man's face as he begs him to stop, but it's already too late. Our hero turns and delivers a crushing blow to the first aggressor's arm. The man screams in agony, clutching the limb as blood pours onto the floor. Looking down at him, our main character coldly says that it's too early, they're just getting started. Lying on the ground, the man wonders how some nobody from the Tang clan managed to do this. He can't understand what kind of dirty trick was used by someone who can't even use his dantian. With a chilling gaze, our hero states that this time, he won't let it go unpunished. He begins walking toward the terrified man, who begs him not to come any closer. Our main character replies that he's no hero, and that it's time to settle the score once and for all. The man's eyes fill with desperation. As his blade begins to glow with red energy, he warns that the next target will be the heart. The other two men are shocked and wonder how Li Hozong could have lost like that. One of them comments that the outcome seemed obvious, since it was a fight against a nobody from the Tang clan. Seeing the scene, one of the men approaches and suggests that the young master should end the fight now. Wary of the situation, he tells his companion that they'll head inside first, and the two of them flee. Alone in the hall, our hero is enveloped in a sinister red aura that grows larger and larger. Suddenly, a sphere of purple energy begins to glow intensely in his chest. With that, a trickle of blood runs from his mouth, and a sharp pain spreads throughout his body. Our main character struggles to endure it, thinking that he can't reveal his demonic energy. He turns to Li Hozong and says that he never cared about being looked down on all the time. The real problem was Li Hozong's lack of basic human decency for what he did to Seol. Even while injured, Li Hozong gets up and yells for our hero to get out of his sight. Now, our main character says that he deserves what's coming and lunges in for the final blow with his dagger. The blade digs into Li Hozong's shoulder, and he screams in pain from the direct hit. Suddenly, our hero senses a presence approaching and wonders who's coming now. A mysterious hand appears and grabs his arm firmly, stopping the decisive strike. At that moment, a man appears and yells for young Master Tang to stop immediately. Surprised by the interruption, our hero turns to face the newcomer. A group of warriors enters the hall and declares that they can no longer ignore the situation. He recognizes them as the dragon's successor guards. The disciple's personal guard, the group's commander, Sun Wugin, steps forward and calls him a useless mutt with open contempt. Our hero's eyes glow with hatred as he realizes they were in on it together from the start. It's revealed that these men, along with Li Hozong, would later become known as the worst traitors. Because of this, our hero decides he must eliminate all of them right here and now, without fail. The commander stares him down and asks what he'll do if they refuse to ignore the situation. Our main character questions what right they have to interfere, pointing out that Li Hozong isn't an official disciple. Faced with the sharp reply, Sun Wugin is stunned and left speechless. He knows our hero is right about Li Hozong, but can't understand how he knows that. Our main character accuses him of silently watching everything unfold, only stepping in now to stop punishment from being delivered. At this accusation, Sun Wugin calls him insolent and declares that punishment is not his place to carry out. Our hero merely gives a mocking smile, finding the situation almost amusing. He asks if this is truly the standard of the orthodox faction, leaving the commander speechless. With a sinister expression, our main character sarcastically remarks that they are truly impartial. Completely furious, Sun Wukong draws his sword and accuses him of dishonoring the martial alliance. He gives our hero one final chance to kneel, warning that things will get ugly otherwise. Unfazed, our hero asks if Sun Wukong obtained his commander position just by running his mouth. His face flushing red with rage, the commander shouts that our hero's arrogance knows no limits. Losing all patience, he gestures sharply and orders his men to capture him immediately. The fight erupts. Our hero quickly assesses that Sun Wukong is at the peak master level. On top of that, he finds himself surrounded by 3 other first-class warriors, all ready to fight. One of the guards attacks with everything he has, but our main character blocks the sword without difficulty. His small dagger stops the blade completely, showcasing his absurd strength. With a swift motion, he lands a kick on one of the guards and immediately prepares for the next assault. Our main character calmly dodges a surprise attack from behind by a hair's breadth. Another guard strikes from above, but our hero avoids it at the last possible second. Now surrounded by 2 warriors attacking relentlessly, he maintains a focused gaze and carefully analyzes every movement. Even at a numerical disadvantage, he dodges every blow with remarkable agility. He thinks about how, after using the single-point annihilation, he only has 2 years of energy left. Because of this, our main character decides he must end the fight as quickly as possible. One of the guards charges forward with a war cry, ready to deliver a decisive strike. With a quick step, our hero slides across the floor and positions himself perfectly. He then leaps over the guard, daggers in hand, and delivers the final strike. The blow lands squarely on the man's back, and he screams in agony as he collapses. The guard hits the ground, completely defeated, with no chance of standing back up. Without missing a beat, our main character launches a powerful energy blast at another opponent. The last guard is completely shocked to see his comrade defeated so easily. Without losing momentum, our hero advances toward the last guard left standing. Absolutely furious, the man yells that he's a third-rate warrior and accuses him of toying with them. At the insult, our main character just tightens his grip on his dagger. Seeing his cold stare, the guard gets scared and calls him a monster without a second thought. Suddenly, Sun Wukong yells furiously and tells our hero to cut the crap immediately. Our main character senses the commander's presence and turns his head, surprised by his speed. With his eyes glowing red, Sun Wukong lands a devastating kick on our hero. The impact of the blow is so strong, it sends him flying with absurd force, defenseless. With that, he hits the ground hard and feels the pain of the attack spread throughout his body. Down and injured, our hero faces the commander, who now approaches with a look of contempt. Sun Wukong curses at him and asks how a nobody like him dares to make such a mess. He says his place is on the ground and that he's nothing but a piece of third-rate trash. The commander continues his lecture, but our main character is already sick of all the yapping. All he can think about is how loud Sun Wukong is, and that he can't even get a moment's rest. With a determined look, he thinks that the method he's about to use is the best he can do. He decides that even if he has to force it, he has no choice but to open his upper dungeon. Seeing this, Sun Wukong is surprised and yells, asking what he's doing now. Our hero taunts him, saying all he does is talk. And the commander says the result will be the same. He tells the commander to stop stalling and to bring it on, as his dagger begins to glow. At this, Sun Wukong gets furious and says that if he really wants to go down, he'll grant his wish. From there, he leaps forward with his sword in hand, ready to finish our hero off for good. But our main character calmly waits for him, shrouded in a powerful aura of blue lightning. Suddenly, his eyes go wide as he realizes something unexpected is happening inside his body. Sun Wukong is in shock, seeing the formless dagger, and wonders why it's there. He wonders if the dagger entered his Dante back then, but doesn't understand how it's there now. The commander yells that it's over and that no matter the reason, what matters is the power is his. At this, our hero's daggers fall to the ground, and the fight seems to have reached its end. But he gathers a large amount of blue energy, and declares he'll end it all in a single blow. Right after, a golden energy begins to mysteriously swirl throughout the hall. This energy envelopes Sun Wukong and stops his attack, leaving him completely surprised by the scene. Sun Wukong becomes desperate as he realizes his body no longer obeys his commands. Shortly after, a mysterious figure takes a step forward, shrouded in a golden aura. The man walks calmly toward our hero, who watches the scene attentively. Our main character is completely in shock to see a white-haired old man in front of him. With a touch on the shoulder, the newcomer calls him young man in a calm and serene voice. He warns him that such power should not be used carelessly, and our hero is surprised. From there, our main character finally understands who the person standing there is and is dumbfounded. Everyone bows before the strongest martial artist of the era, the great leader of the Alliance. It's revealed that he is the master of the Martial Alliance, the Sword Emperor Yujinhak. Our hero's surprise is immense as he comes face to face with such a legendary and powerful figure. With a calm gesture, Yujinhak advises him to be very careful with his abilities. The warning about the use of his power echoes in our hero's mind as he's still processing the whole situation. The imposing presence of the Martial Alliance master fills the hall with his overwhelming aura. Before him, all the guards kneel as a sign of respect, recognizing their supreme leader. The identity of the Sword Emperor is confirmed, completely changing the course of the fight. Our main character stares at the master in silence, still shocked by the legendary man's appearance. A complicated expression appears on his face as he remembers the Emperor's tragic past. He recalls the war against the Blood Cult, when the Alliance's defeat seemed inevitable. Back then, many knelt before the Blood Cult to survive amidst the chaos. But the leader and his Wudang sect were different, and fought bravely until the very end. As the guardian of the righteous path, the Sword Emperor took up his weapon every day to fight. This continued until the day he met his end by the very weapon our hero himself had created. Back in the present, he picks up his dagger from the floor, pushing the bitter memories aside for a moment. He thinks that this is no time to be sentimental and is relieved that Yujinhak can't sense the dagger. Not even the blood demon knew about it. So, it makes sense that the Grand Master wouldn't know either. From there, the young man starts thinking about his next problem and how he's going to handle the situation. He wonders if, should the Emperor's attitude change, he'd be able to counterattack with this. Faced with the silence, the Grand Master finds it all very peculiar and gives a slight smirk. Yujinhak reveals that he can't see anything and that this is the first time something like this has happened. As such, he concludes that the young man before him possesses a very interesting talent. Our main character tenses up, and a drop of sweat trickles down his face at the master's words. Suddenly, a female voice says he must have been pretty scared, and the young man turns in surprise. A woman places a hand on Seal's shoulder to calm her down and says, "Everything is all right now." With a gentle look, she tells the young girl to rest a bit more before getting up. Our hero wonders who this woman is and how he didn't sense her presence there. Yujinhak calls her a brat and asks what he would do if she just disappeared like that again. She apologizes to the Grand Master, and the three of them face each other in the middle of the messy hall. Upon hearing the name Bo Yun, our hero is shocked and wonders if it's who he thinks it is. He recognizes her as the divine Dr. Bo Yun, a former sect leader and powerful healer. With this, he realizes the situation has gotten even more complicated with her arrival. The scene then shifts to 15 minutes earlier, in a beautiful garden with a small pond. Bo Yun is talking with Yujinhak and says she has warned him about this over and over again. With a serious look, the Grand Master states that those men will never change their ways. He laments that many in the Alliance have forgotten honor, which is why he became the leader of it all. With a sad expression, he realizes that even after all this time, nothing has really changed. Bo Yun serves him a drink and asks if he thought fixing the world would be easy. With that, she calls him a stubborn mule for overloading himself with so many problems alone. The two continue their quiet conversation, sitting outside near a pond. The divine doctor advises him not to try to carry the weight of the world on his shoulders without help. She suggests that if things get tough, he should just drop everything and go relax with some good wine. Faced with the unusual advice, the Grand Master just gives a small amused smile. But suddenly, his expression changes completely as he senses a strange energy from afar. Bo Yun scolds him, saying it's not funny, because if he falls to the demons, no one will save him. He then suggests that she could help him, and the doctor turns her head, surprised by his audacity. With a vein popping on her forehead, she becomes completely furious and calls him a rotten scoundrel. Back in the present, Bo Yun calls him a fast mule and wonders how he got there so quickly. Analyzing Li Hozong, she says the damage is too severe and not even an immortal could save him. Sun Wugen explains that the young man used projectiles to defeat a first-class master. What the doctor said was right, and our hero approaches to confirm the story. From there, she turns to our main character and asks if he really used projectiles. At the question, Yujinhak just gives him a serious look and thinks that maybe he knows what's going on. From there, the Grand Master observes the completely destroyed hall, with guards lying all over the place. Sun Woogan yells in desperation that Li Hozong's injuries are very serious and that he needs help. Lying on the floor, our hero laments and wonders how things got to this chaotic a point. Faced with the situation, the commander justifies himself, saying he didn't want to get involved, but had no other choice. The Sword Emperor looks at our main character on his knees and says he finally understands the situation. With a serious look, the Grand Master asks our hero how he's going to explain this whole mess. So, he stands up and says there's nothing to explain, as he only used the Tang clan's martial arts. Our main character states that what he did to those who touched his family still wasn't enough. With that, he says that courtesy to his elders ends here and picks up his daggers from the floor with determination. His eyes glow with a red aura, and he warns that he's not holding back anymore against anyone who gets in his way. Yu Jinhak gets furious and asks if he's really going to throw his life away over a simple emotion. Not caring about the words, our main character charges forward to attack the Grandmaster with all his speed. Facing the imminent attack, the Emperor activates his powerful golden light eye technique with an intense glow. From there, our hero feels a crushing pressure on his body and can barely move from his spot. The Grandmaster asks if revenge is worth more than life, but our hero denies it, saying that's not it. In his thoughts, he reflects that in this life, he has a much greater goal to achieve. Right after, he remembers a destroyed sign amidst the chaos of his past life. At this, our main character states that he's just trying to fix this broken world little by little. With a firm gaze, he declares that he will follow the same path as the Master, even if he has to burn his life away. Yu Jinhak remembers Bo Yun's words about how fixing the world wouldn't be easy at all. With that, the Emperor turns and says that if this is truly the sincere wish of the young man there, our main character is completely surprised by the Grandmaster's unexpected attitude. Suddenly, Yu Jinhak unleashes a golden aura, and several swords appear out of nowhere around him. One of the golden blades sticks into the floor with impressive force right in front of everyone. As such, the Emperor creates a huge yin-yang symbol with his supreme sword technique. Our hero watches in awe and thinks that they say enlightenment can be achieved just by observing. He admits that, apart from that, the Grandmaster's movement is something very beautiful to see. The beauty of the technique is so great that he thinks it would be an honor to be struck by a sword like that. At that moment, he finally understands the essence of the Wudang sword, which is strength within softness. Suddenly, the Grandmaster shouts with all his might, getting everyone's attention. He approaches the fallen Li Hozong and calls him by name with his sword in hand. With a shocked face, the young man can hardly believe it and calls him master with a trembling voice. Relieved, he says his master has finally arrived and bows before him on the wooden floor. But Bo Yun scolds him, saying he caused trouble and insulted someone who was almost a goner. At this, Yu Jinhak points the sword at his neck and says that his opponent risked his life. The Grandmaster questions him about his honor, and Li Hozong is left speechless by the question. Desperate, he tries to justify himself, saying he will risk his life and that our hero started it. But the master tells him to shut up and says that if he hears anything else, his ears will rot. Right after, the Emperor turns to our main character and apologizes for the whole mess. Our hero thanks him, and Li Hozong yells for his master, not understanding what's happening. With a cold gaze, the Grand Master states that he never had a disciple like that young man. As such, he leaves the man's punishment up to our hero, who prepares to act. Enveloped in an aura of blue lightning, our main character walks toward the terrified man. With the sword in hand, he yells for the scoundrel not to come any closer, and our hero says that leaving this world is a luxury. With that, he concentrates a large amount of blue energy in his fist, ready for the attack. Without wasting time, our hero lands a devastating punch on the terrified man's chest. The impact of the blow is so strong that the blue energy spreads uncontrollably throughout his body. From there, a sphere of energy forms and explodes with an absurd and uncontrollable power. As such, Li Hozong is sent flying with brutal force and no chance to defend himself. He twists in the air as the wooden floor shatters into many small pieces. Desperate, the man screams in pain, feeling the agony completely take over his body. Our main character looks at him with a cold stare and says he must live in an agony worse than passing on. The Grandmaster just watches the scene in silence, showing no apparent reaction. Our hero turns to Yu Jinhak and asks to leave the judgment of those men to him. The other guards comment that since the culprit has been punished, it's better for them to retreat right now. With a respectful gesture, he says that since the Emperor ignored his rudeness, he will do the same. Right after, he thanks him for preserving his dignity and walks towards Seoul. With the girl in his arms, he promises he will visit her clan when everything is settled. As he walks away, the Grand Master asks if our hero can spare a little of his time. At the request, our hero turns and says he has enough time for a short conversation. With a slight smile, he adds that he can make a little time for a cup of tea. In Sichuan lies Tang Mountain. Although its original name was completely different, people started calling it Tang Mountain at some point. And in that place is where the Sichuan Tang clan's manor is located. However, that reputation did not last long. The current Tang clan withdrew from the ranks of the 7 great clans and is nothing more than a mid-sized force. At the moment, Tang Saran, elder sister of our hero, and beside her was an elder of the Tang clan, were standing in front of a crowd of people from her clan. The elder asked her, "Is this all right?" She replied, "Clan head, you must not move personally." Then she turned to the people in front of her and said, "Assassination squad, listen up. We will prioritize securing the young clan head's safety above all else and depart immediately. Everyone brace yourselves." As she said that, our hero arrived there while carrying Seal on his back. She, seeing him there, became confused and called him. Tang Seowin stated, "I'm back," and asked where everyone was going in such a hurry. A little later, our hero walks to a table and looks at a picture frame very intently. In the picture, he sees himself older and with a confident look, and says that he really did it. Back in the present, he confirms to himself that he finally managed to return to the past. At that moment, he remembers the Blood Demon Lord's words, saying he would see him again. With that, he clenches his fist and wonders if this whole situation was intentional on the Lord's part. With his face covered by a shadow, he becomes completely furious at this sinister possibility. He swears he'll make the demon regret everything, without fail, this time. With a determined look, he states that this new life will be completely different from the last one. From there, he walks to a tall bookshelf and starts looking for something very important. Soon after, he finds what he was looking for and carefully takes an old book from the top shelf. It's revealed that this is the book of the metal circulation technique, an ability of his clan. His determined gaze shows that he is ready to begin his plan of revenge once and for all. Looking at a puddle on the floor, he wonders if that is a remnant of his past life. Suddenly, he feels agonizing pain and starts spitting up a black liquid non-stop, falling to his knees. He realizes that circulating energy through meditation was a complete failure. It turns out the metal circulation technique was made to help with forging and regenerating the body, but it's terrible for accumulating energy, and his Dantian recognizes the internal energy as poison. Because of this, he had no other choice and can now only move forward with his plan. This same technique gave him the ability to create divine artifacts with absurd power. Then the blood demon's martial art he learned taught him a different solution. A blue aura envelopes his feet as he prepares to test this new method. Now he remembers that even before coming back, his deformed Dantian couldn't be removed no matter what. As such, the situation remains the same, and he needs a new approach to the problem. With a quick movement, he begins to practice a martial art with a golden energy, but he states with conviction that this time he will progress much faster than before. Time passes quickly, and night arrives, bringing darkness to the Grand Palace. Under the light of the full moon, silence takes over the place, and he continues his intense training. After much training, he realizes that his meridians are connected and his Dantian is complete. With this, his energy finally stabilizes, and he feels a great power flowing through his body. He thinks his circulation technique is at 50%, and the blood demons is at 10%. Both use the upper Dantian and innate energy, and one recovers power with ease. Meanwhile, the other technique increases the amount of energy he can use in a fight. Faced with the situation, he floats in the air and thinks that no one would believe his current power. With a confident smile, he prides himself on being able to use his innate energy freely now. Soon after, he realizes that since he blocked his energy, no one can sense him nearby. From there, he decides that he first needs to change his clothes to avoid raising suspicion. While walking through the room, our hero remembers something very important and stops suddenly. He then wonders why the formless dagger came back with him to the past, and is confused. His eyes widen at the thought of the possibility, and he can hardly believe what he's thinking. Suddenly, a young man appears at the door and observes him in silence for a brief moment. The young man calls him "Young clan leader," and apologizes profusely for the sudden interruption. Our main character says it's okay and that he was expecting to be called by them at any moment. The young man is startled, and our main character asks if he is Jangil. The young man just stammers, saying, "Sorry, what do you mean?" Our hero then says he was talking about his name, and Jangil confirms, wondering how he knew. With a smile, our main character says, It's really good to see him again," leaving the young man very confused. From there, the scene changes, and we see our hero walking through a courtyard with a very serious expression. He then arrives in front of a large hall called the Chanhwa Hall and prepares to enter. Inside, someone questions if what he says makes sense, and he asks if there's another way to avoid it. Suddenly, one of the hall's doors opens, revealing a bright light coming from the meeting room. Upon entering, he is faced with a long table full of men who stare at him with great contempt. One of the older men in the group observes him with a look of pure anger and displeasure. Unfazed, our hero walks through the hall, passing by everyone present there without fear. One of the men makes a disgusted face upon seeing the confident attitude of the young man before him. Suddenly, a tragic memory comes to his mind, showing him holding someone in his arms. The image reveals that he was over the body of a man who seemed to be very important to him. The painful memory of holding that man's lifeless body haunts him again in the hall. At this, he unleashes a golden aura and prepares for what's to come with great determination. With a firm gesture, he introduces himself as the young leader of the clan, Tang Seowon, in front of everyone. At this, a painful memory of a desperate scream under the full moon hits him hard. Even with the tragic memory, he maintains his posture and faces the clan members with a cold gaze. From there, he declares that he came on the order of the clan leader himself, surprising everyone. An older man tells him to stand up, and it's revealed that he is Tang Myeol, the leader of the Tang clan. At the order, our hero just stands up and confirms that he understood the great leader's command. The other men watch him from a distance, and wonder where all the confidence he shows comes from. With a serious look, our main character thinks that the current Tang clan is in a dangerous state because of 2 extremely lethal poisons. Then he approaches the table and states, "The discussions seem to be going well, so please continue." As a person raises his hand and says to everyone that he will continue with his speech right now. This person was Tang Hoyle, the head of the escort from the Manhwa. Tang Hoyle says he believes the young leader is well aware of the seriousness of the incident he caused. The man begs him to go straight to the clan's law enforcement hall. But our main character thinks that the first poison is actually Tang Hoyle, that he will take everything he has built up. With a clenched fist, our hero faces the man with a look of pure determination and courage. From there, he recalls the day his uncle, Tang Hoyle, asked if he would become independent of the clan. Confused, he questioned what the man meant, and he just confirmed his words with a smile. Desperate, our hero yells that if the escort agency disappears, the Tang clan will suffer greatly. But his uncle pushes him and says, "That's exactly why I'm leaving right now." He can hardly believe it, and asks how the man could do such a thing. The traitor says he doesn't understand and that he lost the position of clan leader to Tang Myeol. With a shocked look, he hears his uncle say that he has waited for this day for a long time. At this, the man gives a wicked smile and declares that the Tang clan will finally be his. Back in the present, he thinks that if he hadn't mastered his technique, he wouldn't have his talent. Because of that, even before the invasion, the Tang clan would have been destroyed by financial ruin. Suddenly, a hand smashed the table and calls Tang Hoyle, escort chief, angrily. A man named Tang Jun questions how he dares to be so disrespectful to the rightful heir. He adds that no one who goes to that hall comes back unscathed and that this cannot happen. At this, Tang Hoyle pretends to be sad and says his heart is also heavy with the situation. But he adds that this is the only way for the Tang clan to survive in the end. One of the men asks Steward's son if any faction would side with them against the Qingqing sect. We meet Sun Jian, the head steward of the outer hall, who remains silent for a brief moment. Our main character thinks that although the clan is intimidated, no one will take their side in this fight. He realizes that the clan's fighting spirit is gone, and that this defeatism is the second poison of the place. With that, he states that kindness should be returned and that this is the true nature of his clan. One of the men asks how he defeated the disciple and if he used any forbidden weapons in the fight, but our hero just glares at him and says he's wrong and that his turn to pay will come soon. With a cold look, he adds that this is not the question the man should be asking him. The man becomes completely furious at the audacity and yells that this is no time for jokes in the hall. With a mocking smile, he says he doesn't know how he won, but that he's just a third-rate warrior. As such, the man unleashes a powerful green energy and boasts about his peak master level. But to his surprise, the young man withstands the pressure, and the man wonders how he resisted his energy. Suddenly, the great clan leader speaks up and tells everyone to be silent immediately in the hall. With that, the great leader asks why the young leader fought with Li Hozong and looks at him seriously. At the question, our hero just gives a small smirk with a confident look. Tang Hoyle yells furiously and says the young leader is being way too confident about the whole situation. Unfazed, our main character turns to his uncle and asks what the clan means to him. The man is confused, and our hero begins to explain what the Tang clan was like to everyone there. He says that each member is a cornerstone and that the family must protect each other with their lives. As such, it's revealed that these words were the last will of the former leader of the Tang clan. With a clenched fist, he states that to protect their own blood, they do not hesitate to give their lives. The great clan leader just watches him in silence, processing the young man's words. The other members get nervous and wonder what exactly the problem is with all this commotion. Our hero then asks if he should have just watched while Seol was being attacked by that man. But Tang Hoyle says his question about the forbidden weapons has not yet been answered for good. Not caring, our main character reveals the small daggers he used in the fight against the opponent. One of the men says, "That's just a training dagger," and asks how he defeated the disciple with it. Our main character explains that he managed to subdue a first-class warrior because he used his innate energy. One of the men says that if that's the case, punishing Li Hozong makes sense, as he fulfilled the former leader's will. Our main character asks if his uncle's doubts have been resolved, and the man becomes furious at the audacity. The clan leader then states that the young man really did risk his own life to fight that man. One of the men asks if he really used his innate energy, as it seemed normal when he returned. Our hero explains that it was thanks to the Alliance leader and the divine doctor who treated him on the way back. Tang Hoyle yells that it's a lie, and suddenly a messenger runs in, calling for the clan leader while saying worriedly and thinking that the situation is very bad and something terrible is about to happen. He tries to announce the Alliance's arrival, but the great master Yujinhak is already right behind him in the hall. The sudden appearance of the Sword Emperor leaves all the clan members completely shocked and speechless. With a smile, Yujinhak places a hand on Seowin's shoulder, who is completely frozen by the touch. The Grand Master announces his arrival and asks if everyone there in the hall has been well lately, with a smile. Tang Nuyao bows and greets the Alliance leader while our hero just watches the scene in silence. The Emperor apologizes for not being properly received, but says not to worry about formalities. The clan leader thanks him for accepting the apology and prepares to say something else very important. But he says he also won't mind the leader's rudeness, leaving the others shocked by the audacity. Tang Hoyle is stunned by the audacity and asks if the Emperor is talking about rudeness. Right after, he says that the Grand Master's visit is an honor, and that there's no rudeness at all. Taking the opportunity, Tang Hoyle bows and introduces himself as the head of the escort to the Alliance leader. Yujinhak just looks at him and confirms who he is with a serious gaze. Suddenly, the Grand Master's eyes fill with a golden, intimidating energy. He glares at our hero's uncle with a not-so-friendly expression in the hall. With a crushing pressure, he asks if Tang Hoyle can excuse himself from the conversation. The man is completely terrified and apologizes, stammering with fear. Our MC says it will be difficult to serve tea now, but Yujinhak doesn't mind. He states that he needs to act as the leader of the martial alliance at that moment. As such, the Emperor turns to the leader and says that he first needs to speak with him and the entire Tang clan. His serious expression shows that the matter is of extreme importance to everyone. From there, the Grand Master joins his hands in a formal gesture of great respect. His eyes close for a moment as he prepares for what he is about to say. Before everyone, he bows deeply and apologizes on behalf of the martial alliance. The Emperor's unexpected action leaves all the clan members in complete shock. Yujinhak says he should have taught his disciple better and that the fault is all his. He takes responsibility for the lack of supervision as the young man's master. He says this is an apology to the victim and to the Tang clan. He assures them that he will provide great compensation for the trouble that was caused there. But the clan leader states that they did nothing to defend justice at that moment. His voice carries a weight of regret for the inaction of all his men. At this, he reveals that it was our main character who resolved everything on his own with his own hands. The young man just watches the scene in silence, with a very serious look. Because of this, the clan leader refuses to accept any kind of compensation for the clan. He believes they don't deserve to receive anything for the young man's bravery. However, he begs the Alliance leader to ensure that the incident is not distorted. His gesture shows his desperation to protect the honor of his clan and his nephew. Our main character thinks that the Qingqing sect will spread rumors to cover up their shame and that, just like in the past, those arrows will be aimed at him and the Tang clan. The Grand Master assures him that his worries will not come to pass in any way. He states that, regarding today's commotion, the Qingqing sect will not be able to do anything. With a firm gaze, he declares that they will not be able to hold the Tang clan responsible in any way. His word, as the alliance leader, seals the rival sect's fate. Our main character thinks that the outcome wasn't bad at all and that everything worked out in the end. He managed to tie the Qingqing sect's hands and renew his father's position. With that, the emperor turns and says that now there's only one last little thing to be done. Our hero is confused and wonders what else it could be. Now the Grand Master looks at him with a mysterious gaze, making the young man even more curious. His expression suggests that something very important is about to happen. Approaching him, he asks a question that no one expected to hear at that moment. His voice comes out calmly, but the request is something completely out of the ordinary for everyone. The Sword Emperor asks if the young man would like to become his disciple. The request leaves everyone in the hall with their jaws on the floor, unable to believe what they just heard. Our main character is completely dumbfounded and wonders if he heard that right. He can hardly believe that the Grand Master invited him to be his disciple. The other men comment on whether the young leader will become the Master's sixth disciple. One of them corrects, saying that since Li Hozong was expelled, he would be the fifth. Everyone knows that any sect with a disciple of the leader becomes a central power. This means the Tang clan could finally regain its long-lost former glory. The possibility of rebuilding the clan and reclaiming the honor they lost comes to everyone's mind. It would be the perfect chance for the clan to return to the pinnacle of power. The Grand Master gives a small smile. Amused by the young man's reaction, he comments that the young man is finally showing a face that matches his age. Yu Jinhak seems satisfied to see our hero's genuine expression of surprise. He adds that now he really looks like a young man. Our main character thanks the alliance leader for the generous offer he made, but Tang Hoyle panics, thinking his power in the clan will crumble. To everyone's surprise, our hero refuses the Grand Master's offer. While he apologizes, Yu Jinhak pulls something from his robes with a smile. The emperor ignores the refusal and invites him to go with him to Kaifeng the next day. At this, our hero is completely confused, not understanding anything. Suddenly it clicks, and Yu Jinhak is shocked that he's actually refusing his offer. His surprised expression shows that he never expected this answer. The Grand Master says it's his first rejection and asks for the reason for the refusal. Our main character apologizes and explains that he will represent his clan in the future. With a formal gesture, he says that, just as the emperor's only master is from Wudang, he prepares to explain the real reason for his loyalty to his own clan. As such, he declares that his only master will be the Tang clan and unleashes a powerful aura. His determination to protect his family is unshakable and surprises everyone. The clan leader, Tang Nuyao, watches him with a look of pride and admiration. The young man's attitude shows the strength and loyalty he so values in the clan. Yu Jinhak agrees that the reason makes sense, and our hero is inwardly relieved. He thinks that, luckily, the leader doesn't usually use his golden light eye technique. In his thoughts, he reflects that privileges are tempting but are a poisoned chalice. If his demonic arts are discovered, it will be his immediate and irreversible end. The Grand Master admits that he still feels a little disappointed with the decision. Our main character agrees and says that his last teaching was a great help. He remembers the taiji overlapping in a single strike and is amazed by the principles. The depth of Wudong's martial art left him completely impressed. Suddenly, the emperor is shocked and wonders how the young man managed to see through that. Our hero's perception of the technique surprises him in an absurd way. With that, he turns to the leader of the Tang clan and praises the young man's incredible talent. The Grand Master recognizes that the young man is a rare genius with great potential. Yu Jinhak is at a loss for what to do and admits that the young man is really very tempting. The desire to have him as a disciple is still very strong and hard to ignore. The clan leader thanks him and says he is very kind, but there must be reasons for the refusal. He trusts his nephew's decision even without understanding all the reasons behind it. Our hero maintains his firm gaze, and the emperor says he can't force him to go, but his words leave an air of mystery and suspense in the grand hall. Yu Jinhak says he can't go back empty-handed and draws a sword with a golden glow. Our main character immediately recognizes the moonlight pattern on the weapon with great surprise. With that, the sword shines with intense energy, and he says its name is Moonwave. He adds that he will add a small debt to the next generation of warriors. Given the situation, he offers a weapon to our main character and says its mystical properties will help him one day. The clan members are completely shocked and recognize the sword forged with meteorite iron. They can hardly believe he gave such a rare weapon to the young clan leader. Tang Nuyao understands that this goes far beyond a simple apology gift. He realizes that the emperor is officially recognizing the young leader of the Tang clan. Our hero holds the shining sword and thinks with a serious and determined look. He concludes that the material to create a divine artifact has just fallen into his lap. Suddenly, with a sinister smile, his demonic side says it's very lucky. With that, he states that all preparations for creating the artifact are complete. Our main character bows in a gesture of respect and accepts the weapon so as not to be disrespectful. Yu Jinhak smiles, satisfied, and thanks him for accepting his gift. Right after, the Grand Master offers a personal gift with his name written on the front. He advises the young man to present it whenever he needs any kind of help. Yu Jinhak guarantees that, with that item, any request of his will be treated as if it were from the master himself. This would give him absurd power and influence in the Central Plains. Tang Hoyle is completely shocked by so many privileges for the young man. First, the legendary sword, and now the personal symbol of the great leader of the Martial Alliance. Completely blinded by hatred and envy, he wonders what's so special about that brat. His furious expression shows how much he despises his nephew. The scene then changes completely, and we see a drink being poured into a bowl in a dark place. Sunlight enters through the cracks in the window, illuminating the wooden table. A mysterious man wearing a straw hat at a table complains about his bad luck very angrily. He seems to be very frustrated with something that happened recently. It's revealed that he is Sun Wugin, the commander of the guards who was humiliated earlier. He crumples a piece of paper in his hand and curses out our hero with hatred in his eyes. In a restaurant, a man comments that all of Sichuan is buzzing because of the Tang clan. He says that if the Alliance leader's judgment isn't wrong, they might return to glory. Another young man asks if he heard about the dragon successor guards and the commotion. He reveals that they all received heavy punishment, and the commander was exiled to the Xinjiang branch. The first man questions if it's the mountainous region, and his friend confirms the information. He adds that the commander's career in important positions is over for good. Back to Sun Wugin, he remembers that our hero used projectile techniques in the fight. Completely outraged, he wonders how they could punish him for that. With a clenched fist and enveloped in a red aura, he swears he will repay this humiliation. His revenge will be relentless, and he won't rest until he gets what he wants. The scene then shifts to the Sichuan Tang clan during a very dark and quiet night. Several guards patrol the courtyards of the Grand Palace under the light of the full moon. On one of the rooftops, 2 guards remain vigilant at their watch posts with their swords. The night is calm, but the tension in the air is high after everything that happened. In his room, our main character seems very thoughtful and a little worried about the situation. His father's voice echoes in his mind, saying that he worries too much about everything. He remembers his father ordering the number of guards to be increased and forbidding him from leaving. Our hero finds all this worry and care a complete exaggeration at the moment. Even so, he thinks he doesn't want to be a disobedient son to his own father. His expression shows that he respects the decision, even if he doesn't quite agree with it. Suddenly, the moonwave sword he received as a gift begins to float and shine intensely. The weapon's energy fills the entire room with a golden and very mysterious light. From there, he stands up and says he can't just keep wasting his time like this. He knows he needs to act as quickly as possible to achieve his goals. As such, he picks up the sword and unsheathes it with a very confident smile on his face. The blade shines with a bluish energy and an impressive, otherworldly power. With that, he declares it's time to go and runs out of the room with the weapon in hand. Our main character is ready to begin his grand plan once and for all. Outside, one of the guards turns around, completely surprised to see a shadow pass by him. The speed of the figure leaves him frozen in the middle of the Grand Palace's courtyard. For a moment, the guard stands there, not understanding what he just saw pass by him. He rubs his eyes, thinking that maybe it was just his imagination. Meanwhile, our main character passes by other guards who don't even notice his presence. His stealth and speed are so great that he becomes practically invisible. To test his new limits, he unleashes a burst of golden energy and moves forward. A flash of light illuminates the dark night for a brief instant in the courtyard. With absurd speed, he moves through the air like a golden bolt of light. His movements are fluid and precise, showing the result of his intense training. He thinks his level may have gone up, but the guard's skills need to improve. From there, he decides to go to the forge to create his main weapon as quickly as possible. Suddenly, his expression changes completely, and he seems to sense something very strange in the air. His eyes widen with the perception of an important presence, or memory. From there, he lands hard on the ground, kicking up a large cloud of dust and wind. His combat stance shows that he is ready for any challenge that comes his way. Looking at the Tang clan village in the distance, he is filled with a sense of nostalgia. The sight of the place brings back many memories of his troubled past. With that, memories of the past flood his mind, showing a bustling village that later turned to ruins. The image of the destruction fills him with a deep sadness and a lot of anger. He then remembers how everyone left back then, abandoning the clan in its worst moment. The betrayal and abandonment still haunt him after all these years. With a determined look, he tells himself to wait just a little longer for his plan. His revenge is getting closer and closer to becoming a reality, and he will not fail. He promises himself that this time will be like before, but with a different outcome. His determination to change the future is the force that drives him forward. Correcting himself, he declares that he will make the clan even more prosperous than before. He will not just restore its glory but will take it to a new level of power. A powerful bluish aura envelopes his feet as he takes the first step toward his goal. The energy emanating from his body is proof of his new, absurd strength. At this, he readies himself with his sword and declares that the first wave will begin there. His grand plan of revenge and reconstruction is about to truly begin. Arriving at the clan's forge, called the Hall of 10,000 Irons, he holds the sword firmly. His hand tightens on the hilt of the weapon. As he prepares to enter the place, in front of the door, he thinks that normally he would need permission to enter, but he believes that since it's late at night, there will be no one to bother him. From there, he reaches out to open the large metal door of the hall. However, something unexpected makes him stop midway with a surprised expression. Suddenly, the door opens, and a man glares at him and asks what he's doing there so late. Our main character is completely shocked by the man's presence in the forge. Without losing his composure, he makes a respectful gesture and introduces himself to the master of the hall. His serious expression shows that he was not expecting this meeting at all. In his thoughts, he regrets having met the person he most wanted to avoid. That man is the most respected elder in the clan, and even his father treats him well. It's revealed that he is a core member of the Tang clan who doesn't even have the family surname. A large scar on his shoulder shows that he is an experienced warrior. On top of that, he is the master of all the clan's blacksmiths, and the owner of the Hall of 10,000 Irons. His hands, full of calluses and scars, are proof of his hard work and dedication. We then meet the black-handed craftsman, the great blacksmith named Gu Yanjian. Our main character faces him with a tense look, and a drop of sweat trickles down his face. He remembers that the blacksmith dedicated himself to the clan because of the former leader, Tang Yuite, but he always maintained a neutral and indifferent attitude toward the clan's internal affairs. Because of this, the memory of that day is especially vivid in our hero's mind. He recalls the moment when the Manhwa escort agency became independent from the clan. At that time, the craftsman only dedicated himself to forging powerful and divine swords. He ended up leaving the Tang clan along with the traitor Tang Hoyle without looking back. The memory of how the blacksmith looked at him with resentful eyes haunts him again. Soon after, the man turned and left without saying a single word. Our main character doesn't understand where so much resentment came from, but those eyes were irreversible. At this, he decides it's better to postpone his plans for now and retreat. With a disappointed look, he apologizes for disturbing the craftsman so late at night. His expression shows the frustration of having his plan interrupted in that way. But our hero says he had an urgent idea and came to put it into practice in the forge. At this, the black-handed craftsman just closes his eyes and tells him to go ahead. Our main character is confused by the response, and the blacksmith tells him to do what he came to do. With a serious look, the man tells him to stop dawdling and come out from where he's hiding. Suddenly, a girl appears and announces that the young clan leader is there at the forge door. Surprised, our hero recognizes her as Seol, and the girl thanks him for everything last time. The young girl seems a little sad and lowers her head without saying another word. With a smile, our main character says he's relieved and that what matters is that she's alive. The craftsman comments that the leader forbade our hero from leaving for 7 days and nights. Our main character is surprised, and the blacksmith tells the girl not to bother him and for them to leave. He thinks that the master let him use his equipment, and promises to thank him next time. Already inside the forge, the black-handed craftsman calls him, and our hero responds promptly. The blacksmith remains silent for a brief moment with a very thoughtful expression on his face, but he just says to forget it, and turns to leave with the girl, Seol. Our main character is completely confused as he watches the two of them walk away. Our main character decides to put that matter aside for now and focus on his objective. With that, he finally pushes the door and enters the forge, ready to start his work. Holding his sword, he states that he cannot miss this rare opportunity at all. He then remembers a saying that, for a master, weapons are just a means to an end. But with a serious look, our hero thinks that's all complete nonsense. After all, in this world, there are divine artifacts that can transcend martial arts. Analyzing the weapons, he finds it pathetic that the Hall's skill is so mediocre. From there, our hero picks up a large metal blade to begin his work. With the weapon in hand, he wonders if this is the best the master of the Hall can do. He thinks the blacksmith deserves to be called a master, but his skill is still insufficient. Even without his artifacts, the blood cult has many demonic weapons and armaments. In front of the forge, he recalls that they are weapons perhaps even more terrible and cruel than his own. As such, to destroy them, he needs divine artifacts that are equal or superior. He then puts on a pair of leather gloves and says he normally wouldn't use them for forging. With a firm stomp on the pedal, our main character finally begins to heat the furnace. With the furnace lit, he prepares himself and says that what he's about to do is something special. From there, he places the Moonwave sword directly into the intense flames of the forge. Before the fire, he states that this is not an ordinary forge like the others that exist. With an absurd focus in his eyes, he prepares to begin the creation process. At that moment, he remembers his past life and the tragic invasion of the blood cult. The pain and confusion of that time return, and he wonders where he is and what happened. Amidst the destruction and chaos, he walked aimlessly, trying to understand the situation. The image of his scream of despair and agony with white hair haunts him again. With his teeth clenched in anger, he relives the helplessness he felt on that terrible day. Lying on the ground, he wondered if he was even alive after everything that had happened. Given the situation, he questioned why he was the only one to survive amidst the chaos. He saw himself as a metal worker who creates divine artifacts, but also as a demon. That was a legendary story that only the founder of the Tang clan managed to achieve. He remembers when, even in chains, he swore he would finish off the blood demon. His furious scream echoes in his memories and fills him with determination for the work. The image of his face, distorted by fury, returns to his mind with full, uncontrolled force. He remembers when he was hanging upside down, completely helpless and without hope. At that time, the blood demon lord appeared and made him a very tempting offer. But our hero refused with hatred and told the lord to get lost without a second thought. The lord was unfazed by the refusal and continued with his blackmail to get what he wanted. With that, the villain asks if he doesn't care about the lives of the remaining members of his clan. The demon lord states that, for him, it doesn't matter if they live or pass on to a better place. He boasts, saying that unifying the martial world is just a matter of time for his power. Next, the lord threatens him, saying that next time he will throw their heads at him as a gift. Our hero thinks that such a cruel man wouldn't keep them alive, but he has no other choice. Given the situation, he clenches his fist and decides that, if that's the case, he'd rather give in to the deal. As such, he finally accepts the deal to protect what's left of his own family. But he imposes a condition, saying that divine artifacts are based on the user's martial arts. Because of this, he demands that the blood demon lord share his arts with him. With that, he swears he will make the blade of vengeance bloom. And thus, 10 divine weapons were born. These 10 weapons became known as the 10 demonic weapons and announced their birth. Back in the present, he thinks that melting the meteorite iron with the Hall's fire is impossible. But with the power of his metal circulation technique, he states that he will be able to melt it. With that, the sword's blade completely melts and flows into a metal mold. He picks up a large wooden hammer and prepares to start forging the weapon. From there, he begins to hammer the metal with absurd force and speed on the anvil. Right after, he dips the blade into a barrel of water to cool it down quickly. He then thinks of a weapon that blocks everything and, at the same time, can cut through anything. With that, the image of the Seo Surin, the blood-weaved demon empress's symbol, appears in his mind. In front of the forge, he creates the celestial silk and remembers that it consisted of 9 sheets of material. From there, he takes the single sheet he managed to create, and says that it doesn't matter now. With a focused look, he states that what he wants to create is not the original celestial silk. Right after, he unleashes a yellow energy and shoots it toward the golden fabric. He wants to create a thread that far surpasses the threads of the celestial silkworm of the plains. As such, he creates the sister work of the 10 demonic weapons, the powerful celestial silk. He names his new creation the celestial net, and suddenly a figure drops from the ceiling to attack him. The mysterious intruder lunges forward with a powerful strike toward our main character on the ground. But to the man's surprise, the celestial net easily blocks the attack, stopping him in midair. At this, the aggressor is completely shocked and yells in disbelief at what just happened. Our main character looks at him and thinks that, for an elite of the Martial Alliance, they're pretty careless. From there, he recognizes him as the former commander of the guards and apologizes for his rudeness. Sun Woogan is furious at the audacity, and our hero says he arrived at a great time for a fight. With the blue threads in his hands, he reveals that, just now, he had something he really wanted to test. Tang Xiaowen remarked that perhaps he should thank Sun Woogan for saving him the trouble of finding him. With his eyes burning red in anger, Sun Woogan struggled to free his sword from the heavenly net weapon Xiaowen had used to restrain it. Woogan believed Xiaowen was acting overly confident and thought that a mere thread like that could be cut down in a single stroke. As Woogan was about to act, Xiaowen smiled calmly, implying that it would not be so easy. In the next instant, Woogan's sword shattered into several pieces, stunning him for a brief moment. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaowen attempted to restrain him further with the heavenly net. Woogan immediately realized the danger and leapt back, creating distance between them. Xiaowen observed that Woogan had likely grabbed any weapon he could to avoid leaving traces and commented that it remained to be seen how long he could last without his main weapon. Xiaowen took his stance and attacked again, directing threads of the heavenly net toward Woogan. Woogan clenched his teeth in frustration, desperately trying to determine where the attack was coming from. As an attack was about to land, he released his chi to envelop his body, successfully blocking it. Seeing this, Xiaowen realized that Woogan intended to wrap himself in protective chi and focus on defense and evasion. In response, Xiaowen also poured his chi into the heavenly net, deciding to demonstrate the secret technique of the heavenly maiden sect. The threads began to intertwine as Xiaowen unleashed the flawless heavenly thread art, first form, enhanced thread strike. The attack shot forward at incredible speed and severed Woogan's left ear. Screaming in pain, Woogan fell to his knees, clutching the wound to stop the bleeding. Xiaowen coldly remarked that with one ear missing, there was no longer any point in hiding his identity, and that Woogan should have revealed his true colors from the start. Enraged, Woogan drew another sword from his back and charged forward, cloaking it in a fiery aura. He believed that only complete sword energy could counter sword energy, and assumed victory, convinced that Xiaowen could not manifest sword energy at his level. However, Xiaowen remained completely still. Just as the sword was about to strike him, an aura explosion erupted, sending shockwaves throughout the forging hall. When the smoke cleared, Woogan was seen kneeling on the ground, coughing blood, his sword shattered in his hand. In disbelief, he questioned what had just happened. The scene shifted to Xiaowen, who stood unharmed behind a shield formed entirely of heavenly net threads. This was the flawless divine thread art, second technique, circular wing. Woogan stared in shock, unable to comprehend how a shield made only of thread could exist. Xiaowen brushed dust from his shoulder and calmly explained that Woogan's sword was simply weak, warning him not to give up yet as he continued gathering his chi. Xiaowen reflected internally that the heavenly maiden sect's flawless heavenly thread art was far more than a simple technique like Iron Guard. Rather than merely hardening the skin, it reinforced whatever it wrapped around like armor. Though it appeared to be thread, it retained the hardness of meteoric iron as the heavenly net, further strengthened by the flawless art, making it capable of blocking even thunder bombs. With that, Xiaowen launched another technique, firing a thread that pierced between Woogan's right shoulder and chest. Woogan collapsed to the ground, coughing blood, realizing in terror that Xiaowen was a monster. Approaching him, Xiaowen commented that Woogan's skill was disappointing given the confidence he had shown. Woogan ground his teeth nervously, unable to understand how someone who had not even reached the peak realm could possess such overwhelming strength. Xiaowen placed a hand on Woogan's shoulder and explained that he could not kill him, as he needed to hand him over to the law enforcement hall. However, before that, he intended to teach him a small lesson, just as he had done to Li Hozong. Recalling what had happened to Li Hozong, Woogan felt a surge of dread and resolved that he would rather die than suffer such a fate, or end up crippled with a shattered energy core. Before Xiaowen could act, Woogan suddenly leapt upward, smashed through the roof of the hall, and fled. Watching him escape, Xiaowen muttered that he had expected at least some resistance, and complained that Woogan was only creating extra work for him. Some time later, in a bamboo forest, Woogan fled desperately, gasping for breath as pain tore through his wounds. He could not believe he was running so disgracefully from someone he considered at best second-rate. Still, he could not forget Xiaowen's eyes, which he believed belonged to a demonic arts practitioner. Stopping briefly to rest, he reflected that he had poured all his remaining power into his footwork. At that rate, Xiaowen should not be able to track him, and Woogan still had far more inner energy. He reasoned that the alliance would never take him back and wondered if he had no choice but to follow the Yangtze River and join the unorthodox faction. A smile crept across his face as he considered that handing over the top-secret information he possessed might secure him a decent position. At that moment, Seowin's voice rang out, condemning traitors for never changing, even when they returned. Woogan instantly turned and slashed his sword, striking the bamboo where Seowin had been standing. Seowin mocked him, questioning whether his brain was merely decorative, and pointed out that the black bamboo grove was filled with bamboo stronger than steel. Woogan jumped backward to create distance, realizing he lacked the energy to wield sword energy. He decided to switch to a thrust aimed straight for Seowin's heart. As he rushed forward, a heavenly net thread suddenly wrapped around one of his feet and severed it cleanly at the ankle. Losing balance, Woogan crashed to the ground. Before he could understand what was happening, heavenly net threads coiled around nearby bamboo and then around his arms, neck, stomach, and legs, suspending him helplessly in midair. Seowin stated that once the heavenly net bit into its prey, it never let go. Only then did Woogan realize that Seowin had infused his innate core energy into the heavenly net. Horrified, he begged for mercy. Seowin appeared momentarily confused by the sudden plea as Woogan desperately apologized, claiming he had lost his head. Seowin narrowed his eyes, insulted him, and then released him, warning him never to show his face again as long as he lived. Turning to leave, Seowin walked away while Woogan slammed his head against the ground, shouting his gratitude to the young lord of the Tang clan. As Woogan watched Seowin's back retreating into the distance, a sinister smile spread across his face. Drawing his sword, he quietly approached from behind, believing that letting one's guard down as a martial artist meant death. Before he could strike, a dagger pierced straight through him. In shock, Woogan looked down and saw that it was the same purple dagger Seowin had possessed in his previous life. Seowin turned to him and calmly explained that if Woogan had expected to surprise him, there was no need to worry, as Seowin had never believed him from the very beginning. Next, the dagger returned back into Seowin's body, and he closed his eyes and took a deep breath and let out a sigh of relief as he looked down on the lifeless body of Woogan lying on the ground. His hand go through his hair and he muttered that now there's only one more enemy left to be eliminated. The scene shifts to the clan palace, and someone wonders how the guard leader attempted that attack. One of the men shouts that if they had disciplined the guard from the start, none of this would have happened. One of the leaders then asks how they are going to clean up the whole mess that was caused by this situation. Furious, one of the elders shouts for the others to handle the additional compensation plan while being held back. It's revealed that the young man's movements were causing great waves throughout the Orthodox Murim. The scene then shifts to the Tang clan's residence chief escort office, and a mouse scurries across the room. In a dark room, Tang Hoyle asks another if he has finally made an important decision. The person across the table asks if there will be a problem inviting an elite wandering warrior into their plan. The person was Youngdao Inner and Outer Hall's deputy chief steward. Furthermore, he wonders if it's safe to secretly proceed with the Murim Alliance's escort job. Tang Hoyle assures him even if it's a request from the Murim Alliance, if they have a supreme martial master at his peak, there's nothing to worry about. He adds that everything will be done in secret, so there's no way it can go wrong. With a smile, the man offers a drink and says that a real man needs to think big. He then promises that as soon as the escort job is finished, they will bring the Tang clan to total ruin. I will promise you the seat of the clan head of the new Tang clan. The two then continue their conversation, seated at a table with the 2 cups and jar in the center. Young Dao then pick up the cup and drink it in one go. Hoyle saying that he made the right decision for their future. The hero's Uncle Hoyle laughs wickedly and thanks his nephew for turning a disaster into good fortune. The scene then shifts to the outside of a large palace during a very calm night. Our protagonist then leaps from a rooftop and prepares to train intensely. Soon after, he delivers a powerful punch to the ground, releasing a large wave of blue energy. With the impact, he is launched upwards and demonstrates an incredible control of his newly awakened power. With a drop of sweat on his face, he realizes the training is demanding a lot from his body. He let out a sigh and says that his recovery is basically complete at that moment. And he sit on the ground, while thinking, damn, my whole body aches, has it been 4 full days? The backlash from pushing my innate core energy to its limits hit hard, and the pain that started from my deformed energy core spread throughout my entire body. It felt like hundreds of blades were stabbing into me, then I would lose consciousness and come to, over and over again. I did it to gauge my current level, but I overused my innate core energy way too much for divine artifact creation. There was no need to use 1-point kill just to defeat Sun Woogan. Asio Surin, the blood-weaved demonic empress who acts like an assassin. True to her origins in the divine maiden sect, said to be the greatest in the Central Plains when it came to spells, each of her 9 heavenly weaves held a different curse. Curses were also carved into the heavenly net, which is a prototype of the heavenly weave. So the only secret art currently unlocked is the 1-point kill embedded in my ring finger. Its ability to never lose its target is still intact, so I need to recover the rest of my energy quickly. Sun Wugin, who's at the later stages of the peak realm, is weaker than a mere squad member in the blood cult. Against their vice captain, who's around the early stage of the supreme peak realm, I'd be an even match. But against the captain, who's in the later stages of the supreme peak realm, 50 exchanges will probably be my limit. Then he summoned the purple dagger while muttering, but then there's the demonic weapon of divine slaughter, the formless flight dagger. With this weapon, it'll be a different story. It's a shame that I can only use it for about 3 minutes right now. Suddenly a voice yells for someone to get out of the way, and the young man looks confusedly at his room door while thinking that his sister's voice. The guard outside Suwon room was stopping her while saying the clan head ordered that no one can be allowed in. His sister with a tray says the order was to protect against a possible attacker, not to treat her coldly. Despite the guard's hesitation, she ignores him and tells him not to stand in her way as she moves forward. The hero then greets her and suggests they sit down to talk more calmly. Soon after, the two sit face to face at a table in the center of the large room. With her arms crossed, she stares at him with a serious expression, and the young man wonders if she is mad at him. He remembers that she asked him not to cause any more trouble, and since he just got into another mess, her anger is justified. He then wonders if she will try to discipline him, but soon thinks he is too old to be spanked like a child. The young woman comments that he looks very well for someone who has recently gone through all that trouble. With that, he apologizes to his sister and is absolutely certain that she is really very mad at him. She then serves him a drink and the young man asks what the liquid in the bowl is. The sister explains that she boiled a 100-year-old snow ginseng for 2 days and that it will help nourish his body. The hero wonders how he could accept that from his sister with a surprised look on his face. He remembers that the prize was what she received for a ranking acting at the top of the Dragon Phoenix. With that, the young woman says it's useless to her, and that she was just letting it go to waste. But the young man knows that's a lie and that she fought alone to get where she is. He still remembers how happy she was when she surpassed her limits in training. So the boy says he can't drink it, and she asks if he is going to ignore her sincerity. The blacksmith thinks that expression used to scare him as a child, but now it's just strange. Suddenly, a memory from the past flashes into his mind, leaving him completely terrified. In this memory, he is covered in wounds and sees her lifeless on the ground and a sword pierced through her heart. The protagonist recalls terrified end of her sister and other life. At that moment his sister called out to him, and wakes up from the trance, panting and sweating. Worried, his sister rushes to his side and asks what happened and if he's okay. The young man just says that everything is fine and that it was just a passing moment of dizziness. The young woman then insists that he drink the potion and threatens him with severe consequences. The hero looks at his sister and realizes there's no way to win against her stubbornness. At that moment, he decides he will accept her sincerity and guide her to a higher realm in the martial arts. With that, the boy takes the bowl and asks her to protect him for a moment, while he meditates. The scene then shifts to the outside of the Grand Clan Palace during a star night. Suddenly, the sister's eyes widen, completely shocked by what she is witnessing. The protagonist meditates as a powerful blue aura explodes from his body, surprising everyone. The young woman is shocked because the ginseng value was at least 15 years of pure energy. Then the young man stands up and tells his sister that he's finished and that it helped him a lot. With his body feeling much lighter, he thanks her while a blue aura completely surrounds him. After that, he asks his sister if her main weapon is still the famous iron fan. The young woman confirms that it is while pointing to the artifact attached to her waist. With a smile, the boy promises that on the day his punishment ends, she should come to the forge. Suddenly, a guard announces the arrival of the clan leader, and the hero is surprised by the visit. The man enters the room with an imposing posture, and the boy doesn't understand the situation. The two siblings greet him, and the young man realizes that his sister didn't know about the visit either. Their father remains silent for a moment, and stares at the empty pot on the large table. At this, the young woman panics, remembering that she took the ginseng without permission and tries to explain herself, but her father just tells her to leave the room, and she thanks him and quickly withdraws. The hero watches his sister leave and thinks that she abandoned him to deal with their father alone. Then the clan leader calls his son by name with a very serious expression on his face. The young man answers yes and faces his father, a little nervous about the whole situation. With a piercing gaze, the man reveals that he knows his son is hiding a big secret. He explains that he noticed the boy hid something when he dealt with the last enemies. The boy is shocked and asks how he knew. And the father says he always notices when a child changes, but the man reassures him, saying he isn't there to question him about what happened. Emotional, the young man thinks he wishes he could tell him everything and say that he missed him. The father then asks if his son knows why he didn't seek him out, and the young man thinks it's because of his mistakes. But the man reveals that it was his fault, and the protagonist is completely confused by the answer. The clan leader explains that his whole life he followed the alliance, and that harmed the family. Even feeling indebted to the clan, he admits that he never regretted his convictions. With a serious look, he adds that this was true only up until that very moment. The man then laments not even being able to protect his own son properly. At this, the father stares at a candle flame and calls the boy for a more serious conversation. He says that although the young man's way is rough, he shouldn't change because he's on the right path. The clan leader continues saying that he himself will change so he can help his son when needed in exchange for his support. The father asks only that the hero make him one single important promise. He asks the boy not to lose his sense of chivalry even if his actions are just. The man then reveals that his great concern is his son's excessive thirst for vengeance. He warns him that if he continues to dedicate himself only to taking down villains, he will become just like them. He says that for him, whoever deserves to be gone. But the boy understands the concern and says he knows what he needs to be careful about from now on. So the hero raises a finger and promises his father that he will do it only once. He swears that if someone doesn't truly deserve to be eliminated, he will give them a second chance. The clan leader closes his eyes with an expression of relief upon hearing his son's promise. Satisfied with the answer, the father says that is enough. Half a month later, we see a busy street with a carriage passing by. Inside a carriage, someone comments that the place is quite busy for the middle of nowhere. A woman then warns one of the young ladies to be careful with her words as they could be rude. The disciple gets annoyed and says she's just speaking her mind while the other remains silent. With a mocking smile, she wonders how the Tang clan dares to criticize the great Ame sect. The leader scolds her for her lack of respect and the young woman covers her mouth, fending innocence. With that, the master punishes her and orders her to hold a horse stance to train her mind. The leader then thinks to herself that there is something very strange about this whole situation. She recalls rumors that the Tang clan was in decline, but the place seems prosperous. Outside, a crowd of people pushes and argues in a gigantic line. The disciples are surprised by the number of people and notice there are more patients than at their own sect. Two men in the crowd comment that the young clan lord's skills are divine. They spread the word that there's no illness he can't cure and that he was trained by a heavenly healer. The group from the Ame sect gets out of the carriage and hears that the Tang clan used to be the best in blacksmith and medicine. The girl complains about the wait and says it would be better to go to their sect which is superior. A man overhears her and retorts that the Ame sect is only for the rich and the common people have no access. Furthermore, he reveals that days ago, the young man healed someone that the Ame sect itself had given up on. The disciple becomes furious and calls it ridiculous, but the master tells her to shut up. The young woman complains that the people are disrespecting the sect, but the leader reminds her of a warning. In a flashback, the Grand Master warns them to go to the Tang clan and apologize courteously. The elder even threatens to discipline the sect leader personally if she fails the important mission. One of the disciples offers to announce their visit, but the master refuses, saying she wants to see the clan's medicine. With that, she decides to go inside to see with her own eyes the skills they say surpass those of her sect. Inside the gate, patients are called one after another very quickly and continuously. The sect group observes the flow of people, and the leader stares at the scene with a very serious expression. She is surprised and wonders how he manages to finish the consultation so quickly and efficiently. One of the disciples comments to the master that the speed of the service is indeed absurdly fast. The other young woman believes they are just numbing the patient's pain to fake a cure. She calls it a fraudulent practice. And at that moment, Seol appears to receive them. Seol apologizes for the long wait, and with a gentle smile asks them to follow her inside. The disciple thinks that real doctors condemns this practice because it deceives and harms patients. Because of this, she glares at the guide with fury and finds the situation completely unforgivable. The guide Seol leads them to a waiting room and asks them to wait as they will soon be seen by the young master. The sect leader stares at the closed door of the consultation room with a very suspicious expression. Curious, she decides to peek through a crack in the door to see what's happening inside the room. In the room, our protagonist is seated and talking calmly with his next patient of the day. The disciples also peek and whisper that he looks like a detestable guy and that the place has no security. The young woman still doesn't dismiss the suspicion of fraud and decides to strike as soon as she has any proof of the scam. A mother begs for the young man's help while her daughter asks her not to cry, and he calms her with a smile. The hero asks what troubles her, and the girl says that other doctors told her she would never walk again. He then asks if she has ever thrown herself to avoid something, and the mother is shocked by the precise question. The mother confirms that 3 months ago her daughter rolled to dodge a carriage, and the hero says he figured. He then explains that her condition damaged the nerves in her shin and paralyzed her muscles. The sect's disciple is shocked and wonders how he managed to diagnose that so quickly. The master and the other young woman admit it was a perfect diagnosis that not even they could have made at a glance. At this, the blonde girl becomes confused. Seeing that her leader and companion are speechless, with hope in her eyes, the mother asks if the young clan chief can really treat her daughter. He replies that he will do it right now and pulls out a black needle with a powerful energy. The suspicious disciple grumbles that the needle is as black as his heart and calls him sneaky. The sect leader and the other apprentice are completely astonished by the young man's skill. The master doesn't understand how he can use such a thin needle to channel so much energy. She recognizes that the item is better than a very expensive artifact she bought and calls it divine. The other young woman wonders why no one seems to hear the whispering technique she is using. Suddenly, the little girl jumps for joy and shouts that she can move her leg while her mother gives thanks. The sect leader realizes that the treatment wasn't just temporary, as she had initially suspected. She sees that he reconnected the girl's nerves and meridians cleanly and very precisely. With a smile, the young man shows his talent, and the master recognizes him as an unparalleled genius. The leader then realizes the gravity of the situation and what they have been doing all this time. She remembers the Grand Master's warning and understands they were caught spying on the Tang clan's treasure. The little girl says goodbye and says she'll be back, but the hero advises her not to as she's already healed with a cute smile. She says she wants to see him again, and he invites her to come back whenever she wants sweets. The mother and daughter hug happily, and the little girl asks if she can play now that she's healed. With this, the sect leader questions what they should do now that they've been discovered. She feels guilty and thinks this is karma for her own distrustful actions. So, the woman decides the right thing to do is to honestly apologize for spying. But suddenly, she is startled to see something flying towards her at high speed, and move her head to dodge it, and thing hit the back wall, forcefully sending shock waves and dust around. One of the disciples with her wooden staff angrily shouts and asks what that was, and the hero says he left them alone because of the patient. He then warns them that they will pay the price for spying on his clan's secret art. With red eyes, he threatens them and tells them not to even think about leaving that place alive. The young man then uses his chi and pulls his weapon back that he threw earlier. The weapon flies across the room and gets back to his hand, and holds it firmly in his hand. He then prepares for the fight and advances against the group with a weapon in each hand. The short-haired disciple is shocked to recognize the ghost, grabbing technique he used. The leader tries to calm the young clan leader, but the other apprentice charges forward to attack angrily. The blonde girl shouts furiously and asks how he dares to attack the group from the Ame sect. The hero easily dodges and says he already figured they came with impure intentions. The young woman then decides to use the Art of the Storm sword to take him down with a single blow, but the young man just stares at her with his surprised gaze. As the girl knocks down unconscious by the Ame sect leader, and the sect leader then looks at her fallen disciple without showing any emotion. With a quick movement, the master firmly grabs the unconscious disciple by the shoulder. She then throws her away from fight, but the young man is unfazed and continues his attack with a powerful sword slash. The woman blocks the blade with her bare hand and realizes it's too late to dodge. With that, a large explosion of energy occurs from the impact of the two blows. The other disciple catches the unconscious fellow disciple, who is thrown back away by the leader. The hero then creates an energy dagger and prepares to attack the sect leader. He hurls the projectile with incredible speed in the woman's direction without hesitation. The master is impressed because even with his strength, he shows no hesitation. She realizes that this boy is not an ordinary martial artist and has a hidden power. The young man stomps hard on the ground and propels himself into a new swift and precise attack. He understands that the medical techniques weren't the only thing the Grandmaster wanted to see. With that, the boy throws the hilt of a sword like a projectile to distract his opponent. The leader thinks he will attack from the other side while she dodges the flying object. Now all that's left is to prepare for the next attack that will come her way, but she is surprised to see the young man smiling calmly and confidently. The other disciple screams in desperation upon seeing her master cornered by the strategy. The leader's eyes then widen as she realizes the true intention behind the attack. The master realizes that the real attack is actually coming from behind her, not from the front. With that, the hero advances with a war cry and delivers a powerful blow with the weapon's hilt. The woman grinds her teeth and feels the pain of the impact as she tries to block the young man's attack. She manages to catch the weapon with her bare hand, but the force of the blow pushes her back. The leader then counterattacks with a palm strike and the young man jumps to dodge the attack. The woman continues her advance and pursues him with a golden aura emanating from her body. With a direct hit, she strikes the protagonist's chest with the palm of her hand. The young man spits a little blood and feels the force of the impact spread through his body. He is then thrown far away and the sect leader observes him with a serious look. The blonde disciple wakes up with a headache and the other asks if she's okay and what happened. The young woman then wonders what happened and sees her master and the hero facing each other in the middle of the room. The sect leader stares at him in surprise, seeming not to believe what she is seeing at that moment. Taunting, the protagonist wipes the blood from his mouth and prepares for the next round of the fight. He gets up and faces his opponent without showing any fear. The young man thinks that he overdid it and went all out without realizing it. While the woman's sword is on the floor, the master can't believe that a 20-year-old young man can use the ghost grabbing technique with such mastery. Suddenly, a thread wraps around the sword's hilt and pulls it back into the hero's hand. With both weapons in hand, he challenges her to a new attack with a confident smile. The woman wonders what kind of martial art uses threads and if he reached this level on his own. The two disciples watch the scene and the sect leader advances to continue the fight. Suddenly, the hero's father appears and gives an order to the martial artists of the Tang clan. With a war cry, the man orders his men to suppress the enemy immediately. At this, the guards advance and separate the young man from the sect leader, interrupting the fight. The protagonist is shocked and wonders why his father is there at that moment. His sister Saran rushed to protect her brother, shouting his name. She then tells one of the disciples to stop and angrily stated, "Don't move." The young woman looks embarrassed and says she just wanted to help, but Saran glares at her furiously. With a threatening look, she tells her not to let it happen again, and the scene changes to another location. We are taken to the Storm Hall, a large palace within the clan's property. There we see the group from the Ma sect facing the council of elders of the Tang clan. The leader tries to smooth things over, saying she has known the clan leader since their youth, but the man says it's all a misunderstanding and asks what her excuse is. He questions the fact that she hid her identity and entered the clan's property. The clan leader also asks if she found it suspicious that the Tang clan had patients in line. With that, he clenches his fist tightly, and his anger becomes very evident. Furious, he asks if the misunderstanding is that she injured his son with a heavy blow. The other elders stare at her with suspicion and ask if she came to finish someone else's job. The woman says that is absurd, and the clan leader grips the hilt of his sword. The blonde disciple blames herself for everything and thinks none of this would have happened if she hadn't attacked. Meanwhile, the other young woman worries about the hero and hopes he isn't injured. Suddenly, the women of the sect turn in surprise as they hear someone approaching the location. Then, our protagonist enters the hall with a confident and very imposing posture. He introduces himself as the young chief of the clan and pays his respects to the leader of the Tang clan. With a smile, he offers a sincere apology and says he caused unnecessary worry. The father then asks if he is feeling well and the young man says he has recovered after resting. He then lies saying he has accumulated some fatigue from taking care of many patients lately. But the clan leader questions him and asks if he didn't suffer any internal injuries in the fight. The young man feigns ignorance and asks with a surprised look about internal injuries. One of the disciples thinks the divine energy should have injured him, but he says it was a mistake. The hero apologizes to the Ma sect leader and says he didn't expect her to come in person. He continues to apologize for his incompetence in not recognizing her and for attacking her. With a discreet glance, the young man asks the Ma sect leader to say no more and just wait. The elders conclude that if he is not injured, then it was all just a misunderstanding. The father then tells his son that he doesn't have to let the situation go for the good of the clan. He knows the young man is suppressing his pain, but the boy reveals that he is just pretending. The clan leader is shocked and asks why he would do that, and the son asks for his help. With a serious expression, the heir prepares to execute the next part of his plan. The father stares at his son in silence, seeming to think about the mysterious request he made. Playing along, he turns to the sect leader and asks what she is trying to do. At this, the hero gives a wicked smile and tells the woman not to worry about what's to come. He then says with a wicked smile that he will resolve the issues between the two groups, but it will come at a very steep price. With that, our hero says that he's already paid his debt to one of the great sections. He then mentions that he knew exactly who she was and that she gets angry very easily. With a confident look, the young heir confirms that his debt has been successfully paid. He then asks the woman to just follow his plan and she agrees. The sect leader then coughs and says she wanted to observe his talent without any bias, but she made a mistake. Seeing her act, the young man asks if she's okay, and the woman says it was just exhaustion. She then thanks the young man for preserving her dignity in front of everyone. The protagonist thinks to himself that there's no need to drag this situation out any longer. With a smile, the leader agrees, saying that a small mistake like this can happen. Still pretending, our hero thanks her that it wasn't a finishing blow. The woman then bows her head and apologizes for everything that happened in the hall. With a sharp gaze, he asks if that's really what happened between them. The young man replies yes, saying he could never accuse the Ame sect of being dishonest. One of the elders says it was all a misunderstanding and that the rumors about the healer are true. The leader apologizes and one of the elders says it was all a misunderstanding on their part. The boy's father then scolds the disciple, telling her she was wrong to strike at him like that. Furious, the clan chief shouts that the girl's actions could have caused a terrible conflict. The disciple is in shock, remembering she used a real sword in the attack. The sect master then steps in and asks the man to calm down. She says her disciple was in the wrong and apologizes for everything that happened there. The disciple wonders why the Ame sect is kneeling and what kind of mistake they made. Just then, our protagonist steps forward with a very confident look. He then says that a prestigious sect shouldn't kneel so easily. With a smile, the young heir holds out his hand and says they don't make people kneel over mere insults. The girl then wonders how he can hold a grudge against someone like her. The sect leader thanks him for his understanding while the disciple apologizes for what happened. He says that a youth's temper can be a problem but asks if kneeling truly solves anything. The woman praises the young man to his father, and the clan chief is happy that she sees him in a good light. She then asks if they can move forward and recalls the message from the alliance. As an apology, the sect leader says she will grant the clan's successor 3 wishes. With a sly grin, our hero thinks it's finally time to negotiate. One of the disciples recalls that since childhood, she's had sharp eyes and can see into people's hearts. In her village, people said she was possessed by a spirit and treated her poorly. But a woman told her that her ability was a blessing and a talent, not a curse. Back in the present, the girl wonders if her eyes are mistaken as his heroic nature has vanished. She then wonders what the young man's true nature is as he holds out his hand. His first request is the closed mine on U Mountain, and the woman says that will be difficult. He then feigns a pain in his chi-core, and the leader says the sect will do its best. The disciple is shocked, realizing he's taking advantage of their mistake. The young man then says he wants to use a blacksmith from the alliance, and the leader replies that it's beyond her authority. He then says he'll convince him, and the disciple is shocked by the young man's audacity. The other girl with special eyes wonders what this is. Sensing no ill intent from him, the heir thanks her for her understanding and finally asks for a military strategist as his escort. One of the elders then shouts at the young chief, saying he shouldn't ask for something so worthless. The clan leader questions him, saying he should have asked for something to benefit the clan. The young man thinks that only a fool would seek personal gain in a situation like this. If he showed any greed, he would lose the respect of the sect leader present. With a determined look, he thinks that this was the best choice he could have made. Just then, our hero's eyes widen in complete shock at something. He then mutters to himself, and looks at the disciple who is watching from afar. The girl wonders why he's looking at her as feelings of guilt wash over her. With a sad look, he too remembers something as the memories flood his mind. In the past, the Blood Cult defeated the Alliance leader, and it split into 2 factions. One faction was the anti-blood faction while the other argued they should maintain their dignity. One of the leaders of the anti-blood faction was the Sword Queen named Du Haeyoung. He remembers meeting her, and she questioned if his actions were any different from those of the Blood Cult. To her, the young man was walking a dark path, and she vowed to take him down with her own hands. He was the one who ruined her friend's life, and he's sorry for being too late. Back in the present, Our protagonist is stunned as he remembers all of this. The sect leader asks if something is wrong and he apologizes, saying he lost focus for a moment. The sect leader then supports him and says he doesn't look well at all. She advises the young man to rest until he's fully recovered. Immediately after, the woman announces the official rewards for the Alliance's foundation. The reward is the same escort service, but with a higher number of uses. They can now have 2 more mid-level requests or 20 low-level ones. The clan chief questions this, saying the escort agency left 7 weeks ago on a mission. The woman says she's sure they'll arrive soon, but a messenger bursts into the hall. The man enters out of breath and reveals that the poison demon attacked them on the way. A flashback shows the demon capturing the escort warriors with its power. A survivor on the ground begs for help, but it's already too late for him. The terrifying poison demon appears with a red aura and a wicked grin. The women in the hall are completely stunned to hear the terrible news. Our protagonist then recalls the Murim Alliance escort robbery incident. He thinks that the entire agency vanished, and it was all the work of the poison demon. Furious, the clan chief slams his hand on the table in disbelief. He then shouts that there must be survivors and orders some men to prepare. The sect leader states she will go with them since the villain is a public enemy of the Alliance. The clan chief then bows as a sign of respect for her decision. He thanks her for her support on the upcoming rescue mission. Finally, the man says the young chief will stay to lead the family in their absence. The protagonist then says he'll join the reinforcements as soon as he captures his uncle. But his father says he can't fight while injured and that he'd handle it, but it would be too late. So, the young man says his uncle is on the same level as another guy and tells his father to leave quickly. In his thoughts, he reflects that he needs to pull out the seeds of evil by the root. With that, he decides he'll go after his uncle first, and then the poison demon. The scene changes to the escort chief's office where we see a body on the floor. There, his uncle grabs several bags of gold and says the sect leader will arrive soon. That's why he needs to escape with all the valuables he can carry. But suddenly, an explosion happens behind him, destroying everything in the office. Startled, the man shouts, asking who's there, and hears that he seems better than the rumors. Then a footsteps through the smoke and dust, revealing our hero's presence. The traitorous uncle becomes completely furious and curses at the young man with hatred in his eyes. The young man then approaches and says he's there to punish him for all his sins. The uncle plays dumb and sinisterly asks what sins he's talking about. He tries to blame the body on the floor, but his nephew tells him to stop stalling. Then the hero says that if he's from the Tang clan, he should show some dignity and offer his neck. The uncle is shocked by his words and doesn't know what to say to the accusation. But soon, a wicked smile appears on his face and he says that's fine. Surrounded by a green aura, he says it's time to stop playing games once and for all. With that, the man unleashes his poisonous energy, preparing for the big fight. With a powerful impact, the two warriors clash in the middle of the smoke as energy explodes throughout the office. The traitor then wipes his face and asks if the boy is really going to act so arrogantly just because of some help. The young hero stands firm in front of the disciples who watch the villain with anger and contempt. Then one of the girls shouts for the man to be quiet, calling him a dirty villain, while her partner tries to calm her down. At that moment, she reflects that even with the clan in ruins, they can't underestimate the power of that wicked traitor. With a swift movement, the uncle shows that his strength is on the same level as the best fighters in the region. Laughing wickedly, the old man comments that fate is on his side now that the sect leader is gone. But the man doesn't waste any time and starts preparing a hidden attack to end this game once and for all. The short-haired warrior draws her giant sword and orders him to surrender just like his henchman did before. The hero uncle just watches the three of them and asks if they really think they'll win, while his men were running away. Our hero realizes he's stalling for time, and knows that his dirty tricks never change. Grumbling about his useless subordinates, the villain begins to manipulate a dangerous energy around his body. Suddenly, the disciple recognizes a forbidden item that could take out even the most powerful master of all. And the uncle decides he'll take out one of them first to show who's in charge. With that, he fires the soul-chasing arrow, which flies toward the young woman who is in total shock. The girl sees the danger approaching and can't react in time as the projectile cuts through the air. But at the last second, the fatal attack almost hits the girl's face as she closes her eyes, expecting the worst. Then, black threads appear out of nowhere and wrap around her body to pull her out of the line of fire. At that critical moment, the protagonist grabs his companion and protects her with his steel wires as the traitor's attack fails miserably. Confused, she wonders where that shot came from and what the ropes wrapped around her are. The girl thanks him for his help and realizes the threads are the young master of the Tang clan's main weapon, but the traitor complains that it was a shame that attack didn't get one of them on the first try. The warrior calls him a coward, but the old man replies that she's just a brat who doesn't know the world. Then the villain pulls out a huge whip and says that fallen foes tell no tales. With swift movements, the enemy attacks the group with heavy blows that shatter the hall's floor. At that moment, the fighter is startled by the man's absurd speed. As she tries to defend herself, she realizes that his power level is much higher than she initially imagined. With that, the young woman suggests they all attack together and says she'll lead the charge against the traitor. But the hero refuses the offer and firmly states that he's the one giving all the orders from now on. He then warns that if they won't obey, they should step aside because he'll fight his uncle alone. The girl is confused and wonders what the young man plans to do in this dangerous moment. Immediately after, our hero tells her to step to the upper right to avoid the next blow. Luckily, she obeys and the villain's attack just misses, not hitting anyone in the office. Impressed, the woman notes that the young man read the attack's direction perfectly and without hesitation. Furious, the traitor shouts that their luck won't last forever and prepares another deadly charge. But the protagonist predicts another move and warns her to duck because the blow will come from below. Once again, the command works and the disciple escapes a certain end as the villain gets more and more irritated. In that instant, she concludes that it's not luck, but an incredible ability to see through all attacks. Outside the mansion, the sounds of the intense battle echo throughout the central courtyard. Even while dodging well, his partner wonders what to do now because they can't just run forever. Facing the traitor attacks, the young master calmly observes the situation, while the warrior is surprised by his skill. The girl then asks if the young man is listening or if she should take command of the orders now. With a slight smile, the protagonist wonders if she has always been so naive in front of a strong enemy. But the traitorous uncle triggers a hidden mechanism in his whip to launch another surprise attack on the group. Then the villain shouts for them to fall while delivering a powerful blow that makes everything in the office tremble. At that moment, the hero senses the imminent danger and warns his companion to be very careful with the impact. He notices the man used the crack of the weapon to hide the sound of an arrow fired at them. With that, the young man explains that they need to watch out for the dirty tricks used in this deadly fight. Immediately after, the young manipulates his invisible threads to intercept the projectile's trajectory. With a precise move, he protects his allies using his special technique of controlling durable wires. The young woman thanks him shyly and the hero thinks to himself that he misses the angry version of her from the past. Furious, the old man scolds the youths and asks if their master only taught them to run like cowards in fights. Feeling her honor wounded, the girl charges at the villain, completely ignoring her partner's warning of danger. She then clashes her blade against the uncle's flexible weapon in a contest of pure strength and agility. But the dangerous whip wraps around the fighter's sword, trapping her weapon in a deadly snare. With a sudden move, the traitor throws his opponent off balance, showing his superior combat experience. The warrior ends up being thrown hard against the wall, while her friend runs desperately to help her. Her partner asks if she's okay as the enemy approaches with a victorious look. The villain laughs and says this is all hilarious as he unleashes a green aura of powerful energy. The two disciples are in shock as they realize the man has reached the highest level of the martial realm. But our hero tells them to focus, saying it's just a cheap trick from the villain. With a furious look, the traitor wonders where the young man gets so much confidence. He then vows to finish the young man and launches a devastating energy attack. A blade of pure gear green energy cuts through the air and descends toward the group. As they prepare, the hero explains that if it were a real technique, the energy would cover the entire weapon, not just a part of it. With this, he realizes his uncle can barely use the power of the peak realm and is not a threat. The young man then thinks that the two of them get scared easily and decides he'll use this fight as practice. He then warns them that they'll have important roles in the future and tells them to get ready to move. The uncle sees the young man throw a dagger but just laughs, saying he won't fall for another silly trick. With a wicked smile, the man comments on the games and the strange threads his nephew uses. He decides to ignore the dagger and lunges at the hero, saying he'll take him out first. Suddenly, the dagger explodes in an immense flash, catching the traitor by surprise in his attack. The villain is shocked by the force of the explosion and shields himself from the impact with his arms amid the smoke and dust. The man can't see anything and wonders where they went. He then gets angry and calls the trick superficial as he looks around the hall. At that moment, the group uses the distraction to jump through the hole in the ceiling and escape. The uncle chases after them and laughs, asking if they're already running in fear of the fight. With a dark look, he says he'll send them off in peace and tells them to stop fighting. But our protagonist just stares at the enemy seriously and tells his allies to get ready. The two warriors then position themselves beside him, ready for the next phase of the combat. With a determined look, our hero announces that they will finally begin their counterattack. One of the girls then understands that the escape was a plan to lead them to a more open area. But the traitorous uncle becomes furious and prepares to attack with his whip. Despite the disadvantage, he yells that nothing has changed and attacks the group with a powerful blow that destroys the wooden floor. The hero dodges and thinks that the basics of combat are to always choose favorable terrain. As he dodges, he teaches his allies not to attack the enemy's weapon head-on with full force. Instead, the young man shows that the ideal way is to push the whip to the side as if parrying. The young master also warns that even after blocking, they cannot let their guard down. With fury in his eyes, the uncle prepares for a new strike, much stronger than the last. This is because the whip's return is even more dangerous and can hit them by surprise. In a swift and precise move, our hero dodges the attack with incredible ease. He then uses the opening to quickly approach the villain and prepare his own attack. Without a second thought, the young man tries to strike the uncle's eye with his dagger. The traitor screams in pain from the direct hit as the hero lands safely on the ground. The two warriors are impressed by the young man's skill and practical knowledge. He then looks back, a bit confused by their reaction in the middle of such a serious fight. With a sharp gaze, the protagonist asks what they are looking at and says it's their turn. At that moment, a large explosion occurs in the nearby trees, drawing their attention. The disciple then charges at the wounded man and begins to fight him directly. With a precise and powerful blow, she manages to disarm the uncle and cause a major injury. But the uncle manages to block the blow with his weapon's handle and continues to fight bravely. With an angry smile, he spins his body and prepares a powerful counterattack with his whip. The man screams in pain and fury as his injuries begin to hinder his movements in battle. The villain tells them to stop fighting and attacks with several powerful whip strikes at once. The disciple manages to defend against the attacks with her sword, but the enemy's pressure is overwhelming. Because of this, the uncle's power throws her back from the impact of the blow, opening her guard. Then her partner attacks from behind, saying, "The fight is finally over for that traitor." Her sword's blade nearly cuts the man's neck, but he manages to defend just in time. With a quick move, the young woman manages to knock the villain to the ground with a precise blow to his legs. But the man gets back up and realizes that as one retreats, the other advances to attack relentlessly. With a wicked smile, he understands that the two brats are using a team fighting tactic. The traitor says it's useless and begins to charge his weapon with a deadly poisonous energy. He claims that in the face of overwhelming force, their tactic won't work at all. Then the uncle yells for them to cry as he tears them apart with his most powerful and swift blow. The girl is in shock as she sees the green energy coming toward her with absurd speed. Her partner also can't react in time and is frozen before the fatal attack that approaches. But at the last second, our hero appears and uses his threads to save them both from a certain end. The threads pull one of the girls, and she manages to kick the poisonous whip away into the air. The other disciple is also saved and uses her sword to deflect the trajectory of the villain's attack. The traitorous uncle is completely shocked, unable to believe they managed to dodge the blow. Impressed, the uncle realizes that two are already counterattacking while his posture is broken. With that, the villain quickly recomposes himself and prepares to attack again with his whip. In a coordinated attack, one of the warriors uses a powerful sword technique against him. She then charges forward and delivers a direct blow that hits the traitor square in the chest. The man then feels the protagonist's threads binding his arms, leaving him vulnerable. Suddenly, his nephew appears from below and calls out to his uncle with a serious, challenging look. The young master traits a powerful blow to the villain's chin, who screams in great pain, flying into the air, leaving him completely defenseless. Our hero watches his uncle and comments that he seems quite tired after so much fighting. With a leap, the two disciples prepare to deliver the final blow to the helpless enemy. They then attack together in a perfect combination of sword strikes and martial arts. The man feels the power of the attack and prepares to use his last trump card to escape. Desperate, the uncle creates a huge tornado of poisonous energy to attack everyone at once. With a cry of fury, the villain unleashes all his power and curses his nephew with great hatred. The hero uses his threads to shield himself and his allies from the deadly whirlwind. But one of the disciples is caught in the tornado and screams in pain as she is thrown into the air. The other girl is also unable to escape and is thrown far away by the force of the attack. With a look of pure malice, the uncle yells for them to fall and focuses his energy on the blow. The villain's final attack advances toward one of the warriors who is down on the ground. But our hero stands firm and prepares to intervene with his own special technique. With that, the villain's poisonous energy explodes in an intense green light on the battlefield. One of the warriors screams desperately for the young master as she is thrown far away. The traitorous uncle then smiles, believing he has finally gotten rid of that thorn in his side. He then turns to flee, thinking he just needs to plan for the future now that victory is his. But suddenly, the man stops confused as he feels something strange happening around him. Black threads emerge from nowhere and pull him back with great force, stopping his desperate escape. The invisible web then throws him from side to side without him being able to react or defend himself. With a violent impact, the villain is thrown against the ground with no chance of escape. At that moment, the protagonist's threads spread across the sky like a giant deadly net. The web then closes in quickly, causing a huge energy explosion that covers the entire area. Now trapped and immobilized, the uncle despairs and asks what those things are. Amid the dust, our hero questions where the traitor was going in such a hurry. The young man then reveals his threads covered in the poison and coldly calls the man uncle. The villain is shocked to realize the young man blocked every drop of his deadly poison. Desperate, the uncle begs for forgiveness, appealing to the fact that they are family. With his back turned, the hare reflects on the word forgiveness as the man awaits his answer. He then reveals that he promised his father to give a single chance to any criminal he encountered. The traitor becomes hopeful, but the young man explains the promise doesn't apply to those who deserve their end. With a cold look, the protagonist says this exception is exactly his case and tightens the threads. Then the uncle screams in pain as the threads tighten around his neck to end it all. With red eyes, our hero uses his threads to suffocate the traitorous uncle, who screams in pain. In the distance, the two warriors watch the scene, and one of them calls out to the young master, worried. The villain then begins to lose consciousness as the light slowly fades from his eyes. With a look of pure hatred, the traitor glares at his nephew, who is finishing him off without any mercy. In his last words, the man swears he will curse the young man even if he goes to the underworld. With that, the villain's lifeless body falls to the ground, and the hero watches the scene coldly. The young master then fixes his hair, seeming calm after having dealt with his relative. One of the warriors comments that he is very cruel and seems like a demonic practitioner. But the other girl doesn't believe that and decides to use her special eyes to confirm the truth. She thinks that if he were a madman, he would be feeling pleasure and excitement from the situation. With her eyes glowing green, the disciple begins to analyze the protagonist's feelings. She then discovers that the emotions he feels are self-loathing and a great emptiness. The girl also sees a sadness so deep that she can't understand the reason for it. She concludes that he has become indifferent on the outside but carries a huge weight on his shoulders. With a sigh, the young woman calms down, but a new question about the young man arises in her mind. She then wonders why the young master looks at her, as if he already knows her from somewhere. Our hero then turns around with a confident and determined look toward the future that awaits him. With one final squeeze, the protagonist takes down his traitorous uncle once and for all. Next, the young master approaches the figure on the ground to confirm he's really gone. He then picks up the small crossbow the enemy was using to see what it was. Crouching down, the young man begins to inspect the items his relative was carrying. The hero recognizes the poison and the arrow is forbidden and very powerful artifacts. After grabbing the items, the young man stands up and adjusts his clothes as if nothing happened. He then wonders if he's become too accustomed to taking down other people. Our protagonist reflects that he has always dealt with bad people, but something feels different now. The first thing that came to his mind was to calculate his gains from the fight. With a distant look, he wonders if he has started to think like a demon. The young blacksmith grows pensive about the dark path he might be treading. At that moment, one of the disciples he saved watches him from a distance with some concern. Then he approaches the long-haired girl and apologizes for taking so long to arrive. The other disciple can't handle the scene and gets sick right there in the courtyard. Her partner rushes to help her as she says it was just a passing fright. The hero apologizes, saying the clan's punishment for traitors can be extreme for outsiders. But the girl says the alliance would take down anyone who used those forbidden items. The young master of the clan is a bit surprised by how naturally she responded. The disciple then joins her hands in a gesture of gratitude and deep respect. She introduces herself as Du Haeyoung from the Ame sect and thanks him for saving her life. The other young woman also introduces herself and thanks him, while the hero asks them to stand up. But one of them insists, saying they would have faced a terrible fate without his help. The young man replies that excessive courtesy can be considered a form of rudeness. Her companion then says they really weren't capable of handling the mission. She also complains that he treats her senior's gratitude as if it were nothing. The girl also reveals that her partner has always seen men as total trash. The protagonist accepts their thanks and informs them he's arranged for a cart to take them away. Next, he reveals his plan, saying he will track the remaining enemies alone, but the two warriors refuse to leave him and state firmly that they are going with him. The young man is left completely speechless by their insistence on accompanying him. The hero faces the blue-haired girl and calls her stubborn for insisting on coming along. He then gives in, but warns that he won't look after them, and the other girl asks what he means. The young master explains that if they fall behind, he simply won't wait. With that, the blue-haired warrior realizes he's trying to carry the whole burden by himself. At this, she clenches her fist with strength and determination, resolving not to be dead weight on the mission. The girl then asserts that they will go with him anyway to help in any way they can. The group starts to move and the other disciple complains about leaving the cart behind. As a result, the girl falls behind and desperately shouts for them to wait for her. The scene then shifts to the trial, climbing a huge and very dangerous cliff. The brown-haired disciple is already out of breath and can barely continue the climb. The group continues the steep climb up the side of the rocky mountain with difficulty. In a moment of carelessness, the girl almost loses her balance and slips on a rock. She keeps climbing with great effort as small stones fall along the way. At that moment, the girl thinks she's done for and that if she falls from there, it will surely be her end. She then shouts once more for her companions to wait for her on the climb. The protagonist looks back with an expression that shows he's losing his patience. The other girl says that her partner has reached her limit and that she can still go back. The disciple thanks her for the concern but says she is also from the Ame sect and will make it. She understands that he doesn't want them to fall behind and that's why he brought her on the mission. The young woman continues climbing and comments that she thinks they might have taken the wrong path. But the hero shows the rings of a tree to prove he is on the right path. With that, he tells them to keep going and the group presses on with the difficult climb. The exhausted girl wonders if he's an herbalist because he knows so much about mountains. She continues the climb and questions if the young master of the clan ever truly gets tired. Then they arrive in a forest and the protagonist tells them to split up there. The plan is to regroup in half an hour and share everything they find in the area. Immediately after, the trio splits up and each one runs in a different direction into the woods. The young man moves away alone and thinks that this distance should be enough. He then crouches down and says that the key to tracking is to observe everything in detail. With that, the young man finds a strange trap on the floor of the dense dark forest. The hero analyzes the tracks and notes that every footprint left by a human stands out. He realizes that those aren't animal tracks but belong to an ordinary person. With that, the young man vows to find the poison demon Yahello using his own method. In a flashback, we see the villain laughing heavily while fiddling with his ring. His former master praised him, saying his forging skill was the greatest in the world. The old man was impressed with a bracelet that granted immunity to all poisons. But the disciple gets angry when the master says he has a reason for keeping him around. The young artisan reveals he only obeyed because the old man threatened his family. Filled with hatred, he attacks his master with a hammer to end the blackmail. The blacksmith shouts that he would never forge a divine artifact for a wretch like him. But the man stops the blow with a single finger and asks if the young man regrets his decision. The master says their bond cannot be broken and that he likes the look on his apprentice's face. The scene changes to a man who wakes up confused in a dark place and wonders where he is. He remembers that he was desperately fleeing from the fearsome poison demon. The man gets up and tries to figure out if he was captured by the villain while escaping. He feels his body and mind are strangely heavy and realizes something is wrong. Looking up, he is horrified to see several figures hanging from the cave ceiling. The poison demon appears and complains about the slow recovery of the man who is also hanging. The villain then asks, "What is most important for a flower to bloom?" The hostage realizes the demon has two voices and that one of his arms has been removed. The evil man threatens to remove his other arm if he doesn't answer the question soon. With a sadistic look, the man repeats the question to his desperate victim. The prisoner lying on top of other figures answers that it's soil, water, and sunlight. The villain laughs and praises the man's quick mind for answering correctly. He agrees that every flower in the world needs those things to blossom. But there is a flower that needs none of that, for it despises all that is pure. The captive is confused because that is clearly a sword and not a seed, as he said. The demon then presses a red gem on the sword's hilt that looks like a button. With one motion, he removes the gem from the hilt and holds it between his fingers in the air. He says the flower doesn't need water and uses the man's life blood to feed the seed. The villain says the flower doesn't need water, but fresh blood has its nutrient. This flower that only grows in darkness is called the tear of the watching god. He celebrates, saying that when the seed blossoms, he will become a human poison. With this, he will turn everything on this earth, both good and evil, into pure destruction. The red gem falls into a pool of blood and the villain vows to create a sea of destruction. We then see a lifeless deer on the forest floor, a victim of the demon's power. But our protagonist finally finds the villain's trail and says he's found him elsewhere. The two disciples regroup after searching for clues in the woods. One of them tells her partner she found something important, and that he is nearby. The girl explains that she found traces of a survivor, but there's a problem. Her friend then asks if the situation was the same on her end during the search. The young warrior reveals that the survivor's trail simply vanished into thin air. She fears the poison demon is too strong and that they'll need the help of an elder. At that moment, the hero appears carrying a deer and says that won't be necessary. He throws the animal on the ground and explains that the man erased his scent to escape. Hearing this, the blue-haired disciple approaches to sniff the deer and investigate. The young man reveals that the scent is a mountain perfume used to erase body odor. The other girl confirms that the animal really has no scent at all and is surprised. Her partner is relieved but asks how they are going to track him now. Then the protagonist releases a blue aura and says he will follow him by heightening his senses. The young master tells them to continue the pursuit and envelopes the group in the energy. The warrior is shocked to recognize it as the powerful innate energy. She realizes the young man is burning through his life force without any hesitation. The girl thinks that the only way to describe him is as a true wandering knight. With a clenched fist, the hero shows his determination to take down the villain. The group then arrives at a clearing in the forest and finds the entrance to a cave. The protagonist stops and tells his companions they've finally reached the place. He and the disciple cover their noses because of the awful stench coming from the cave. The young man is relieved that there are no guards and turns to give an order to one of them. He then asks the young woman to go back and request reinforcements from the main force. The young woman then accepts with frustration that with her martial arts, she'll only get in the way. With that, he thanks her for understanding and turns to the other warrior to continue. The young man then asks the blue-haired disciple to work with him on the operation. She asks if that will be possible, and the young master confirms will without hesitation. Immediately after, the two of them enter the darkness of the mysterious and dangerous cave together. The warrior comments that the place is much darker than she expected to find. In addition, she activates her special eyes to be able to see better in the darkness. With her ability, she sees various mechanisms and trap formations along the path. The hero then jokes and asks if she isn't happy to have him there to help. He takes a step forward but is stopped by a sudden warning from his partner. The young master stops and she warns him that there is a trap formation right there. He then draws his dagger and prepares to carefully disarm the mechanism. The young man approaches a wall and says it's not just the floor that has dangers here. He reveals that even the sunken stones are traps that shoot hidden arrows. The warrior complains that he could have warned her sooner, and the young man apologizes sheepishly. The protagonist then tests the sound transmission and realizes there's no one nearby. With that, he asks her to keep pointing out the traps so they can speed up. The disciple then concentrates and prepares to use her eyes to guide the way. With her eyes glowing, she begins to point out all the dangers on the treacherous floor. The girl warns him to step on certain stones and use the stalactites for support. The young master reflects that when she was an enemy, this power was very frightening. But now her dragon eyes that see everything are a very useful power for them. He thinks that the same power that once hunted him is now on his side for the mission. With her help, they finally manage to get through the trap section unharmed. The two stop in front of a new area of the cave full of figures hanging from the ceiling. The sight is terrible with dozens of figures hanging all over the cave ceiling. The warrior is shocked to see the scene and wonders how he could do something like this. The protagonist remains calm and observes the scene with a serious and determined look. Amidst the figures, they find a survivor who desperately begs for help. The warrior then gets ready and says she will get the young man out of there first with her sword. With a swift strike of her sword, the warrior cuts the rope holding the survivor. The rope snaps and the man who was hanging falls toward the cave floor. The hero catches him before he hits the ground, cushioning the injured young man's fall. He notes that the man has lost a lot of blood and they need to treat him as quickly as possible. Suddenly, the survivor starts to scream in pain and agony with his eyes wide open. The cave floor trembles, and the young master wonders what is happening there. A sinister red energy emanates from the back of the cave with a dangerous aura. The energy explodes in a powerful shock wave that spreads throughout the entire cave. The hero turns and realizes what is happening to the young man they rescued. He sees that the man's young spiritual power has entered a state of total rage. The disciple runs and hugs the young man to try to contain his energy explosion. The young warrior closes her eyes and concentrates to absorb the out-of-control power. She is confused because the shock wave should have engulfed them with its force, but the hero protected her with his threads and prevented the blast from hitting them. The girl apologizes for what happened and the young man comforts her, saying it's okay. He then asks her to take the young man and evacuate the cave as quickly as possible. The protagonist explains that this is the perfect chance to catch the villain by surprise. She agrees and tells him to be careful as she prepares to carry the injured man. The disciple promises she will come back as fast as she can to help him in the fight. She regrets not having arrived sooner as she carries the young man out of the cave. The protagonist watches the scene and wonders if he could have saved them if he had arrived earlier. He reflects on the thousands of victims the villain has made because of his actions. The hero then fills with anger and clenches his teeth with a look of pure fury. He remembers his former master who used him to turn hundreds into blood. The master would question him about what right he had to judge the value of life. The old man used to say that the weapon he forged fit perfectly in his hands. The protagonist then wonders on what imaginary scale he weighs the value of life. With the dagger in hand, he decides that for now he just needs to focus on his target. The young master then hides behind a rock and waits for the right moment to attack. He observes the poison demon from a distance with a serious and determined gaze. The hero watches from afar as the poison demon groans in pain during his ritual. The villain is next to a stone basin with a strange plant growing in it. He tried to absorb the poison from the young spiritual tower, but it seems the attempt failed. With his dagger glowing, the young man realizes that now is the perfect moment to strike. Without hesitation, the young master prepares to deliver a finishing blow with his weapon. The dagger flies toward the target, and the villain shouts in surprise at the sudden attack. The enemy is hit, but a red energy surrounds him as he recovers with a quick movement. The evil man manages to dodge the blow from the purple blade. Our protagonist is surprised by the man's agility, even though he's injured. Then the demon's mouth opens in a bizarre way, revealing its monstrous nature. The villain stands up and his hat falls off, revealing a sadistic and much younger face. He gives a wicked smile and comments that the whole situation is very amusing to him. With a leap, the enemy charges at high speed toward the young blacksmith. The blow is so fast that the young man can barely react in time to defend himself from the attack. The villain recognizes him as someone from the Tang clan while the hero uses his threads to fight. The Yolsung is surprised that the grandson of the famous Tang Euites came to him personally. Angrily, the young man tells him to never dare speak his grandfather's name with that mouth again. The enemy scoffs and readies his blade, saying the young man's mouth is still sharp. The hero leaps with 2 daggers in hand for an aerial attack against his opponent. The blow lands a direct hit, and a large wave of energy spreads through the impact site. He continues the attack with a determined look, not giving his adversary a chance. But the poison demon dodges with impressive speed and escapes the blow. The young master then manages to land a grazing blow on the side of the villain's body. With the impact, the enemy is thrown back, but still manages to stay on his feet. The hero whips the blood from his face and thinks that the villain is holding up well as expected. He knows the enemy's condition isn't normal and believes he can win this fight. The demon then looks around and furiously asks where the divine artifact went. The young man mocks him, telling him to stop pretending to be calm since he was screaming earlier. Then he reveals the name of the item the villain is looking for so desperately, the heavenward tear blossom. The evil man is shocked and shouts, "That's not how that artifact is supposed to be used." The villain says, "It's interesting that a young man like him knows about the heavenward tear blossom and its secrets." He then attacks with a red energy and threatens to tear off the young man's arm. With his eyes glowing, the demon lunges with a powerful blow toward the blacksmith. The attack creates immense pressure, and the hero prepares to defend against the impact. Blades of black and red energy form and advance toward the protagonist. The enemy is shocked to see that the young master managed to block his attack. He realizes the young man used the demonic energy to defend against the blow. The villain is impressed by the purity of the demonic energy the boy uses. With a wicked smile, the man says the young man is truly fascinating. He then decides he will make him his special disciple after the fight. But the hero calls him troublesome and says he doesn't need a master like him. The young master goes on the attack and mocks the villain for not controlling his energy. With a sadistic smile, the demon says that first his new master will give him a good thrashing. The young man dodges an energy blast and prepares for the villain's next move. The enemy then creates several red energy clones to surround his opponent. With a giant clone, he tries to strike the hero with a powerful open-handed blow, but the protagonist dodges and prepares to use one of his special techniques. The clone attacks with an energy strike, and the young man readies for the counter-attack. The villain orders his clone to tear off the blacksmith's arm with the next blow. The energy hand descends with force, but the young man uses his threads to create a defense. The web of threads traps the clones and the villain is confused by the unexpected technique. The threads wrap around the enemy's arm, completely trapping it in the air. With a smirk, the hero says he's finally caught his opponent. He uses the first technique of his flawless divine thread art to immobilize him. The poison demon tries to break free, but the threads tighten even more around his hand. He complains that the internal energy conversion is too slow and he can't escape. The protagonist then uses his spider's cutting chain technique to attack him. He explains that the original divine thread focuses on defense and neutralization. But he needed something different for his revenger, a thread harder than diamond. With that, he created the reverse flawless divine thread, a martial art for annihilation. The villain's hand is hit, and the cutting threads begin to cause great damage. With that, the protagonist attacks, and the villain screams in pain from the force of the blow. Even while falling, he realizes his disciple was hiding a special technique. The young master then masterfully manipulates his threads to prepare the next attack. With that, the threads collide and cause a large energy explosion on the site. The young man then prepares to use his special one-point finishing technique. He then lunges forward and delivers a fatal blow to the villain with his one-point technique. After the strike, the young master observes the scene with a serious and highly focused look. With his hand injured, the poison demon shows he is genuinely impressed with the power. He then stands up and seems completely recovered from the blow he received from the young man. The protagonist then realizes the villain used his left hand and is very surprised. The villain shouts that he now wants the young man as his disciple and prepares for a new attack. With a bizarre smile, he says he doesn't care if his body melts into blood. His body then begins to contort in a strange and frightening way in the process. He charges forward, saying he needs to see all the hidden powers his disciple possesses. With a powerful punch, the villain hits the protagonist head-on with his red energy. A monstrous attack in the shape of a lotus flower forms to strike the hero. The protagonist then prepares to defend against the attack and is surprised by its power. The demon shouts that it's thrilling, as if his body is burning in the fires of the underworld. Even near his limit, the young man's body gets even faster, surprising the villain. The two then exchange a series of fast and powerful blows in the middle of the cave. The young master dodges and looks for an opening to counterattack his opponent. With a precise move, he strikes the poison demon's weapon with his dagger. The enemy then screams in surprise as he feels the impact of the young blacksmith's blow. The demon says he wants to devour the young man's 8 extraordinary meridians whole. He believes that with his arts and artifacts, the young man would become a master of poison. The villain is caught, and the hero asks if he's done yet, telling him to hurry up. Trapped in the threads, the villain is pulled in as the hero asks him to entertain him more. The enemy still tries to throw a punch, but the young master blocks the blow with ease. Holding the enemy's fist, the young man faces him with total control of the situation. The protagonist provokes the villain, telling him to entertain him more during the fight. The hero kneels with his dagger on the ground while recovering from the enemy's last attack. The poison demon then asks if poison isn't truly beautiful to him. He reveals that what paralyzed the young man was one of the 8 most powerful supreme poisons. With a wicked smile, the villain asks what the young master is going to do next. The young man slowly gets up and the enemy is surprised by his quick recovery. With his threads, the protagonist attempts a direct strike at his opponent's neck, but the poison demon calls him pathetic and seems not to feel the cutting attack. He then promises to punish his disciple for disappointing him in this fight. The villain reveals the second of the 8 supreme poisons, holding it between his fingers. With that, he delivers a palm strike that hits the hero square in the chest. The young man feels the force of the poison, and his body begins to react to the blow's power. The enemy advises him to keep his master's teachings in his heart. With a sadistic smile, he says he's holding back so the young man doesn't pass on, but he is surprised to see that the young man's body is more resilient than he thought. Furiously, the villain taunts the hero's grandfather, asking if he is watching this. He then feels a sharp pain in his chest and a red glow emanates from his body. The poison demon is shocked and doesn't understand what is happening to him. He wonders if this is the rebound effect of his blood steel body technique. The protagonist stands up and the villain can't believe he has already reached his limit. The young man then taunts him, saying he still has one more supreme poison to use. With a smile, the young master reminds him that he still has one of the poisons with him. The poison demon gets angry and asks how that brat dares to mock him. A powerful red aura emanates from the villain's body as he prepares to attack. The hero braces for the blow and recognizes that it's a very insane poison. He then says he will take that poison for himself and prepares for the impact. With his eyes glowing, the enemy shouts that he will finish him and charges with everything he has. The powerful blow kicks up rocks and debris all over the cave with its force. The villain then sees a strange smoke coming from where the young man was hit. With that, the enemy approaches to see what happened and if the young master is gone. The hero then reveals he used one of the 8 supreme poisons, the soul-shattering powder. With that, the villain screams in pain as he is hit by blades of black energy. Then the young master advances amidst the chaos to continue his attack with the threads. He mocks the enemy, calling him a very generous master for giving him the poison. His threads attach to poison spikes that the villain had created in the cave. The young man uses the spikes to propel himself and dodge other attacks from the enemy. The heaven-deifying energy is the source of all demonic arts in the world. Just as rivers flow into the sea, all powers are absorbed by this energy. The poison demon tries to throw a punch, but the hero manages to catch the blow with his hand. Despite the difference in strength, the protagonist doesn't yield an inch in the struggle. The two then move apart and prepare for the next round of the intense battle. The enemy gives a bizarre smile and prepares to show his true power. With a red aura, he unleashes an overwhelming energy toward the young master. The villain then fires a blast of energy that explodes upon hitting the wall amidst the smoke and debris. The protagonist realizes the true strength of his opponent. He understands that the poison demon is no exception and his energy is also being absorbed. In other words, at that moment, the villain is just a large elixir for the young man's power. With a powerful kick, he launches the dagger with purple energy toward the enemy. The villain tries to block, but the dagger is imbued with a very strong demonic power. He then screams in pain and fury upon being hit squarely by the young man's blow. The protagonist then appears behind him and prepares to deliver the final blow with a swift attack. The young man fires an energy projectile that goes right through the villain. The blow causes a burst of light, and the enemy watches the scene in a state of shock. The evil man's hand begins to deteriorate, and he groans in pain from the wound. He then turns around unable to believe this could be happening to his body. The poison demon doesn't understand as their power realms aren't even comparable, but the young master envelopes him in a purple smoke and traps him with his threads. The threads wrap around his fingers and the hero prepares to absorb his energy. The young man then moves forward and asks if this isn't the end for his opponent. With a wicked smile, the villain says this is absurd and seems unfazed. With the villain injured, the young man prepares to use all his power at once. He defends against an energy attack and manages to hold his ground in the confrontation. The protagonist charges forward and the villain tries to use his energy whip to stop him. With a leap, the young master dodges the attack and prepares for the counter-attack. The enemy calls him a fun kid and prepares for another whip strike. He uses his demonic centipede technique with a blast of red energy. The villain then concentrates his energy into his weapon for a devastating attack. The young man defends with his sword, but the force of the blow is too great. The attack hits a stone pillar and completely destroys it with its force. The poison demon then asks where the composure the young man has gone. The young master then lunges forward and manages to land a grazing blow on his opponent. With a firm step, he prepares to continue the offensive against the enemy. The villain then declares that this is the end and prepares for his final blow. With his weapon in hand, he concentrates all his energy for a decisive attack. The demon shouts that they will end this and charges with all his strength. The protagonist then prepares to use the second technique of anti-flawless dance. With his threads, he uses the returning wind technique to defend against the blow. The red and blue energies collide, creating a massive explosion on the site. The villain is shocked to see that his centipede technique was cut by the young man. He realizes that this won't work and tries to think of a new plan. The enemy then tries to attack directly with his weapon in a swift strike, but the young master appears behind him and prevents him from fleeing the fight. The young man then asks if he really thinks he can escape his power. With a punch, he throws him to the ground and the villain screams in pain from the impact. The blow slams the enemy into the cave floor, raising a cloud of dust. Lying on the ground, the poison demon props himself up with his hand to try to get up. The protagonist then approaches and asks if he should take the rest now, too. He grabs the villain's arm and begins to absorb the poison energy from his body. The enemy is terrified because the young man is absorbing an energy that even he can't control. He fears that at this rate, the young master will take all the power he possesses. To save himself, the villain rips off his own arm to stop the energy absorption. The hero is in shock upon seeing his opponent's desperate and extreme action. Lying on the ground, the enemy says the young master's greed is too great. The young man says those are very simple words for a final farewell. He then tells the man to consider this his second and final lesson. But the villain laughs and says that brute force won't work in that strange formation. The young master understands that this was the evil man's plan from the very beginning. He then says that if he has to give up on finishing him, he'll take something in return. With a smile, he offers it as a first gift for his pathetic master. The young man explains that he will leave a curse since the poison will only help him. The demon screams in pain as green energy takes over his entire body. With disdain, the hero tells him to simply disappear from his sight forever. The enemy then screams desperately as his body dissolves into particles of light. The protagonist watches the scene and confirms that the villain is finally gone from that place. In the reflection of the pillar, he promises that next time he will definitely finish him. The battle was intense and the young master looks exhausted after so much effort. He then looks at the ceiling and notices that the cave is beginning to collapse. The young man notes that the cave won't hold and decides he needs to get back soon, but his internal energy is depleted and he doesn't even know if he can get out in time. With a pained expression, he feels a sharp and unexpected pang in his body. Suddenly, the heavenly curse on his chest begins to manifest with force. Lying on the ground, he sees a figure approaching from the back of the dark cave. He wonders what it is and tries to understand the new dangerous situation. The young man notices that the green light is not trying to flare up as usual. The energy then envelopes him, and he notes that it is accepting his internal energy. With that, the curse begins to pointing toward the god-revering tears. In his past life, the hero had mastered various demonic arts within the blood cult, yet the curse known as the heavenly calamity had disrupted them all. Even the sorcerers of the blood cult only understood that it was a curse, a chain carved into his very soul. No matter how much he searched, he had never found any answers regarding the heavenly calamity. At one point, he had questioned the blood demon about it. In response, the blood demon had mocked him, calling him foolish and stating that there was no reason to run from it. According to him, the heavenly calamity was not a curse, but a blessing. Now, in the present, the hero recalled those words and began to reconsider. He realized that the heavenly calamity might not be a curse after all. Even the heaven-defying art, which could devour poisonous energy, had failed to consume it. Instead, it had chosen that energy. This led him to question what exactly was hidden within the remains of the gazing god's tear. Reaching into the blood pool, he retrieved a white root. Upon closer inspection, he understood that it was a poison formed by condensed vengeful spirits, the root of the gazing god's tear. He found it astonishing that the root was filled with pure hatred, the very source of its poison. Suddenly, a massive rock fell within the cave, signaling its imminent collapse. Realizing the urgency, he muttered that the cave was collapsing faster than expected and that escape in his current condition was impossible. Concluding that this might be the will of the heavenly calamity, he resolved to gamble. Without hesitation, he placed the root in his mouth and swallowed it. Almost immediately, intense pain surged through his body, forcing him to his knees as he coughed violently. Inside him, the root's energy ran rampant. Tang Sewon recognized the overwhelming hatred contained within it, the lingering resentment of souls murdered by the poison demon. Despite the agony, he refused to give up, knowing that he would never have begun this path if he intended to abandon it so easily. Closing his eyes, he focused intensely, attempting to control the chaotic energy. By using the power of the Golden Bell Shield, he sought to guide the energy throughout his body. His goal was to force the hatred from the gazing god's tear to collide with the energy of the heavenly calamity, hoping this clash would reveal a way to escape. However, the collision brought him even greater pain, causing him to cough up blood. The two forces refused to merge, instead lashing out and attempting to devour one another. Realizing the danger, he wiped the blood from his mouth and resolved that he needed to balance them. Once again, he closed his eyes and concentrated. He knew he could not afford to waste time. He carefully worked to maintain perfect harmony between the two energies, ensuring that neither would overpower the other. By precisely blending them, he reduced the hatred of the gazing god's terror while filling the gaps with the energy of the heavenly calamity. After some time, the two energies began to flow smoothly throughout his body, achieving perfect balance. This state culminated in what he recognized as the poisonous blossom summit convergence. Opening his eyes, he realized the potential of this new power. If he continued to gather this divine poison chi, he could break through the wall of the transcendent realm using poison arts alone. The energy, born from the fusion of the heavenly calamity and the gazing god's tear, was something entirely new, something he chose to call divine poison chi. Gritting his teeth in excitement, he acknowledged that for the first time in his life, he had overcome the heavenly calamity and successfully accumulated chi. Yet before he could dwell on this achievement, another rock crashed down, reminding him of the cave's imminent collapse. Glancing around, he noted that there was little time left. Pulling out his heavenly thread, he prepared to escape. Outside the cave, the entrance was already collapsing before reinforcements could make their way inside. Chongyun, a first-class disciple of the Ame sect whom the hero had sent for help, fell to her knees in despair. With tears in her eyes, she urged the others to force their way in, warning that any further delay would be dangerous. However, the Sichuan branch manager of the Murim Alliance refused, insisting that working from the outside was sufficient. His words angered Abbess Jianghua, the leader of the Ame sect, who accused him of abandoning the alliance members. In response, he nervously lashed out, arguing that entering the cave was impossible due to the uncontrollable poisonous energy, and questioning who would take responsibility if something went wrong. Before he could continue, Abbess Jianghua swiftly struck him, knocking him unconscious and condemning his cowardice. Meanwhile, Yung Dao, the deputy chief steward of the Tang clan's inner and outer halls, attempted to stop the patriarch, Tang Muyao, from entering the cave. Despite his pleas, the patriarch firmly ordered him to step aside, declaring that his son was still inside. Seeing his determination, Abbess Jianghua stepped forward and offered to enter the cave with him. Tang Saran, the hero's sister, also insisted on joining, as did Du Haeyang, who believed her eyesight abilities could be of use. At that moment, a powerful tremor shook the area, and the cave collapsed completely. Dust filled the air as everyone covered their faces. One of the Tang clan members announced that the cave had fully collapsed and that the young master was still inside. Upon hearing this, the patriarch was overcome with fear and collapsed, only to be caught by Yung Dao and Tang Saran. Then, amidst the swirling dust, someone noticed a figure standing at the cave's entrance. Everyone turned their attention toward it. Du Haeyang used her enhanced vision to identify the figure, while other Tang clan members sensed an overwhelming surge of poisonous energy, causing them to suspect that it might be the poison demon. The patriarch immediately ordered everyone to prepare for battle, and they assumed their fighting stances. Abbess Jianghua asked Haeyang if she could confirm the figure's identity, but before she could respond, Haeyang rushed forward. Alarmed, Abbess Jianghua shouted for her to stop, but Haeyang reassured everyone, telling them to lower their weapons because the figure was not the poison demon. Moments later, the hero emerged from the dust. However, his condition alarmed the others. They noticed marks on his body consistent with the fungal blood palm, symptoms of being poisoned by one of the 8 great ultimate poisons, and urged everyone to retreat. The patriarch called out to Sawun in worry, but Sawun raised his hand weakly, warning them not to come any closer. Soon after, he collapsed. Before he could hit the ground, Haeyang rushed forward and caught him, assuring him that she had him as she gently placed him on her lap. The scene shifted to the center of a crowded street, where a storyteller captivated the audience with the tale. He recounted that decades ago, a great demon of Sichuan, known as the Poison Demon, had terrorized the land. In order to stop him, the Poison Lord, Tang Yuite, had sacrificed his own life. Yet, despite that sacrifice, the nightmare had returned from death. However, from the Tang clan, once believed to be in decline, a hidden dragon had emerged. This was Tang Sawun, the emerald dragon of the Tang clan, who had previously eliminated the corrupt Tang Hoyle and now carried on Tang Yuite's will to confront the poison demon. Alongside the Ame Sect's Silver Phoenix, he had braved countless deadly traps and terrifying formations to rescue a hostage. Among the listeners, one man turned to his friend and remarked that the hostage had not even been an escort warrior of the Tang clan, but merely a wandering vagrant. His friend was surprised and questioned whether Sawun had truly risked everything for someone who was not even his kin. The man confirmed it, expressing disbelief that any martial artist from Sichuan would act in such a selfless way, especially given their reputation for prioritizing profit. He questioned whether it made any sense for the young head of the Tang clan to face the poison demon alone. His friend quickly warned him to be careful with such words, stating that Sewun's actions had been officially recognized by the Murim Alliance. He further added that, according to rumors, Sewun had nearly lost his life in the battle and was now being personally treated by the leader of the Ame sect. The scene then shifted to the Tang clan's medical chamber, where Haeum was attending to the injured Sewun. As she watched over him, she grew frustrated, noting that more than 3 days had passed and his fever had yet to subside, despite her reputation as the Silver Phoenix. At that moment, the Patriarch and Abbess Jiamgua entered the room. Haeum greeted them respectfully, and the Patriarch gently assured her that she need not trouble herself too much. Instead, he expressed his gratitude for her tireless care. When Abbess Jiamgua inquired about Sewun's condition, Haeum admitted that there had been no improvement. Abbess Jiamgua inwardly blamed herself, believing that her weakness in times of peace had caused her to forget the true duty of a martial artist. The Patriarch then suggested that Haeung step outside and rest, indicating that Sewun might also need some time alone. After everyone left the room, Sewun opened his eyes. He rose from the bed and reflected on his situation, troubled by the fact that he could not explain the advanced martial arts he had acquired. He was also aware that he was receiving far more concern and care than he believed he deserved. His thoughts drifted back to his previous life, to a moment when the poison demon had slaughtered several people in a forest. At that time, Sewun had questioned the act, only for the poison demon to mock him, pointing to the corpses and reminding him of the countless lives already taken by the blood demon's Bane's sword, a weapon Sewun himself had created. The poison demon had declared that Sewun was already a true member of the blood cult. Remembering this, Sewun had been filled with frustration, unable to deny the truth of his past actions and believing that he could never be forgiven. Returning to the present, he steeled his resolve. He vowed not to repeat the same mistakes. Although he had dealt a significant blow to the poison demon, buying himself some time, he knew it was not enough. He had gained divine poison energy, and reached the stage just before becoming a poison human, standing only one step away from achieving the poison body. He resolved to grow stronger, to surpass the poison demon, and ultimately stand against the blood demon. Just then, he heard Abbess Jiamgua's voice approaching from outside, mentioning that an item she had urgently requested from her master had arrived, something not usually permitted to be shared with outsiders. Reacting quickly, Sewun returned to his bed and feigned unconsciousness. Shortly after, the Patriarch, Abbess Jiamgua, and Haeung entered the room. Abbess Jiamgua carried a wooden box and explained that her master had been moved by Sewun's accomplishments and had sent the lesser golden elixir. The Patriarch was astonished, recognizing it as a legendary medicine capable of saving anyone still alive. He questioned whether such a precious item was truly meant for Sewun, and upon receiving confirmation, he bowed deeply in gratitude. Abbess Jiamgua dismissed his thanks, stating that she was not seeking any reward and that Sewun's righteous actions alone warranted such support. Chong Yun also acknowledged that Sewun was their benefactor. Abbess Jiamgua then administered the elixir, placing it into Sewun's mouth and instructing him to swallow carefully, assuring the Patriarch that she would handle the flow of energy through his meridians. However, as Sewun began absorbing the elixir's energy, Abbess Jiamgua was startled. She sensed that the golden stillness divine energy was being drawn out at an alarming rate. Realizing that something extraordinary was within him, she attempted to intervene, but the force of the heavenly core proved overwhelming. She perceived it as a ferocious entity endlessly consuming energy. Eventually, she reached her limit and was forced to stop, exhausted. When the Patriarch asked what had happened, she admitted that she had done all she could and that they could only hope for Sewun's strength. To her surprise, Sewun soon awoke, coughing. The Patriarch rushed to him, placing a hand on his shoulder. Sewun apologized for failing to completely eliminate the poison demon, but the Patriarch dismissed his concern, emphasizing that he had already dealt a mortal wound. Abbess Jiamgua confirmed that the poison demon's severed arm had been found, proving the severity of the damage. Despite this, Sewun remained dissatisfied with his own performance. Deciding to shift the mood, Abbess Jiamgua took the wooden stick from Haeung's hair and infused it with her energy. As she demonstrated the rampant tempest sword art, Sewun carefully observed, noticing that it differed greatly from what he had previously seen. He became particularly intrigued by its principle of reflection, considering how it might be integrated into his own martial arts. Once the demonstration ended, he expressed his sincere gratitude, acknowledging the immense value of what he had learned. Abbess Jiamgua returned the stick to Haeyoung and simply remarked that she hoped it would be useful. Curious, Sewon questioned why she would share such a precious technique with someone outside the Ame sect. In response, she revealed that she had her reasons and then proposed that he accompany her to meet her master. When Sewon asked why, she explained that she intended to request that her master accept him as a disciple. Taken aback, Sewon hesitated. He felt that he had already received too much from them and expressed concern about the restrictions of the sacred place, where men were typically forbidden. Abbess Jiamgua responded that she had always believed Sewon acted far too mature for his age, and that he was finally behaving like someone his age. She made it clear that she was not joking and warned him not to take her words lightly. Her statement surprised everyone present. Sewon, upon hearing this, began to reflect. He realized that if she was referring to her master, then it must be someone he had encountered before while dealing with Li Hozong, the grand sect leader of the Ame sect, Nun Bo Yun, renowned as the finest divine physician in the entire realm. He understood that with her healing abilities, there was a possibility that he could completely overcome the heavenly core. Abbess Jiamgua further reassured him that he need not worry about being bound to the Ame sect. She explained that she intended to request his acceptance as an outer sect disciple, which would allow him to maintain his ties to his clan. Chong Yun, unable to contain her surprise, muttered that becoming an outer sect disciple of the grand sect leader was far too much, even for someone like young Master Tang. However, Abbess Jiamgua immediately silenced her with a firm command. Meanwhile, Haeyoung's thoughts drifted elsewhere. She realized that if Sewon were to become the grand sect leader's disciple, it would make him her senior. The realization caused her face to flush with embarrassment. Sewon, however, remained composed. He respectfully cupped his hands and expressed his gratitude for the offer, but ultimately declined. Inwardly, he reasoned that the future was already changing and that he needed to act quickly. Moreover, the fate of the poison demon remained uncertain, adding to his urgency. Abbess Jiamgua let out a quiet sigh, remarking that she now understood the burden carried by the alliance leader. Sewon clarified that his refusal was not meant as disrespect toward the Ame sect, and he sincerely hoped she would understand his situation with magnanimity. In response, Abbess Jiamgua remarked dryly that he had first delivered a blow and was now offering the cure. The patriarch, observing the exchange, was struck by how much Sewon had grown. From once merely following the alliance leader, he was now being offered the chance to become a disciple of the divine physician. It was a transformation that left him quietly astonished. The scene then shifted to a dense forest. A voice broke the silence, complaining about someone choosing such an inconvenient place to reside. The speaker was revealed to be the Sword Demon, vice leader of the blood cult. A short distance away, the poison demon sat within a pool of blood, recovering from his battle with Sewon. When he noticed the Sword Demon, he calmly asked what had brought him there. The Sword Demon observed that the poison demon's body had grown lighter, hinting at a transformation. The poison demon responded mockingly, asking whether the Sword Demon would like him to attach his missing arm in place of his own. Angered by the provocation, the Sword Demon threatened to cut off his insolent mouth. However, the poison demon remained unfazed and pointed out that he clearly had not come merely to inquire about his condition, suggesting instead that the blood demon had sent him. This accusation provoked the Sword Demon further. He unsheathed his sword and pressed it to the poison demon's neck, questioning whether he had a death wish. In response, the poison demon smiled eerily, and the sword began to melt under the influence of his power. Reacting quickly, the Sword Demon launched a chi-infused slash, but the poison demon easily evaded it. Moments later, the sword itself dissolved completely. Raising his remaining arm, the poison demon asked if the sight was not beautiful. The Sword Demon, observing carefully, realized that the poison demon had surpassed a major threshold and reached the peak of the evolutionary realm. The poison demon declared that he had obtained the heavenward tear blossom and instructed the Sword Demon to relay this information. Curious, the Sword Demon questioned how someone of such strength could have lost an arm. The poison demon offered no answer, responding only with laughter. Recognizing the futility of further engagement, the Sword Demon dismissed him as a man and departed swiftly. Once he was alone, the poison demon's laughter subsided. He quietly remarked that such an outcome had been expected, admitting that he could not bring himself to kill his precious disciple. He then murmured that they would meet again soon. The scene shifted once more, this time to Gansu province. Inside a building, a figure clad in a black hoodie entered while carrying a bag. A maid greeted him upon arrival, while a middle-aged man in blue attire awaited him. The hooded man placed the bag on the table, revealing a severed head within. The sight shocked the maid. The man casually apologized for his abrupt entrance, explaining that it was simply a target he had dealt with before arriving. He then took a seat across from the man in blue. The host welcomed him warmly and invited him to eat. Removing his hood and mask, the visitor revealed himself to be a young man. He took a sip of tea and remarked that the task he had completed had not been difficult. When asked about the taste of the tea, he immediately spat it out, complaining about its bitterness, and joking that he would have believed it was poison if told so. The maid, offended by his behavior, silently fumed at his lack of respect toward the clan head. The older man, however, apologized, explaining that he had believed the tea to be of the highest quality. The young man dismissed the matter, stating that he had never liked bitter tea and had merely been curious about expensive varieties. At the host's command, the maid went to prepare desserts, while the young man expressed his approval with a smile. Leaning back and placing his feet on the table, he casually asked who his next target would be. The clan head produced a black check and praised the young man's boldness, promising a generous reward befitting the Lee clan merchant group's reputation. He then revealed the target, Tang Sewon, the rightful heir of the Sichuan Tang clan. After a brief silence, the young man refused outright, stating bluntly that the clan head's son had deserved his fate. Before the conversation could continue, a disturbance outside drew their attention. Li Hozong, whose arm had been severed by Sewon, appeared in a deranged state, having just killed a guard. He shouted incoherently, claiming he had killed Tang Sewon. The maid, trembling, called out to him, but he immediately killed her upon noticing her presence. He then stormed into the room, confronting the two men inside. Recognizing the situation, the young man calmly remarked that his assumption had been correct. Li Hozong, consumed by rage, accused him and charged forward, intent on killing him. However, the young man dealt with him effortlessly, pinning him to the ground and rendering him unconscious in an instant. His attention then shifted to the severed arm. Upon examining it, he recognized the technique used to cut it and found it intriguing. Reconsidering his earlier decision, he announced that he would accept the request after all. When the clan head questioned this sudden change, the young man drove his dagger into the table and instructed him to prepare the payment generously. As he made this decision, a thought lingered in his mind. He needed to understand how a member of the Tang clan could possibly know his secret technique. The scene shifted to the Tang clan, where the previous escort name board had been replaced with a new one. A large number of people had gathered, and at that moment, a guard announced the arrival of the clan head. Instantly, everyone turned their attention toward the entrance. The Jew clan head of Sichuan's small to medium sect respectfully cupped his hands and congratulated the Tang clan head on the opening. Standing beside him, the leader of the Righteous Sword sect of Sichuan's small to medium sect also greeted him politely, remarking that it had been quite some time since their last meeting. Tang clan head Muyao acknowledged their presence calmly, noting that they had all come. The Jew clan head responded that, as allies of the Tang clan, they could not possibly miss such an occasion. The Righteous Sword sect leader agreed, though with a slight cough. Muyao simply responded that he understood. The Righteous Sword sect leader then nervously offered an apology for any offense caused over the past months. However, Muyao stepped forward and, without dwelling on the matter, stated that it was a fine day and encouraged them to enjoy themselves before returning home. The sect leader attempted to address him again, correcting himself from Tang clan to clan head, but Muyao continued walking without another word. Nearby, two men quietly muttered that the position truly shaped a person, noting that Muyao was no longer someone to be taken lightly. Another added that the Tang clan was already fully booked for the next 6 months with high-priority escorts. At that moment, a woman stepped forward and asked if it was true that the young clan head had severed one of the poison demon's arms, praising his unmatched talent in Hubal. Muyao merely chuckled and brushed off the compliment. Among the crowd, Chong Yun, a first-class disciple of the Ma sect, looked around in amazement and excitedly remarked on the sheer number of attendees, suggesting that the Tang clan escort agency might soon represent all of Sichuan. Standing beside her, Abbess Jianghua, the leader of the Ma sect, agreed that the Tang clan would surely continue to prosper. Chong Yun added that such success was only natural with the young master of the Tang clan present. Meanwhile, another woman approached Muyao and cautiously brought up the topic of marriage, noting that the young master was still unmarried. She gestured toward her daughter, proposing her as a suitable candidate, and asking if a meeting could be arranged. From within the crowd, Du-Haeum, a second-class disciple of the Ame sect, reacted internally with surprise at the sudden talk of marriage. Elsewhere, another woman remarked to her son that the young clan head was not present. Her son agreed, wondering where he might be. The scene then shifted to the young clan head, Sewon, who was walking ahead while his sister followed behind, breathing heavily. She called out to him, asking him to slow down. Sewon replied that they were almost there and urged her to hold on a bit longer. She pointed out that he had said the same thing an hour ago, but Sewon smiled and insisted that this time it was true. She complained that although she had been preparing since early morning, she had not expected such a grueling outing. Sewon chuckled, saying that physical movement was always beneficial. Internally, he noted that in the past, she would have already grown angry, but now she was merely sulking. As they continued forward, she questioned whether it was acceptable not to see off the Ame sect. Sewon felt some regret but reasoned that it was better to keep their distance to avoid potential trouble. He also acknowledged that he would need to remain constantly on the move, leaving him no time for such formalities. She nervously grabbed his shoulder and mentioned that the Dark Flower Corps had expressed dissatisfaction. Sewon explained that it was likely because they had requested a scholar from the Alliance to act as their escort instead. Although she admitted she was concerned, Sewon dismissed the complaints, stating that the Dark Flower Corps was clearly overstepping. She, however, reminded him that their behavior was not purely selfish, and that soothing the hearts of discontented subordinates was an important virtue for a young clan head. Sewon accepted her words respectfully. She then affectionately patted his head, calling him a rascal. Sewon protested that he was no longer a child, but she replied that in her eyes, he would always be 5 years old. He countered that no child could be his size, prompting her to laugh and remark that there was one right in front of her. Later that night, the two entered an abandoned mine, Sewon holding a wooden torch to illuminate their surroundings. She wondered why he had chosen such a useless place, recalling that it had once been abandoned by the Ame sect. Sewon warned her to be careful, explaining that the air was filled with toxic miasma. Startled by the intensity of the poison, she quickly covered her mouth and urged that they leave immediately. However, Sewon instructed her to follow his guidance and begin practicing the poison resistance art. Instead of using the traditional Shigo acupuncture, he directed her to absorb the poison miasma through the annihilation point and circulate her core energy inward. Shocked, she questioned his method, fearing energy deviation if practiced recklessly. Sewon calmly asked her to trust him. As she hesitated, memories from her childhood resurfaced, moments of resentment, regret, and guilt toward Sewon. She recalled pushing him away, her mother scolding her, and the pain she felt afterward. She remembered wishing, in childish anger, to be alone, only to later regret those words when Sewon was injured. Seeing his kindness even then, she had made a vow to protect and trust him for the rest of her life. Returning to the present, she closed her eyes and agreed to try. As she began cultivating, the poison miasma flowed into her body. To her astonishment, it did not simply accumulate, it became completely integrated with her being. She asked Sewon what this technique was. He downplayed it, explaining that he had merely combined the teachings of the Ame sect with the poison resistance art, though he privately noted that it was derived from the poison demon's martial arts. Realizing its depth, she concluded that it was far more than a simple application. Sewon then urged her to proceed deeper into the mine, assuring her that the miasma would now benefit her. As she continued, she felt the energy building within her core, half of the poison forming a weapon, and the other half transforming into pure inner energy. Sewon observed that her cultivation had already reached its limit, and that breaking through her plateau should now be possible. Her current state had already reached the entry stage of the peak realm. Placing the torch aside, he moved behind her and began assisting with a true energy infusion, determined to help her surpass even the peak realm. After some time, she opened her eyes and exhaled deeply. Sewon congratulated her, stating that she had finally broken through her plateau. She realized that she had reached the top of the peak realm and, smiling warmly, expressed her gratitude, acknowledging that it was all thanks to him. Sewon stated that she was now the greatest martial master of the Tang clan. She responded that she would repay him for his kindness. However, Sewon dismissed it, explaining that her achievement was the result of her own hard work. She insisted that she could never have accomplished it alone and expressed her sincere gratitude. Slightly embarrassed, Sewon remarked that it felt awkward when she continued to say such things. She then shifted the topic, noting that it did not seem to be the end yet. Having ascended higher into the peak realm, she could clearly sense that something was spreading the poison miasma throughout the area. Sewon picked up the torch and agreed, suggesting that they proceed deeper. As they moved forward, she grew tense. Inwardly, she realized that ordinary poison herbs or flowers could not compare to such dense miasma. She suspected that a poisonous creature must be lurking somewhere nearby, and that they might soon face a life-or-death battle. At the same time, she believed that obtaining the creature's core essence would greatly benefit Sewon's heavenly core. With that determination, she continued to follow him. However, upon venturing further inside, she was surprised to find nothing at all. No poisonous creatures, no herbs, no flowers. Sewon, smiling faintly, crouched down and examined a rock on the ground, announcing that he had found what they were looking for. Confused, she pointed out that it was merely discarded black waste ore. Sewon confirmed her observation but explained that it was a mineral long overlooked. He released a trace of his inner energy and revealed that, when exposed to air for over 10 years or infused with inner energy, the ore emitted extreme toxicity. It was, in fact, a mineral poison that had long been dismissed as a myth. She was astonished, questioning whether such a mineral poison truly existed. Sewon admitted that he had only read about it in books and that this was his first time witnessing it firsthand. Curious, she asked how he had come to know of it. Sewon explained that the discovery stemmed from a miner who had once visited the medicine hall. The man's body had accumulated a severe poison miasma over time, and he had revealed that he had worked in this very mine. She acknowledged his insight as remarkable. Sewon, however, remarked that there had been no definitive proof and that they had simply been fortunate. Privately, he reflected that it was not luck at all, but knowledge uncovered by the blood cult. Regardless, he recognized that the Black Waste Ore could open a new path for the Tang clan's poison arts, which had been declining due to lack of resources. She agreed, expressing excitement at the thought that their clan's poison arts could be revived, and looked forward to seeing how pleased their father would be. Sewon shared her anticipation and suggested they begin immediately. Reaching into his outfit, he prepared for the task ahead. She hesitated and asked what exactly they were going to do. Sewon revealed several bags, prompting her to question their purpose. He then walked toward a nearby pickaxe, explaining that the miners had left behind tools such as shovels and pickaxes. At present, only 2 people in the clan could withstand the poison miasma of the Black Waste Ore, himself and her. With that, he picked up the pickaxe. Some time later, she found herself mining the ore while Sewon shoveled it into bags. He corrected her technique, telling her to swing the pickaxe properly. Frustrated but determined, she raised it high and brought it down with full force, inwardly vowing never to go on such an outing with him again. The scene then shifted to the Tang clan's grand training ground, where members of the Dark Flower Corps sparred intensely. One member muttered bitterly about the pointlessness of their training. His companion asked what was wrong, and he vented his frustration, questioning whether they would ever be given another chance to prove themselves. By appointing a scholar as a security escort instead of a martial artist, the clan had effectively declared the Dark Flower Corps unnecessary, despite their willingness to give their lives for the Tang clan. At that moment, a red-haired member approached and bluntly stated that it was their own fault for losing the young clan head's trust after failing to stop the assassin. The first man reacted angrily, warning the newcomer to learn when to speak and when to remain silent. The red-haired individual countered that he should blame himself instead of whining like a loser. Enraged, the man shouted back, questioning how they could have possibly stopped Sun Wugen's surprise attack. The red-haired member responded coldly that such excuses were exactly what defined losers, and that those lacking strength should simply train harder. The confrontation escalated as the man grabbed him by the collar, demanding he repeat his words. Just then, Huyang, the Vice Corps commander of the Dark Flower Corps, intervened and ordered them to stop. The man immediately released his grip and apologized. Huyang acknowledged their concerns but stated that the young clan head must have his reasons. Still dissatisfied, the man questioned the decision to assign a scholar as a bodyguard. Huyang fell silent, inwardly wondering what the young clan head was truly planning. The scene then shifted to the market, where Seal walked backward after finishing her shopping. She felt satisfied that she had gathered enough to prepare a proper meal and considered buying a little more to show her gratitude, especially since it was something the young clan head enjoyed. At that moment, a man approached her and politely asked for directions, explaining that it was his first time in Sichuan and that he wished to find the Tang clan. Observing his appearance, Seol assumed he was a scholar and, relieved that he was not a martial artist, decided it would be acceptable to guide him if he was an honored guest. She invited him to follow her, mentioning that she worked there as a maid. The scholar thanked her, and as they walked, he began speaking incessantly about the tragedy of a general choosing the wrong lord. Seol gave brief responses, though internally she found him rather talkative. He continued, referencing historical figures such as Lu Zhang of Shu, Zhang Song, and Wang Lei, emphasizing how serving the wrong master led to tragic ends. Growing increasingly flustered, Seol wondered if she should simply run away. Soon, they encountered Suwon and Saran on the road. Seol greeted them, but upon noticing their disheveled appearance, she grew concerned. Saran casually remarked that her entire body ached. When asked what had happened, she replied that it was too complicated to explain and instead turned her attention to the unfamiliar scholar. The scholar, upon seeing Suwon, began muttering observations about his facial features, his jet black pupils, long ears, high eyebrows, and balanced facial structure. He analyzed Suwon's appearance in detail, concluding that his features resembled those of someone destined to lead the imperial court, a dominating king. Saran quietly asked Suwon if he knew the man. Then, turning to Seol, she remarked that she had brought a physiognomist. Seol quickly apologized, explaining that the man had been searching for the Tang clan. At that moment, the scholar knelt and formally introduced himself as Yeo Xian. He declared that he had been appointed to serve as the bodyguard of Tang Suwon, the young clan head of the Tang clan. Hearing this, Suwon recognized him immediately, the man renowned as the greatest instructor in all of Orthodox history, known as Yeo Xian, the myriad insight instructor. The scene shifted to the Tang clan training arena. Only 3 people were diligently training, while the rest sat around chatting idly. Huyang, the vice corps commander of the Dark Flower Corps, observed the situation with disappointment. The captain's absence had completely shattered the unit's morale, leaving only the rookies practicing. Concluding that there was little point in continuing, he ended the day's training. At that moment, Suwon arrived with his uncle and scholar Yeo Xian. Upon surveying the arena, he found the situation even worse than he had anticipated. Huyang immediately greeted him respectfully and apologized for the disgraceful display. Suwon showed little surprise. He casually tossed the bag of black waste stones onto the ground and remarked that he had not expected much from them in the first place. He then introduced Yeo Xian as his newly appointed personal bodyguard. The announcement drew skeptical looks from the senior trainees. Yeo Xian's scholarly appearance hardly matched their image of a bodyguard. Unfazed by their reactions, Yeo Xian enthusiastically compared himself to legendary warriors such as Dian Wei and Su Chu, declaring his loyalty to the young master. Suwon quickly cut off the dramatic introduction and kicked the bag, scattering black waste stones across the ground. His uncle questioned what the stones were, prompting Suwon to explain that they were black waste stones, a poisonous mineral capable of rivaling the 8 great deadly poisons. The revelation shocked the trainees. Several immediately wondered why such a dangerous substance had been brought into the training grounds. While observing the rookies, Suwon silently assessed their potential. A few appeared promising, though the majority seemed hopeless. He assured everyone that the toxicity had already been neutralized by himself and his sister. However, he warned them not to lower their guard. Picking up a fragment of the stone, he declared that from that day forward, the Tang clan's primary martial art would once again be the poison arts. His declaration immediately met resistance. One of the senior trainees argued that they had spent years mastering hidden weapons because the poison arts had become unusable. Abandoning those efforts now made no sense, especially when the clan no longer possessed complete poison arts techniques. Ordinarily, Suwon would have harshly rebuked them. However, remembering his sister's advice, he restrained himself and calmly revealed that he had already invited a martial arts instructor. His uncle was confused until Suwon announced that Yeo Xian would serve as both his personal bodyguard and the chief instructor responsible for all combat units. The declaration shocked everyone, including Yeo Xian himself. The senior trainees openly protested, believing Suwon was insulting their years of dedication and sacrifice. Their objections ceased the moment they saw the anger in Suwon's eyes. Sewon then proposed a challenge. The trainees would divide into two groups, those willing to follow him and those who refused. After 10 days of training, the groups would compete in a friendly duel. If the opposing side won, Yeoseon would be dismissed and Sewon would personally enter the Cave of Penitence. However, if Sewon's side won, the dissenters would have to accept the consequences. Some time later, Sewon gathered the new recruits. The three introduced themselves as Dae-woong, Jang-il, and Jang-yi. Noticing their uneasy expressions, Sewon encouraged them to speak openly. Dae-woong admitted that he feared becoming a burden. Winning against experienced warriors after only 10 days of training seemed impossible. Sewon reassured him that victory would not depend solely on their own abilities. Yeoseon would make the impossible possible. Yeoseon attempted to downplay expectations by reminding everyone that he was merely a strategist from the military department. Sewon ignored the excuse and ordered him to demonstrate his ability. The command made Yeoseon uneasy. He realized that Sewon somehow knew a secret that no one else had discovered. Understanding that excuses would be useless, he decided to reveal his talents. He called Dae-woong forward. As Yeoseon removed his glasses, his eyes emitted a yellow glow. The mere gaze exerted overwhelming pressure on Dae-woong, who nearly collapsed under its intensity. After putting his glasses back on, Yeoseon immediately exposed Dae-woong's hidden secret. He pointed out the extraordinary grip strength, arm development, shoulder structure, and physical traits that belong not to a whip user but to a powerful archer. Dae-woong was visibly shaken. Yeoseon continued his analysis, explaining that Dae-woong's true strengths lay in concentration, composure, and a unique sensitivity to the wind. He concluded that Dae-woong's martial arts originated from the Great Steps. Watching the display, Sewon was deeply impressed. Yeoseon truly deserved the title of Instructor of 1,000 Insights. With a single glance, he could identify countless talents, and with another, countless weaknesses. Sewon remembered that in the future war against the blood cult, Yeoseon would become renowned for producing extraordinary masters and instantly identifying counters to even the strangest martial arts. His tragic fate in the previous timeline had only resulted from serving the wrong master. Unable to hide the truth any longer, Dae-woong dropped to his knees and confessed that he was not originally from Murim. He admitted that he had concealed his origins out of fear that he would be rejected from the Shadow Flower unit. After a brief moment of thought, Sewon simply stated that he would return to his quarters and left. Once he was gone, Yeoseon apologized for exposing Dae-woong's secret. Dae-woong accepted responsibility, acknowledging that the fault lay with him for hiding the truth. Even so, he could not suppress his regret. At that moment, a bow and quiver of arrows landed before him. Looking up in surprise, Dae-woong saw that Sewon had provided them. When Dae-woong hesitantly questioned whether his origins truly did not matter, Sewon responded with a question of his own. He asked whether Dae-woong considered himself a member of the Tang clan. Overcome with emotion, Dae-woong firmly declared that he was indeed a member of the Tang clan. Satisfied with the answer, Sewon simply stated that nothing else mattered. Yeoseon stared at Sewon as the young master appointed him head instructor, and ordered him to completely deconstruct the martial arts of the three warriors before rebuilding them from the ground up. His first task would be establishing a proper foundation. Confident in his abilities, Yeoseon immediately accepted. Sewon then informed the three warriors that Yeoseon would handle the theoretical aspects of their training, while he himself would focus on refining their techniques and integrating poison arts into their martial disciplines. He warned them that from that moment onward, they would scarcely have time to sleep. The warriors responded with unwavering determination, declaring that they would sleep only after death. Satisfied with their resolve, Sewon ordered them to prepare for training. Some time later, inside a meeting room, Yeoseon questioned how Sewon had discovered his true identity. Sewon explained that a year earlier, anonymous letters had been sent to many of the most prestigious sections. Those letters detailed flaws in their basic martial arts and offered methods to correct them. In his previous life, the letters had caused an enormous stir throughout Murim. Realizing the connection, Yeoseon concluded that Sewon had used those letters to track him down. Sewon confirmed as much but noted that sending one of those letters to the Namgung clan had been a grave mistake. They were likely still searching for Yeoseon. He remembered how, in his previous life, the Namgung clan had exploited Yeoseon's talents before discarding him like a tool. He silently vowed not to allow Namgung Myung to repeat that fate. Sewon then recited the famous saying, "Among men there is Lu Bu, among horses there is red hair." before revealing that Yeo Xian was the last descendant of Lu Bu. The revelation left Yeo Xian stunned. Before he could fully process it, Sewon rose from his seat and declared that none of that mattered. What mattered was the lifelong goal Yeo Xian had pursued. Sewon promised to show him the true pinnacle of martial arts. As he spoke, he released an overwhelming aura. Yeo Xian was completely stunned. The energy emanating from Sewon was unlike anything he had ever witnessed. It was not a single type of energy, but at least 3 distinct forces intertwined together. Sewon stated that if Yeo Xian could someday combine multiple energies into one, he would stand upon the same peak of martial arts that his ancestor had once reached. Though the claim sounded arrogant, Yeo Xian could not dismiss it as empty boasting. The young master before him resembled a sleeping dragon that had concealed its true nature while waiting for the moment to soar. When Sewon ordered him to follow, Yeo Xian felt genuine hope for the first time. He believed that this man might truly lead him to the ultimate realm of martial arts. Filled with emotion, Yeo Xian dropped to his knees and pledged himself to Sewon, believing he had finally found the lord he had been searching for all his life. Some time later, the scene shifted to 10,000 Iron, where Sewon was forging a weapon. While working, he noticed someone entering the forge. Without looking surprised, he greeted the newcomer as Gu Yanjian, the master of the 10,000 Irons. Yanjian was surprised that Sewon had anticipated his arrival. Sewon casually remarked that his hearing had become exceptionally sharp. Privately, he reflected that this was the perfect opportunity to recruit the renowned craftsman. Having learned more about Yanjian's past, he finally understood why the man had abandoned the Tang clan in the previous timeline. After exchanging brief pleasantries, Sewon admitted that although he had begun gathering loyal subordinates, it was nowhere near enough. Even with Tang Hoil gone, the clan remained in disarray and would never survive the coming calamity in its current state. Yanjian immediately questioned what calamity Sewon was referring to. Maintaining a serious expression, Sewon declared his intention to unite the entire clan. Yanjian initially assumed that Sewon intended to seize control of Sichuan. However, Sewon revealed that his ambitions extended far beyond a single region. His goal was to create not merely the strongest clan in the world, but the strongest power in existence. Only with such strength could he protect everyone he cared about. He then addressed Yanjian by another name, the Flame King, Jin Mubek, and declared that he needed the legendary man who once bore that title. Yanjian was visibly shocked. Sewon then revealed another secret, identifying Seola as Yanjian's granddaughter. Internally, he reflected that saving Seola's life was the only reason Yanjian viewed him so favorably. Realizing that his identity had been completely exposed, Yanjian admitted the truth. He then explained why he had once been known as the Flame King. Driven by vengeance for his wife's death, he had hunted down every person involved and burned them alive, sending them to hell. By the time his thirst for revenge had finally faded, tragedy had already struck again. His children had died from illness, leaving only his young granddaughter. During those dark years, the previous patriarch, the poisoned sovereign and Yanjian's closest friend, had taken them in. Sewon questioned why he had hidden the truth even from Seola. Yanjian explained that grudges in Nurim were never easily resolved. Erasing his own existence and protecting his granddaughter from afar had been the only way to ensure her safety. Yet Sewon had saved the one person he valued most. Because of that, he declared himself forever indebted and offered absolute loyalty in repayment. Hearing such a pledge, Sewon reflected on how dangerous those words truly were in Nurim. While having one of the top 100 masters at his side would be valuable, blind loyalty was not what he wanted. Instead, he revealed a portion of the future. A great catastrophe was approaching. A violent storm would soon engulf the world and reduce Nurim to ruin. When that day arrived, Sewon intended to risk his life to protect the Tang clan. Yanjian was shaken by the declaration. Sewon calmly explained that Seola was family to the Tang clan and that helping her had simply been the natural thing to do. There was no need for Yanjian to burden himself with debt. The only thing Sewon asked was that when true malice descended upon them, Yanjian would lend him his strength to protect their family. The sincerity of those words deeply moved Yanjian. He suddenly recalled a memory from years ago, when the poisoned sovereign had confronted him. At the time, Yanjian had questioned why the patriarch had come looking for him instead of tending to his own family. The poisoned sovereign had replied that Yanjian and Seola were already part of the Tang clan. Just like everyone else in the clan, they were family. Remembering those words in the present, Yanjian silently wondered whether his old friend was watching from beyond. The poison sovereign's wishes were finally being fulfilled. With renewed determination, Yanjian walked to the furnace, picked up his tools, and poured molten metal into a mold. He instructed Sewon to focus on more important matters because there was much work to be done. As the rhythmic sound of hammering echoed through the forge, Sewon watched quietly. For the first time, he felt that he had truly gained people he could trust and rely upon, people who would stand by his side in the trials to come. And just like that, the days flew by, and the day of the friendship duel finally arrived. The Tang clan arena was packed with spectators. Many members of the clan had gathered to witness the event, and discussions echoed throughout the audience. Some believed the outcome was already decided, noting that the young master's side consisted mostly of inexperienced recruits who were heavily outnumbered. Although Yeo Xian's abilities as an instructor were acknowledged, most felt that 10 days of training was far too short to make any meaningful difference. Others, however, placed their faith in Sewon and eagerly anticipated what he would accomplish. At that moment, Chief Steward Sun Jian announced the arrival of Patriarch Tang Niyo. The Patriarch addressed the gathered clan members, expressing his happiness at seeing the entire clan assembled together once more. Despite the hardships the Tang clan had recently endured, he hoped everyone could put aside their worries for the day and simply enjoy themselves. The clan members listened attentively. Meanwhile, Sewon observed the scene with growing excitement. He had not expected the duel to attract so much attention, but the scale of the event only strengthened his resolve. This was the perfect opportunity to demonstrate his capabilities before the entire clan. Once the opening ceremony concluded, Sun Jian stepped into the center of the arena and announced the rules. Only practice weapons would be permitted, and any participant targeting a vital point would be immediately disqualified. Afterward, everyone except the first duelists was instructed to leave the stage. Among the senior team's participants, BM Pyong became confused when he noticed Yeo Xian still standing beside the arena. Before leaving, Yeo Xian approached Dae Woong and offered a few final words of encouragement. He reminded the young warrior not to be nervous and urged him to display everything he had learned. Nearby, Sewon's uncle approached him with a satisfied smile. Having misunderstood Sewon's intentions, he believed the young master had deliberately arranged a calculated defeat in order to earn the loyalty of his subordinates. To him, losing this duel would ultimately become a victory. Sewon quickly corrected the misunderstanding. He had never intended to lose. His only goal was to crush the opposition completely. When Sun Jian requested that Yeo Xian leave the stage, the instructor immediately complied. Watching the exchange, BM Pyong found the entire situation somewhat awkward. The participants were then allowed to choose their weapons. BM Pyong was surprised when Dae Woong selected a bow. As far as he knew, Dae Woong's primary weapon had always been a whip. Huyung was equally surprised. In his eyes, BM Pyong held a significant advantage. A sword was far more practical in the confined arena, while a bow was notoriously difficult to balance between offense and defense. Once an opponent closed the distance, an archer was usually helpless. Acting as referee, Sun Jian officially began the duel. BM Pyong approached confidently. With no personal grudge against Dae Woong, he intended to end the match quickly and cleanly. Meanwhile, Dae Woong quietly repeated a sequence of numbers under his breath. The strange behavior irritated BM Pyong, who interpreted it as blatant disregard. Deciding to finish the duel in a single attack, he charged forward. At the same time, Dae Woong calmly prepared his bow. The numbers he had been repeating corresponded to information he had memorized about his opponent. As BM Pyong moved, Dae Woong carefully observed every detail of his posture and movements. He immediately identified the direction and trajectory of the incoming attack. The realization startled BM Pyong. Somehow, Dae Woong had predicted his strike perfectly. The sight triggered a memory from 9 days earlier. During training, Sewon had explained that Dae Woong's Black Eagle arrow art had drifted away from its original purpose. What was meant to be a martial art focused on a single decisive strike had become centered on rapid-fire attacks. Sewon intended to restore it to its original form. Working alongside him, Yeo Xian had carefully analyzed the flow of energy within the technique and proposed numerous adjustments. Under their guidance, Dae Woong had practiced a single arrow attack. When he finally released the arrow, it had completely destroyed the target. The result had left him speechless. He could scarcely believe that such power came from his own martial art. The technique felt entirely transformed. Afterward, Sewon had given Yeo Xian another task. He ordered him to secretly observe the hidden flower unit and develop counter-strategies against them. Yeo Xian had been horrified by the idea of being caught spying, only for Suwon to casually suggest that he simply run away if discovered. The memory ended as the duel continued in the present. Daewoo released an arrow. Pyong attempted to block it with his wooden sword, but the impact was overwhelming. The practice sword shattered instantly, and the force sent him crashing onto the ground. Watching from the sidelines, Suwon's uncle was astonished. Daewoo's speed and power far exceeded his expectations, and he wondered when the rookie had reached the first realm. Refusing to accept defeat, Pyong immediately rose to his feet and charged once more with the broken remains of his weapon. Driven by pride in the Hidden Flower unit, he launched a relentless series of attacks. Yet every strike missed. Daewoo calmly evaded each attack with remarkable precision. When Pyong attempted a thrust followed by a hidden follow-up strike, Daewoo anticipated it perfectly. Using his bow, he intercepted the attack and immediately followed with a powerful kick. The impact sent both weapons flying across the arena. Neither fighter was armed anymore. Without hesitation, Daewoo rushed forward and threw a punch. Pyong avoided it, and responded with a heavy blow to Daewoo's stomach. Believing he now held the advantage, Pyong unleashed a barrage of punches. Daewoo blocked every attack with his forearms. Watching the exchange, Suwon's uncle became convinced that Pyong had successfully seized control of the battle. Suwon, however, remained silent and continued observing. Moments later, one of Pyong's punches landed squarely on Daewoo's face, drawing blood. The hit caused Daewoo's expression to harden. At that moment, he recalled Suwon's advice. A warrior became most vulnerable when he was completely convinced of his own victory. That confidence clouded judgment and created opportunities for a decisive counterattack. Following that lesson, Daewoo reached into his arrow case and withdrew an object. Pyong assumed it was an arrow and laughed. Without a bow, an arrow was useless. Confident of victory, he charged forward. Only then did he realize his mistake. The object in Daewoo's hand was not an arrow at all but a concealed blunt weapon. Before he could react, Daewoo swung it directly into his stomach. The strike instantly drove the air from his lungs and sent him collapsing to the ground. The arena fell silent. A moment later, Sun Jian's voice echoed throughout the venue as he declared Daewoo the winner of the first duel on behalf of the young master's team. The result left Suwon's uncle utterly speechless. He could not comprehend how such an outcome had become possible. Meanwhile, Suwon simply smiled. To him, this victory was only the beginning. The spectators believed they had witnessed something shocking, but in his eyes, the true performance had not even started yet. Two members of the Tang clan entered the arena and carried away the injured Pyong. Daewoo could barely contain his excitement after his victory. Yeo Xian chuckled at the sight, pleased that the young warrior's efforts had finally borne fruit in a real battle. Daewoo confidently assured him that he knew exactly what to do in the next match. Watching the exchange, Suwon reflected that Daewoo seemed genuinely thrilled to see his hard work rewarded. Since he enjoyed the experience so much, Suwon decided that he would push him even harder during future training. Sun Jian announced that each camp would have 15 minutes to reorganize before the matches resumed. One of the senior members approached the captain and asked for instructions. The captain remained calm, explaining that although the opposing side's growth was surprising, there was an obvious reason behind their overwhelming performance. They had poured every ounce of their internal energy into each attack. Daewoo's exhausted appearance was proof enough. In his view, the young archer would collapse as soon as the next duel began. The seniors immediately relaxed after hearing his explanation. Their confidence returned as they convinced themselves that the victories were only temporary. However, their expressions changed when Suwon approached the exhausted Daewoo. The captain frowned in confusion, wondering why the young master was heading toward him. Moments later, Suwon began treating Daewoo using pressure point circulation. The captain's eyes widened in shock. He instantly recognized the technique. The audience also noticed what was happening. Murmurs spread throughout the arena as spectators expressed admiration for Suwon's medical skills. Many believed his abilities were worthy of the praise he had received from the Amei sect leader. Concerned about the fairness of the situation, Sun Jian approached Suwon and questioned whether such assistance might be problematic. Suwon calmly explained that he was merely restoring Daewoo's condition to what it had been at the start of the match. He added that he lacked the ability to infuse additional internal energy even if he wished to do so. Although Sun Jian still felt uneasy about it, he turned to the captain for a final decision. The captain considered the situation carefully. His side had entered the tournament with overwhelming advantages in both numbers and martial prowess. Raising objections now would only make them appear petty and desperate. In the end, he agreed that there was no issue as long as Dae-woong was merely being restored to his original condition. With the matter settled, the competition resumed. A short time later, Sun Jian announced the beginning of the second match. The moment the duel started, Dae-woong raised his bow and fired. The arrow struck his opponent directly in the stomach, sending him flying backward before crashing onto the arena floor. The referee immediately declared Dae-woong the winner. The matches continued one after another. Victory after victory went to the young master's team. Dae-woong continued defeating opponent after opponent. Jang Il and Jang Yi followed suit, overwhelming their own adversaries. As the defeats accumulated, the captain found himself unable to believe what he was witnessing. These warriors had been little more than low-ranking fighters only 10 days earlier. Yet now every member displayed remarkable improvement. Dae-woong alone secured 5 victories. Jang Il claimed 4. Jang Yi earned 3 more. 12 consecutive defeats had reduced the opposing side to only 9 remaining fighters. When the referee later declared Jang Yi the victor of another duel, the captain realized that only 8 fighters remained. The audience could hardly believe their eyes. Many wondered whether the warriors had secretly been elites all along. Others quickly dismissed the idea and credited everything to the teachings of the young master and his instructor. The captain could no longer deny the truth. In only 10 days, Suwon had developed perfect counters for every technique his opponents possessed. The feat seemed almost inhuman. Yet even more terrifying was the foresight Suwon had displayed by bringing the mysterious instructor into the clan. Despite witnessing his nephew's recent achievements, the captain had continued to worry because of Suwon's frail appearance. Now he realized how foolish those concerns had been. Suwon operated on an entirely different level. Ashamed of his own poor judgment, the captain concluded that the only proper decision would be to surrender. Before he could act, however, Suwon approached him with a proposal. The captain listened in confusion. Suwon explained that the matches had become tedious and suggested settling everything with a single group battle. The suggestion shocked the captain. The audience reacted with similar surprise. Many believed the young master's team would be at a severe disadvantage due to being heavily outnumbered. Since the vice-captain had yet to fight, most assumed Suwon was simply offering the opposing side a chance to preserve some dignity with a final victory. The captain, however, felt no reassurance. He was convinced that Suwon was planning something. Some time later, Sun Jian raised his hand and officially announced the final group battle. Before the match began, the captain secretly transmitted a warning to Huyang. He emphasized that the young master was undoubtedly planning something and ordered him not to lower his guard for even a moment. Both teams took their positions. Sun Jian lowered his hand and gave the signal to begin. The instant the battle started, Huyang ordered the deployment of the black flower arrow formation. His subordinates immediately formed ranks and charged forward. At the same time, Jang Il instructed Dae-woong to provide cover fire. Hidden weapons filled the air as Huyang commanded his men to unleash everything from the very start. Dae-woong dodged the incoming barrage while gritting his teeth in frustration. The sheer number of hidden weapons was overwhelming. A moment later, a dagger flying toward him was intercepted by Jang Yi's sword. After saving him, Jang Yi maintained his position while Dae-woong quickly expressed his gratitude. Confident in his own abilities, Jang Yi suggested eliminating the enemy formation himself. But Jang Il immediately rejected the reckless idea. Meanwhile, Huyang remained convinced that victory was within reach. As long as they maintained the pressure, the young master's team would eventually break. The barrage continued. The young master's team endured the relentless storm of hidden weapons while carefully protecting one another. Then Dae-woong noticed something. The wind had shifted. It was now blowing directly toward the enemy formation. Recognizing the opportunity, he immediately gave the signal. At once, both Dae-woong and Jang Yi produced strange objects and hurled them toward their opponents. Huyang spotted them midair and frowned in confusion. They resembled pills, yet something felt different. A sense of danger surged through him. He immediately ordered everyone to scatter. Watching from the rear, Suwon smiled. It was already too late. The young master's team had entered the group battle fully prepared. They had anticipated the black flower arrow formation and brought a countermeasure specifically designed to defeat it. The thrown objects exploded in midair. Countless green snowflakes spread across the battlefield. The moment Huyang saw them, his expression changed dramatically. He hurriedly covered his face, but it was already too late. Green smoke rapidly engulfed his entire force. Sewon watched calmly as the plan unfolded exactly as intended. The technique they had unleashed was the perfect counter to the black flower arrow formation, the long-lost poison art of the Tang clan. As the green smoke gradually dispersed, Huyang and his subordinates were revealed kneeling on the ground, completely unable to continue fighting. Seeing the battle's outcome, Sewon turned to Sun Jian and requested a verdict. Sun Jian stepped forward and officially declared the result of the final group battle. Victory belonged to the young master's team. At that moment, Tang Nuyal, the leader of the Tang clan and Sewon's father, approached him. Sewon respectfully acknowledged the clan leader's presence. Tang Nuyal immediately questioned him about the poison used during the battle, asking how he had obtained the immortal disabler. The name alone sent shockwaves through the audience. Murmurs spread rapidly throughout the arena as people discussed the legendary poison. Many remembered it as the famous energy-dispersing toxin once associated with the poison sovereign. As he observed the reactions around him, Tang Nuyal recalled the history of the poison. The immortal disabler was a non-lethal toxin designed to disrupt a martial artist's internal energy. While cultivators could survive its effects, ordinary people without qi often died from exposure. Because martial artists had abused such poisons and caused countless civilian casualties, the imperial court eventually ordered the destruction of most energy-dispersing toxins throughout the Jianghu. Only variants harmless to commoners were spared. Among them, the most famous had been the Tang clan's immortal disabler. When Tang Nuyal's father died unexpectedly, the poison disappeared entirely from the martial world. Its sudden reappearance in Sewon's possession was something he could scarcely comprehend. Nearby, one of the elders urgently ordered the physicians of the medical pavilion to transport the affected warriors for treatment. Sewon calmly stopped them. He explained that he had modified the ingredients, and that the effects would naturally disappear after a short time. He then apologized to the clan leader for causing concern and admitted that the poison he had used was indeed the immortal disabler. The confirmation shocked everyone present. Tang Nuyal immediately asked whether Sewon had obtained the formula from the poison demon. After a brief silence, Sewon confirmed that he had. Internally, however, he decided that blaming everything on the poison demon was the safest explanation. Tang Nuyal then reminded him of the story he had previously told. According to Sewon's account, the poison demon had been attempting to recreate the immortal disabler in a hidden cave. Yet whenever the final ingredient was added, the poison became unstable, causing him immense suffering and leading him to curse Sewon's grandfather before his death. If that formula had been incomplete, Tang Nuyal wanted to know how Sewon had succeeded where the poison demon had failed. In response, Sewon reached into his pocket and explained that the poison demon had spent years searching for a substance capable of stabilizing the mixture. Unfortunately, no such ingredient had existed. He then revealed a piece of black waste stone. According to Sewon, everything changed once the stone was added to the formula. The poison immediately stabilized, and after examining the finished result, he became convinced that it matched the true immortal disabler originally created by his grandfather. The audience erupted into excited whispers. Many could hardly believe that the legendary poison had truly returned to the Tang clan. Some even began dreaming of the clan reclaiming its former status as the strongest power in Sichuan. Sewon modestly explained that his only goal had been to honor his grandfather's legacy. He apologized once more for the unnecessary commotion his actions had caused. Upon hearing the entire explanation, Huyang's expression changed completely. He dropped to his knees along with all of his subordinates, and openly admitted his wrongdoing. He confessed that he had foolishly judged his master's intentions and rebelled against him. For that crime, he declared himself willing to accept any punishment. Sewon questioned whether Huyang truly understood the weight of such words. Before Huyang could answer, the captain stepped forward. Accepting responsibility, he admitted that the failure to properly discipline his subordinates was entirely his fault and requested that only he be punished. Sewon respectfully addressed him as his uncle but firmly rejected the request. Such behavior could not simply be ignored. A suitable punishment was unavoidable. He then asked Yeo Xian whether the preparations were complete. Yeo Xian confirmed that everything had been brought as requested. Thanking him for his efforts, Sewon waited calmly. A moment later, Gu Yanjian arrived accompanied by several disciples pushing wooden carts loaded with weapons. The captain immediately grew nervous upon recognizing the master of the Iron Hall. Yanjian approached Sewon, bowed respectfully, and declared that he would carry out all of his instructions. After receiving permission, Yan Jian began distributing weapons to every member of the Dark Flower Corps. As he handed them out, he explained that each weapon had been custom-made to match the individual martial arts and personal characteristics of its owner. More importantly, every single weapon had been personally forged by Sewon over the past 10 days. Tang Nuyo was stunned. The fact that Sewon had earned the cooperation and respect of such an influential elder was astonishing enough. Learning that he had personally forged all of the weapons only deepened his shock. Huyang stared at the weapon in his hands and questioned why they were being given such gifts. Sewon's expression became serious. He explained that the weapons were not gifts at all. Instead, they were the final travel expenses he was willing to provide. If they truly wished to reach the level he envisioned for them, they would have to endure suffering severe enough to break bones and burn blood. Anyone afraid of such hardships was free to leave immediately. He would neither stop them nor blame them. However, those who chose to remain had to be prepared to die and be reborn stronger. Far from being discouraged, the members of the Dark Flower Corps responded with excitement and determination. They accepted the challenge without hesitation. Watching their reactions, Sewon silently made a vow. He would unite everyone's strength into a single force. When the inevitable war against the blood cult arrived, he intended to ensure that not a single one of them died. Later that night, a grand banquet was held to celebrate the day's events. As laughter and drinking filled the hall, someone enthusiastically declared that everyone should drink until they collapsed. While the festivities continued, Sewon quietly slipped away. Moving swiftly through the darkness, he headed toward the bamboo forest. Although he regretted missing the banquet, he admitted to himself that it had been a long time since he had attended such a gathering. After traveling some distance, he stopped and gazed at the moon overhead. The sight reminded him that he had not returned to this place since the day he executed Sun Wukong. Sensing a hidden presence nearby, Sewon turned toward the shadows. He casually remarked that very few people knew the location offered the finest view of the moon, and suggested that the observer stop hiding and enjoy the scenery. A moment later, Zhang Yi stepped out from concealment. He admitted with a laugh that escaping Sewon's perception was apparently impossible. Sewon sighed and remarked that concealing one's footsteps and breathing was not enough. Zhang Yi seemed amused by the comment, and questioned what else was required. Sewon ignored the question and instead asked why he had come. Zhang Yi reached into his clothing and produced one of the daggers he had received earlier. He explained that something about the weapon distribution felt strange. Since his primary weapon was a short spear, he wanted to know why he had been given throwing daggers instead. Sewon calmly replied that throwing daggers were the primary weapon of an assassin. The statement immediately froze Zhang Yi in place. Realizing his disguise had already been exposed, he asked how long Sewon had known. Sewon answered that he had known from their very first meeting. Zhang Yi laughed bitterly. For 10 days, he had secretly worried about being discovered. Learning that his identity had been obvious from the beginning made all of that anxiety seem pointless. Without warning, he hurled the dagger at Sewon with full force. Sewon casually caught it before it reached him. He expressed disappointment, explaining that he had not crafted the weapon carelessly simply because it belonged to an assassin. Zhang Yi admitted the quality was impressive but insisted that his own weapon was still superior. He then demanded to know how Sewon had uncovered his identity. Sewon revealed that he had already expected the Li merchant group to send an assassin. Furthermore, the tools Zhang Yi had been using were of unusually poor quality. Realizing there was no point maintaining the deception, Zhang Yi removed the skin mask covering his face. The disguise peeled away to reveal the assassin sent by the Li merchant group. The assassin chuckled and remarked that Sewon was remarkably perceptive, though he clearly underestimated the value of the mask itself. Sewon responded that he was well aware of the turmoil currently affecting the assassin sect. The situation had become so dire that even one of their assassins was forced to rely on a low-grade skin mask. The assassin's expression darkened immediately. Not only had Sewon mastered the one-point kill, but he also possessed detailed knowledge of the assassin sect and its internal affairs. Growing increasingly suspicious, the assassin narrowed his eyes and demanded to know who Sewon truly was. The question caused Sewon to recall a memory from his previous life. He remembered the day the assassin had visited his blacksmith shop. The assassin had introduced himself as number 3 of the Black Assassination Squad and explained that he wished to acquire a throwing dagger. When asked what kind of dagger he wanted, the assassin had requested one capable of piercing the blood demon's throat. Sewon had naturally asked about the price. The assassin's answer had been simple. An assassin had only two things to offer: knowledge of how to kill a target, or the service of killing that target personally. The memory faded. Returning to the present, Sewon mocked the assassin for arriving without properly researching his target. In his eyes, it was proof that the assassin's sect had truly fallen from its former glory. Before the conversation could continue, the assassin suddenly rushed forward and slashed with his dagger. Sewon effortlessly blocked the attack. Frustrated, the assassin declared that words would get them nowhere. If answers were going to be exchanged, they would come only after he tore off one of Sewon's arms. The assassin smiled before vanishing from sight. Sewon immediately looked around, searching for his opponent. At that moment, the assassin appeared behind him and mocked him for looking in the wrong direction. Sewon instantly turned and slashed toward the source of the voice, but the assassin vanished once again. A moment later, the assassin appeared directly above him and brought his weapon down in a powerful strike. He casually remarked that Sewon had merely been chasing an afterimage. Sewon reacted immediately. Using Heavenly Thread, he blocked the attack and forced the assassin backward. Without wasting any time, he launched a counterattack, sending heavenly threads toward the assassin from multiple directions. The assassin easily evaded the incoming attacks and laughed. Having observed Sewon's fighting style, he claimed to have already figured out his weapon. In his eyes, Sewon relied on threads for nearly every form of attack. However, as he spoke, a shallow cut suddenly appeared on his cheek. Confused by the unexpected injury, the assassin glanced toward Sewon. Sewon calmly asked what other information the assassin had managed to uncover before coming to confront him. At that moment, heavenly threads spread around the assassin from every direction. Sewon immediately pulled on them in an attempt to bind his opponent. An explosion erupted. Nearby bamboo shattered as flames burst outward. Sewon quickly noticed that the threads had caught fire. Standing amidst the flames, the assassin revealed hands covered in flame aura. He admitted that Sewon was not completely useless, but confidently declared that threads could simply be burned away. Seeing this, Sewon recognized the truth. The assassin possessed a natural martial body. It was a physique capable of mastering any martial art effortlessly, and pushing every technique to its absolute peak. It was a flawless body, a gift bestowed by heaven itself. Even the blood demon had acknowledged its talent. The man before him was Mu Myong, an assassin who had never failed a mission and who could learn and reproduce his opponent's techniques as though they were his own. Mu Myong moved his hands and unleashed the technique known as Supreme Ring of Flames, Tempered Flame. Several streams of fire shot towards Sewon. Sewon immediately began maneuvering around the attacks while analyzing the technique. He suspected that Mu Myong had acquired it from the South Sea Sun Palace. Realizing that keeping his distance would only favor his opponent, Sewon decided he needed to close the gap. He rapidly advanced while narrowly avoiding the relentless barrage of flames. At the same time, he threw his dagger toward Mu Myong. The assassin casually destroyed it with a burst of tempered flame. Watching the attack fail, Mu Myong chuckled. Everything was proceeding exactly as he had expected. At Sewon's current level, he believed overcoming tempered flame was impossible. Sewon continued moving through the battlefield using Heavenly Thread, while Mu Myong relentlessly bombarded him with fire techniques. The assassin concluded that even 1-point kill would make no difference. In his opinion, Sewon could not have mastered the technique properly if he had merely copied or stolen it. Then one of the flame attacks exploded violently. Using the opening created by the blast, Sewon instantly thrust forward with 1-point kill. The moment Mu Myong saw the attack, his confidence faltered. Its execution was superior to his own. Before the dagger could reach him, Mu Myong vanished. Sewon searched his surroundings in confusion. Suddenly, the assassin appeared directly before him. He seized Sewon's dagger arm and unleashed tempered flame at point-blank range. Flames engulfed Sewon's body. A scream escaped him as the fire consumed him. Seeing this, Mu Myong laughed mockingly. He remarked that the sight suited a petty thief perfectly, and demanded to know the true method behind 1-point kill. Then something unexpected happened. The flames surrounding Sewon suddenly vanished. Mu Myong stared in disbelief. Before he could react, Sewon slammed his hand against the ground. Countless heavenly threads burst outward and instantly surrounded the assassin. Sewon calmly asked whether Mu Myong had truly believed he had been defeated. A sense of danger filled the assassin's mind. Realizing the situation had become serious, he immediately tried to escape. It was already too late. The threads wrapped around both of his arms and restrained him. Mu Myong attempted to burn them away using tempered flame, but the threads refused to ignite. Looking more closely, he discovered freezing yin energy flowing through them. The sight left him stunned. Sewon advised him not to waste his energy. As Mu Myong studied him carefully, he noticed a blue glow surrounding Sewon. He immediately recognized it as innate core energy. Suspicion filled his eyes. He questioned whether Sewon intended for both of them to die together. Sewon calmly replied that such an interpretation would not be entirely wrong. Using heavenly thread, he retrieved his fallen dagger and directed its point toward Mu Myong's head. In his view, the conflict would only end when one of them died. For the first time, Mu Myong felt genuine tension. He realized that Sewon had completely trapped him. Yet just before the dagger could strike, Sewon stopped it. Mu Myong stared in confusion. Rather than attacking, Sewon instructed him to take the weapon. The assassin accepted the dagger but questioned Sewon's intentions. Sewon then drew his own dagger and explained. He knew that Mu Myong would only accept a challenge if the conditions were fair. Therefore, he intended to settle everything properly and determine who the true successor of the assassin sect was. Mu Myong dismissed the claim as nonsense. However, Sewon continued. Although their methods differed, Mu Myong should recognize the ritual they were performing. This was the assassin sect's succession test. The bond breaker. Hearing the name, Mu Myong froze. Sewon explained that the saying, "He who tied the knot must untie it," was only part of the meaning. The true bond breaker involved binding one another's bodies before attempting to strike and disable each other's limbs. That was the genuine succession test. Mu Myong laughed. He finally understood why Sewon had bound their arms together. Even so, he dismissed the story and advised Sewon to stop trying to manipulate him with old legends. Sewon remained unmoved. He revealed that he sought revenge against the assassin sect on behalf of his master, the Assassin Reaper. The moment that name was spoken, Mu Myong froze completely. Shock filled his expression. He asked whether Sewon was claiming to be the disciple of his deceased brother. At the same time, he remembered years of fruitless searching. Despite all his efforts, he had never managed to uncover a single clue regarding his brother's fate. Still struggling to process the revelation, he questioned Sewon further. Was he truly saying that the assassin sect itself had murdered his brother? Sewon calmly confirmed it. Mu Myong simply had not known the truth until now. As he spoke, Sewon recalled a memory from his previous life. During one of their conversations, Mu Myong had once confessed his greatest regret. It was not a failed mission or an enemy who escaped him. Rather, it was his inability to uncover the identities of the traitors sooner. He had bitterly lamented how deeply corruption had spread within the assassin sect. The organization had become rotten enough to sell out its own family. If he could return to the past, he had vowed to kill every one of the vermin responsible for his brother's death. Afterward, he had jokingly suggested that Sewon help him. Then, after a brief pause, he had laughed and withdrawn the invitation. At the time, Sewon had been far too weak to be of any help. Mu Myong had told him not to get involved, not to throw away his life needlessly, and not to die like a stray dog. Instead, he had suggested that they simply drink together as friends. In the present, the assassin demanded to know whether Sewon was truly claiming that the assassin sect had been responsible for his brother's death. Without answering immediately, Sewon released the threads restraining the assassin and assumed a fighting stance. Then he charged forward. As he launched his attack, he declared that from that moment onward, he would fulfill his master's final wish. The assassin blocked the strike, but Sewon continued speaking. According to the traditions of the assassin sect, the bind breaker would now begin. The words only fueled the assassin's anger. With a powerful swing of his dagger, he forced Sewon backward before advancing toward him. He accepted the challenge, promising to make Sewon beg for the chance to continue speaking. The battle resumed. Neither side could gain the upper hand. Every attack was met with an evasion, and every evasion was followed by a counterattack. The duel continued in a relentless cycle as both fighters demonstrated nearly identical skills. After some time, the assassin suddenly kicked a cloud of dust into Sewon's face. The debris obscured Sewon's vision for a brief moment. Seizing the opportunity, the assassin slipped behind him, leaped from a bamboo stalk, and thrust his dagger forward. Just as the blade was about to strike, Sewon turned. He narrowly dodged the attack and immediately launched a counter-strike of his own. The assassin barely avoided it. Without hesitation, Sewon followed up with the throwing dagger technique. The assassin evaded it effortlessly. As he did, a realization struck him. The technique was exactly the same as his own. Moments later, both fighters attempted simultaneous kicks. Their legs collided in midair, and the force of the impact sent both men sliding backward. The assassin's suspicions only grew stronger. Even the way Sewon utilized the technique was identical. If that was the case, then there was only one move that could follow. 1-point kill. The assassin remarked that if they continued mirroring each other like this, they would spend the entire night fighting without ever finishing the test. Sewon calmly assured him that the next exchange would be different. Both men lowered their stances. The assassin executed 1-point kill. At the same time, Sewon moved as well. The moment the assassin saw his stance, his eyes widened. Sewon was using a reverse grip. The technique instantly became recognizable. It was the secret art known as reverse 1-point kill. Their daggers collided. A sharp crack echoed through the bamboo forest. The assassin's weapon shattered. Unable to withstand the impact, he dropped to one knee. Looking down at him, Sewon remarked that it appeared the assassin was the one who should be begging now. The assassin readily admitted defeat. Still staring at the fragments of his broken dagger, he asked what technique Sewon had just used. Sewon explained that it was reverse 1-point kill. The assassin nodded slowly. The name suited the technique perfectly. Everything about it, from the grip to the circulation of core energy, had been reversed. Yet despite that reversal, the technique was clearly superior to the original 1-point kill. Sewon explained that his master had recreated the technique from scratch for someone who preferred fighting with a reverse grip. Hearing that, the assassin was reminded of a distant memory. As a child, he had once been scolded by his older brother for holding his weapon incorrectly. Instead of listening, he had insisted that his unconventional grip looked cooler. The memory faded. Back in the present, the assassin slammed his fist into the ground. Frustration filled his voice as he complained that he could not believe he was hearing such words from someone else. His brother should have shown that level of care while he was still alive. Watching him, Sewon felt no particular sympathy. In his mind, this was exactly what the assassin had been searching for all along. After gathering himself, the assassin stood up and asked to hear the full story. Sewon immediately asked what he would receive in return. The assassin offered information that had never been revealed throughout the history of the Jianghu. More importantly, he promised to reveal the location of the assassin sect itself. Satisfied with the offer, Sewon agreed and began his explanation. The story started 5 years earlier. Upon hearing the date, the assassin stiffened. That had been the same period during which he had discovered the last traces left behind by his brother. Sewon explained that he had been gathering poisonous herbs on a rugged mountain when he lost his footing and fell from a cliff. By sheer luck, he had managed to catch hold of a branch before plummeting to his death. The assassin immediately interrupted. The story sounded far too convenient. He openly questioned whether Sewon seriously expected anyone to believe such a cliché stroke of luck. Sewon responded only with a serious look. The assassin suddenly became uncertain. To his surprise, Sewon appeared completely serious. Reluctantly, the assassin agreed to keep listening. Sewon continued. While struggling to survive on the cliffside, he had discovered a hidden cave. The assassin immediately guessed what came next. Surely there had been a skeleton inside. Sewon seemed genuinely surprised by the accuracy of the guess. Although there had not been a skeleton, there had been a secret arts manual lying beside an old bloodstain. The assassin exploded in disbelief. Of course he knew what came next. Even a third-rate novel would not rely on such an absurdly predictable setup. Sewon calmly asked whether he wanted the story to end there. The assassin instantly realized he had pushed too far. Growing nervous, he quickly apologized. Sewon turned away and remarked that if the assassin did not believe him, then there was no reason to continue. Panicking, the assassin hurried forward and grabbed Sewon's shoulder. He offered a sincere apology, and asked him to continue. Sewon finally relented. He warned the assassin to remain silent and listen carefully because this would be his last chance. The secret arts manual, he explained, had not contained martial arts alone. Written in blood alongside the techniques were the truth behind the incident, and the dying wish left behind by his master. Sewon continued explaining that Mu Myung, the man who had killed Myung's brother, had been acting under orders from the blood cult. Upon hearing that, Myung became visibly flustered. Sewon reflected that he had never imagined the man would turn out to be the traitor. However, he had no choice but to believe it because the information had been written in a secret code known only to the two of them. Ever since his upper energy core had opened, all of his memories had become crystal clear, which proved invaluable in situations like this. Myung asked whether his brother had requested that Sewon avenge him. Sewon replied that he had not. Instead, his brother had said that revenge was something his younger brother should carry out himself. Those words left Myung stunned. Sewon continued by explaining that his only task had been to deliver the improved martial arts and reveal the truth behind everything. Myung questioned why, despite obtaining the secret arts manual 5 years earlier, Sewon had never revealed himself until now. Sewon explained that he had been instructed never to make contact until his martial prowess had reached the peak of the Supreme Peak realm. His master had warned him never to act recklessly, especially because of someone who had once tried to sever his arm without hesitation. Myung began asking who that person had been. Before he could finish, Sewon interrupted him, stating that enough had been said and that Myung only needed to reveal the location of the assassin sect headquarters so everything could be brought to an end. Confused, Myung asked what exactly Sewon intended to end. Without hesitation, Sewon placed his weapon against Myung's neck. He explained that he had expected another assassination attempt, and since assassin sect contracts were absolute, it was only logical to eliminate any possible threat before it could arise. Myung admitted that it was a rational conclusion. Sewon declared that he would kill their mortal enemy in Myung's place and asked whether he had any final words. Instead of accepting death, Myung calmly begged to be spared. His answer completely caught Sewon off guard. After confirming that he was serious, Myung explained that although he had once been indifferent toward death, fighting Sewon had changed him. Learning the truth about his brother's killer had given him a reason to keep living. He insisted that Sewon owed him an apology for burdening him with that truth and that sparing his life would be a fitting apology. Sewon questioned whether that reasoning made any sense. Smiling, Myung casually added that while Sewon was at it, he might as well teach him the one-point kill counter as well. Completely dumbfounded, Sewon declared that Myung had completely lost his mind and that he had heard enough. Myung then made an unexpected proposal, offering the entire assassin sect to Sewon. The offer surprised him. Myung explained that he was the current successor of the assassin sect. Once he became sect leader, he would hand everything over to Sewon if he were allowed to personally take revenge against their mutual enemy. Those words reminded Sewon of his previous life, when a mortally wounded Myung had told him that he had failed as a blacksmith and begged Sewon to succeed and find his freedom. Remembering that final plea, Sewon realized that someone with such unwavering determination would not die easily. He sheathed his dagger and agreed, saying that he also had to respect his master's final wishes. Turning away, he admitted that he was far from pleased with the arrangement, but if enduring it meant obtaining the assassin sect, then it was a price he was willing to pay. He declared that he would wait for the day they met again before departing with his footstep technique. Watching him disappear, Myung remarked that Sewon had left without a trace of hesitation. He reflected that his late brother had intended only to pass down his martial arts, yet somehow his terrible personality had been inherited as well. Even so, he found comfort in knowing that his brother had left behind such an extraordinary disciple. Afterward, Myung retrieved his shattered dagger from the ground and wondered what kind of place the blood cult truly was. He questioned what kind of treasure could have driven someone to betray even his own brother. Rage filled him as he crushed the broken dagger into dust with his bare hand, swearing that the traitor would bitterly regret that decision. He then remembered Sewon's earlier revelation that the true culprit was the assassin sect leader, his own father. Gritting his teeth in fury, Myung muttered the name Hyeongyang. The scene then shifted to Blood Demon Mountain, where an empty throne overlooked the gathered elders of the blood cult. Bloodbrain, the second elder, remarked that the first and 10th elders had yet to arrive. Death Buddha, the 5th elder, complained that while the 3 elders currently on missions could be excused, there was no reason for the remaining 2 to keep everyone waiting. Asura Twin Monsters, the 7th elder, angrily questioned how a pathetic blind man dared to delay them. Black Bone Witch, the 8th elder, speculated that the 10th elder was desperately clinging to his last remaining hope. Curious, White Yiksha, the 9th elder, asked what she meant. Black Bone, which mocked him for his stupidity before explaining that the 10th elder had most likely gone to visit the armless poison demon in an attempt to remove him from his elder position. She sneered that it was disgraceful for such a fool to hold the title of elder. Infuriated by her insults, White Yiksha unleashed his inner energy, and warned that another word from her would cost her both her tongue and her position. Black Bone, which merely laughed at his threat, mocking his martial prowess. Before the argument could escalate, the doors opened and Sword Demon, the first elder and vice leader of the blood cult, entered alongside Poison Demon, the 10th elder. Sword Demon demanded to know what all the commotion was about. Poison Demon expressed disappointment that the fight had been interrupted, joking that he had nearly acquired fresh materials for his corpse poison. Seeing Poison Demon, Black Bone, which silently realized just how dangerous he had become. His poison arts had advanced to an astonishing level, making her wonder whether he had already reached the threshold of the mystic realm. Sword Demon ordered everyone to postpone their quarrel because the audience was about to begin. Bloodbrain was taken aback, realizing that their lord's year-long training period should still have 6 months remaining. Before anyone could question it further, an overwhelming pressure descended upon the throne room. Every elder immediately rose before dropping to their knees. A herald announced that the master of all demons had descended and commanded every servant to prostrate themselves before their god. The blood demon slowly approached his throne before turning to face the kneeling elders. 2 guards stood silently beside him. One of the guards loudly proclaimed the blood demon's return and ordered every demon to bow before him, praising the divine cult's inevitable rule over the world. The chants continued throughout the hall. One guard soon noticed that Poison Demon's posture was insufficiently respectful and harshly ordered him to bow properly. The blood demon shifted his gaze toward Poison Demon and released even greater pressure. Instantly overwhelmed, Poison Demon was forced onto his hands and knees. Coughing up blood, he quietly acknowledged that this was the limit of his current strength. Without further ceremony, the blood demon announced that the date of the grand plan would be moved forward. Every elder accepted the order without hesitation. The blood demon then commanded White Yiksha to travel to Kaifeng. White Yiksha immediately accepted the assignment. Finally, the blood demon issued his true command. He ordered White Yiksha to go to the headquarters of the Orthodox faction's Mirim Alliance and bathe it in blood. Time passed after the friendly duel. A middle-aged man sat at a table in a restaurant with 2 young men. While observing the long line of people waiting to enter the Tang clan, the middle-aged man brought up the rumor that the Tang clan's Emerald Dragon had single-handedly destroyed the Nagang stronghold during an escort mission. The brown-haired young man expressed disbelief, noting that the Nagang stronghold was one of the 72 strongholds of the Green Forest. The black-haired young man agreed, insisting that such a notorious stronghold chief could not possibly have been defeated so easily, and dismissing the story as nothing more than a false rumor. The middle-aged man poured himself a drink and criticized their skepticism. He pointed out that Sawun had already confronted the poison demon, making it unreasonable to think he would fear the Green Forest bandits. The black-haired young man remarked that the Emerald Dragon's reputation was already soaring throughout the Jianghu. However, the brown-haired young man remained unconvinced, arguing that no one had actually witnessed Sawun fighting. The middle-aged man explained that whether they believed the rumors or not, the Emerald Dragon's growing reputation had drawn countless people to the Tang clan. As the sun began to set, 2 guards patrolled the streets together. One guard commented that he could hardly believe Sawun had remained inside the forge ever since dawn. The other wondered whether Sawun had even slept, considering that he was already overwhelmed with responsibilities involving both the escort agency and the medicine hall. The first guard admired Sawun's dedication, noting that the atmosphere within the Tang clan had greatly improved because of him. The second guard agreed and resolved that they should work just as diligently themselves. Meanwhile, inside the forge, Sawun continued hammering away at his gloves. After some time, he let out a sigh of relief. He realized that by following the pursuit thread of the ring finger, he had finally unlocked the ice wheel thread of the pinky, a technique capable of countering scorching yang energy. Even so, he knew it was still far from complete. As he put on the gloves, he reflected that if they had displayed their true power, the current Mu Maiyang would never have been able to match him. Unlike the pursuit thread, the ice wheel thread required him to absorb the materials from the 10 demonic weapons contained within the heavenly net before it could reveal its full potential. His thoughts turned toward the 10 demonic weapons, recalling that the white water fan belonging to the white ice demon supreme, Seolirang, was one of them. A memory from his previous life surfaced, in which Seolirang had eagerly spoken about the space of extinction and expressed her hope that the demonic artisan would be present there. The mere memory caused Sewon's body to tremble with fear. He wondered whether the materials necessary to forge the white water fan were currently within the Murim Alliance. If they were, then he would have no choice but to travel there and obtain them. Before pursuing that goal, however, he resolved to capture the hidden observer watching him. His expression immediately became serious. Extending one hand toward a nearby hiding place, countless threads shot from his fingers and wrapped themselves around the concealed figure. Before the intruder could react, Sewon restrained him completely and slammed him violently into the ground. Walking over, Sewon remarked that anyone caught spying on another person's training could hardly complain even if they lost their life. The hidden observer turned out to be Myong, who remained lying on the ground while clutching his shoulder and complaining that he must have landed badly because he could no longer stand. Without another word, Sewon picked up a pan filled with molten iron from the burner and held it toward him. Seeing it, Myong nervously questioned why Sewon was holding molten iron. Sewon calmly explained that he intended to help him wash his face with it before sarcastically asking what else it could possibly be for. Laughing awkwardly, Myong stood up and admitted his embarrassment before asking how Sewon had managed to detect the Shadow King's stride despite its ability to conceal itself within shadows. Sewon silently reflected that the pursuit thread possessed tracking and detection abilities that rendered such techniques ineffective. He then questioned why Myong was still lingering around after 10 days had already passed. Myong explained that an assassin could never reveal information carelessly. Although he wanted to leave, the person he intended to kill was someone far too powerful, forcing him to spend additional time preparing. Setting the pan aside, Sewon reflected that Hyung Yeong was both the leader of the assassin sect and Mu Myong's father, meaning he undoubtedly carried many complicated emotions as well. Interrupting his thoughts, Myong casually requested permission to stay with him for a while. The request left Sewon surprised. Myong explained that remaining beside Sewon was the only way to avoid suspicion. Since assassins stayed close to their targets until the moment they struck, he could not afford to leave, even if it took years. Sewon simply remarked that Myong was unbelievably persistent. Placing a hand on Sewon's shoulder, Myong suggested that while they were together, Sewon might as well teach him the one-point kill. In exchange, Sewon would gain the world's greatest assassin as his personal bodyguard. Sewon brushed his hand away and bluntly stated that he had no need for a bodyguard who was weaker than himself. Although Myong admitted the statement was true, he still complained that it had been unnecessarily harsh. Their conversation was interrupted when someone burst into the forge and loudly called for the young clan head. Before the newcomer noticed him, Myong silently disappeared back into the shadows. The visitor apologized for arriving so early before explaining that he had been sent to deliver a message from the Murim Alliance. Sewon calmly instructed him to deliver the message directly. The messenger explained that the Murim Alliance wished for Sewon to come and make use of its forge. Hearing this, Sewon immediately wondered whether the matter he had entrusted to Abbas Jiamhwa had finally been resolved. He considered the timing fortunate, believing it provided the perfect justification for his next move. After thanking the messenger for bringing the news so early, Sewon stated that he would immediately report to the clan head and depart as soon as possible. Some time later, inside the Tang clan's meeting room, Tang Muyeo listened as Sewon informed him that he intended to leave for Kaifeng immediately. In addition to answering the Murim Alliance's summons, he also planned to fulfill the escort request from the Qianyan finance manor. Concerned, Tang Muyeo objected to allowing him to travel alone. Sewon reassured him that Yeo Xian would accompany him as his bodyguard. Saran immediately volunteered to join them as well, believing that 3 people would be better than 2. Tang Muyeo welcomed the suggestion, saying it would ease his worries. Sun Jian, the chief steward of the inner and outer halls, reminded them that the journey would likely take an entire month and urged them to be careful. However, Sewon confidently stated that they would arrive within only 15 days. His confidence surprised both Tang Muyeo and Saran. When Sun Jian asked whether he had discovered a shortcut during a previous escort mission, Sewon simply admitted that such an assumption was close enough. Sun Jian immediately offered to prepare a carriage. Sewon declined, explaining that speed was the essence of an escort mission. Since the cargo consisted of nothing more than banknotes, a carriage would only slow them down. Instead of traveling around the mountain, he intended to cut straight through it. Some time later, the three continued their journey toward Kaifeng. Sewon climbed steep mountain paths while carrying Yeo Xian on his back, with Saran struggling to follow behind them. Drenched in sweat, Saran inwardly complained that this so-called shortcut resembled a road leading directly to the afterlife. She finally realized why Sewon had never requested a carriage, as the route was completely impossible for horses to traverse. Unable to keep up any longer, she called for Sewon to wait. Turning around in confusion, Sewon merely urged her to hurry up. As she struggled onward, Saran could only conclude that, just like during their previous outing together, she had once again been completely tricked by him. 2 weeks later, Sewon arrived at Qianyan Finance Manor together with his exhausted bodyguard, Yeo Xian, and his equally weary sister, Saran. Upon seeing the massive estate, Sewon reflected that the greatest finance manor in Hunan, headquartered in Kaifeng, truly possessed a scale unlike any other. The manor lord personally came out to greet him, expressing his appreciation for the long journey from Sichuan. Sewon politely presented the requested goods, stating that they had successfully delivered the shipment. The manor lord gratefully accepted the box before carefully inspecting its contents. After confirming that everything was in perfect condition, he apologized for being unable to prepare a proper reception since Sewon's group had arrived far earlier than expected. Sewon responded that he was already grateful to have been welcomed personally. Curious about their remarkable speed, the manor lord asked how they had managed to reach Kaifeng so quickly. Sewon explained that the Tang clan had independently discovered a shortcut, and assured him that any future cooperation with the Tang clan escort agency would provide the same level of efficiency. Hearing those words, the manor lord immediately understood the hidden implication. He realized that Sewon intended to replace the Iliang Escort Agency, one of Sichuan's 4 great escort agencies, as their exclusive business partner. Although barely 20 years old, Sewon already possessed extraordinary ambition. Remembering the recent turmoil throughout Sichuan, the manor lord concluded that the young man was a genius destined to leave his mark not only upon Sichuan, but across the entire Central Plains. Laughing in satisfaction, the manor lord immediately declared that from that day onward, every escort mission connected to Sichuan would be entrusted exclusively to the Tang clan escort agency. Sewon respectfully accepted the decision and expressed his gratitude. The manor lord then noticed Yeo Xian and Saran standing behind him, and wondered whether they were all right. With a small chuckle, Sewon explained that the exhausting escort mission had finally caught up with them. The manor lord warmly invited the group inside to rest. Accepting the invitation, Sewon and his companions entered the manor. Later that evening, the 3 of them sat together in a restaurant after their meal had been served. The moment the food arrived, Yeo Xian and Saran immediately grabbed their bowls and began eating without hesitation. Watching them, Sewon smiled and gently reminded them to slow down before they upset their stomachs. Still exhausted, Saran complained that the so-called shortcut had been nothing but torture. They had barely slept during the entire 2-week journey while crossing extremely dangerous mountain paths. In her opinion, even a Supreme Peak Realm martial artist would have found such a route exhausting. Hearing her complaints, Yeo Xian silently wondered whether she still had no idea just how overwhelming Sewon's true martial prowess really was. Once they had calmed down, Yeo Xian asked what Sewon intended to do next. Since they had arrived before the Murim Alliance's appointed date, he wondered whether they would head there immediately. Sewon explained that he had no intention of rushing to the Murim Alliance. When Saran asked why, he replied that the journey had been exhausting and, since it was their first visit to Hunan, they might as well spend several days resting and sightseeing before attending to their business. Saran immediately became suspicious, remarking that such words sounded more like the beginning of another troublesome adventure. Sewon casually denied ever causing trouble. After standing from his seat, he suggested that everyone spend the following day however they wished before reminding them to finish eating and get plenty of rest. Leaving the restaurant alone, he walked away into the city. Saran called after him, pointing out that he had not even eaten and asking where he intended to go. Without stopping, Sewon explained that the full moon and pleasant evening breeze had inspired him to go out and perform a few charitable deeds. A short while later, he wandered through Kaifeng's crowded shopping district. Restaurant owners enthusiastically called for him to come inside and enjoy their finest meals. Women complimented his appearance, while elderly vendors invited him to stop for drinks. Despite the lively atmosphere surrounding him, Sewon's thoughts remained fixed upon the future. He remembered that only 6 months later, these very streets would become the site of the Kaifeng blood disaster, the first large-scale massacre unleashed by the blood cult upon the Jianghu. The true reason he had forced his group to arrive ahead of schedule was to prevent that tragedy, and save as many innocent lives as possible. He knew that accomplishing such a goal first required suppressing the anti-alliance leader faction. Their political struggle to remove the Sword Emperor from the position of alliance leader had greatly weakened the Murim alliance, allowing the blood disaster to become far more devastating than it otherwise would have been. Having witnessed those events once before, Sewon silently vowed that he would stop their secret schemes no matter the cost. The scene then shifted elsewhere within Kaifeng, where several influential leaders of the Murim alliance had secretly gathered. Guan Muriang, the leader of the Kongnong sect, remarked that escaping the suffocating atmosphere of the Murim alliance for a private gathering like this felt as though a tremendous burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Wanbo Jian, the head of the Wanbo clan, complained in frustration about the alliance leader relocating the meeting hall to such an unimpressive place. AK Ho, the head of the Shandong AK clan, explained that the alliance leader claimed the unnecessary expenses had been reduced so the funds could instead be used to help ordinary citizens. Ji Xianja, the leader of the Qingqing sect, dismissed the explanation with open contempt, suggesting that such behavior merely created the illusion of an ascetic despite the alliance leader's origins. Namgung Myong, head of the Namgung clan, calmly responded that although disappointing, the alliance leader likely had his own reasons. Guan Muriang scoffed at that explanation, mentioning rumors that the alliance leader had once again left on another leisurely excursion. Taoist Yanghua, grand sect leader of the Kunlun sect, expressed disbelief that the alliance leader continued leaving so frequently despite his responsibilities. Unable to contain his frustration any longer, Wanbo Jian slammed his fist onto the table and declared that the alliance could no longer function properly under the current leadership. He insisted that the selection of a new alliance leader should begin immediately. Namgung Myong calmly presented the current political balance within the Murim alliance. 6 of the 10 sects and 7 great clans already supported replacing the alliance leader, while Manhwa, Shaolin, and the Beggar sect had remained completely neutral since the alliance's founding. Since the 8 gathered leaders were united, he confidently declared that a new era was about to begin. Ji Xiangja enthusiastically congratulated Namgung Myong before correcting himself by addressing him as the future alliance leader. The remaining leaders immediately echoed the congratulation. Placing his bowl of liquor upon the table, Namgung Myong modestly accepted their support and promised to restore the Murim alliance's former prestige. Ji Xiangja expressed anticipation for the next grand meeting. The conversation then shifted toward the Tang clan. Wanbo Jian mentioned that the Tang clan's legitimate heir had already begun traveling toward the Murim alliance after receiving its invitation. He reminded everyone that Sewon had humiliated both Li Hozong and Sun Wugen and questioned whether allowing him to arrive unchallenged was truly acceptable. Namgung Myong dismissed the concern, seeing no reason to obstruct someone whose stated purpose was merely to borrow the alliance's forge. While pouring himself another drink, he casually revealed that Elder Y had finally decided to return after his prolonged absence. Hearing that, Wanbo Jian immediately recalled the sea-sword demon, Y Tito, the great elder of the Hainan sect. Ever since the death of his disciple, Sun Wugen, grief had kept him away from public affairs. Wanbo Jian silently concluded that Namgung Myong had already arranged matters so that responsibility for any future conflict could conveniently fall upon Y Tito instead, admiring the frightening thoroughness behind such political maneuvering. Namgung Myong then acknowledged the Qingqing sect's resentment, but firmly declared that no harm must ever come to the legitimate son of the Tang clan. Regardless of political disagreements, martial artists of the orthodox path were bound by principles they could never abandon. After personally pouring Ji Xiangja another cup of liquor, Namgung Myong ended the discussion. Ji Xiangja accepted the drink and remarked that, regardless of everything else, fate would eventually bring Sewon face to face with his mortal enemy upon a narrow bridge. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Kaifeng, several armed individuals silently surrounded Sewon, raising their weapons as they prepared to confront him. 30 minutes earlier, An old beggar sat beside the roadside, pleading with passers-by for a single coin, explaining that he had not eaten anything all day. One passerby harshly scolded him for reaching out, calling him filthy and telling him to find work if he needed money before walking away without offering any charity. Shortly afterward, Sewon approached the old beggar. Upon noticing him, the old beggar politely asked whether the young man could spare him a single coin. Instead of giving him money, Sewon handed the beggar a bottle of liquor. The old beggar accepted the bottle with surprise, recognizing it as alcohol. Although grateful for the gift, he admitted that money would have been far more useful. Rather than responding directly, Sewon calmly sat before him and recited the phrase that old clothes were best for wearing, while new friends were best for companionship. The words immediately changed the old beggar's expression. Realizing that the secret code had been spoken correctly, he rose to his feet with a serious expression and silently instructed Sewon to follow him. Some time later, Sewon continued following the old beggar while silently reflecting upon the beggar's sect, the intelligence organization whose headquarters were located in Kaifeng while maintaining branches throughout the world. Carefully observing his surroundings, he concluded that the sect's reputation was entirely justified. Even a collection of ordinary huts concealed an enormous enchantment. Had he not strengthened himself beforehand with the golden energy strengthening art, the overwhelming energy of the formation would have crushed him. He also noticed that every beggar nearby possessed remarkable skill and remained prepared to attack at a moment's notice. Eventually, the old beggar lifted the curtain covering one of the huts and invited Sewon inside. Sewon politely entered after asking to be excused. The moment he stepped inside, several hidden beggars rushed forward with drawn weapons and surrounded him from every direction. Remaining completely calm, Sewon dryly remarked that he had never expected the beggar's sect to extend such a cold welcome. The old beggar responded that an uninvited guest deserved no hospitality before demanding to know where Sewon had learned the sect's secret code. He directly questioned whether the alliance leader had revealed it to him. At the same time, the old beggar silently wondered how someone like Sewon could possibly know such a closely guarded code, considering that fewer than 5 people throughout the entire Jianghu possessed that knowledge. Sewon answered only with silence. Interpreting that silence as guilt, the old beggar accused him of hiding something. Sewon immediately dismissed the accusation, declaring that he had no guilty conscience and warning the old beggar to stop provoking him unnecessarily. Otherwise, any respect he still held for his senior would disappear. His inner energy immediately surged throughout the hut, causing every beggar surrounding him to tense nervously. Angered by such confidence, the old beggar unleashed his own inner energy and berated Sewon for becoming arrogant after earning only a little fame, demanding whether he even understood whom he was addressing. Without the slightest hesitation, Sewon calmly identified him as the enforcement beggar, Peng San. The revelation visibly shocked the old beggar. Sewon continued by pointing out that Peng San himself was behaving discourteously. He reminded everyone present that he had not come as an inexperienced junior of the Jianghu but as the representative of the Tang clan. Since he had correctly spoken the legitimate secret code requesting an audience with the main branch leader of the beggar's sect, he questioned why he was being treated as an enemy. Peng San claimed that the main branch leader was standing directly before him. However, Sewon immediately dismissed the statement as another attempt to deceive him, correctly pointing out that the position of main branch leader had changed more than a month earlier. Those words caused Peng San to freeze in shock. Turning toward one of the younger beggars who still held a weapon pointed at him, Sewon calmly addressed him as the true main branch leader, Zhang Sapyang. The young beggar smiled, acknowledging that the rumors claiming the sword dragon was fading while the emerald dragon was rising had not been exaggerated. He proposed setting aside the hostility between them so they could speak honestly. Recognizing him, Sewon silently recalled that Zhang Sapyang, known as the Divine Fighting Beggar, would one day become one of the 3 leaders of the Anti-Blood Alliance alongside Du Haiyang. Even now, his aura was already extraordinary. Sewon understood that winning over both Zhang Sapyang and the beggar's sect was essential for opposing the blood cult, especially since it had been the beggar's sect that ultimately saved countless civilians during the Kaifeng blood disaster. Zhang Sapyang admitted that he had many questions but first wanted to know whether Sewon had learned about him through Saran. Confused, Sewon simply repeated Saran's name. Zhang Sapyang clarified that there was no special relationship between them beyond both belonging to the 9 dragons and 4 phoenixes. He then asked why Sewon had gone to such lengths to use the secret code merely to request a meeting. Sewon answered honestly that he had come seeking information. Jang Sapyeong's expression immediately became serious as he questioned whether Sewon regarded the Beggars sect as nothing more than another Hao faction. Sewon calmly argued that there was little practical difference between the two organizations. Both specialized in gathering intelligence, meaning information could naturally be exchanged by providing something equally valuable in return. Offended by such confidence, Jang Sapyeong demanded whether the Tang clan truly believed it possessed something capable of satisfying the Beggars sect. After a brief silence, Sewon calmly reached into his pocket and removed 2 small glass bottles. He admitted that the Tang clan itself might not possess what the Beggars sect desired, but he personally did. Sitting down, he explained that the Beggars sect had recently lost the trail of numerous demons they had been pursuing. He further reasoned that Peng San had deliberately rushed the election of a new main branch leader so that he could personally investigate the mystery. While speaking, he casually picked up a stone from the ground. Hearing such accurate deductions, Jang Sapyeong silently wondered how much Sewon truly knew and even questioned whether someone had infiltrated the sect's inner circle. Without answering those concerns, Sewon poured liquid from one of the bottles onto the stone before tossing it toward Jang Sapyeong and inviting him to examine it. Jang Sapyeong caught the stone and carefully sniffed it. At first, he sensed absolutely nothing. Soon afterward, however, he realized something even stranger. Not only was there no scent whatsoever, but even the residual traces that should naturally have remained had completely disappeared. The discovery left him deeply shocked. Before he could finish expressing his realization, Sewon stood and explained that the liquid involved a divine artifact created by the heavenly thief known as the scent-dissipating perfume. He concluded that the demons had been using this artifact to erase every trace of themselves while escaping pursuit. Jang Sapyeong immediately realized that the explanation accounted for numerous mysteries. Although rumors had once claimed that the poison demon had used the scent-dissipating perfume in Sichuan, the reports had been dismissed because Sewon's claim of tracking an odorless substance through smell alone had sounded completely unbelievable. Most people had simply assumed that the declining Tang clan had fabricated the achievement to restore its reputation. Sewon then revealed that while pursuing the poison demon, he had successfully obtained a sample of the scent-dissipating perfume. Using that sample, he had developed an entirely new poison capable of tracking even the erased scent. He presented the second bottle to Jang Sapyeong. Seeing it, Jang Sapyeong was astonished. Even the chief advisor and the divine physician had failed to create such a tracking method in the past, yet Sewon had somehow accomplished the impossible. Opening the bottle, Sewon immediately demonstrated its effects as the newly created poison began following the invisible traces left by the scent-dissipating perfume that had previously been applied to the stone. He explained that the poison was called the 10,000-mile pursuit scent. Because it could follow even scents erased by the scent-dissipating perfume, the Beggars sect would finally be able to resume hunting down the demons without losing their trail. Although greatly impressed, Jang Sapyeong could not shake the growing sense of unease within his heart. He reasoned that the scent-dissipating perfume was an exceptionally rare divine artifact that even the poison demon should have struggled to acquire. Yet far too many demons had disappeared in precisely the same manner around the same time, making the coincidence impossible to ignore. Before he could finish voicing his suspicions, Sewon completed the thought for him. He concluded that someone deliberately seeking to plunge the Jianghu into chaos was intentionally supplying the demons with the scent-dissipating perfume. Furthermore, the sheer quantity involved proved that the operation could only be the work of an enormous secret organization rather than a single individual. As the truth became clearer, Sewon silently confirmed what he already knew. The blood cult had begun making its move. Genius protagonists, overwhelming growth, and legendary battles, this is your battlefield. We're just steps away from 20,000 subscribers. Subscribe now and rise with us.